solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber-cycle victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
Been imposed on England, but a group of largely Englishmen slammed the button down. 94% of Labour MPs. What the fuck does this party believe? Seriously, what the fuck does this party believe? At least when you look at like Democrats, on basically every single like civil rights issue, Democrats overwhelmingly vote the correct direction. Not on every bill, obviously, but usually when a civil rights related thing gets put through Congress, it's a partisan split. Like, fuck, man. Bill, obviously, but usually when a civil rights related thing gets put through Congress, it's a partisan split. Like, fuck, man. Yeah, it's like the first time they hit that red button. Why didn't you cover that? I did. I did cover that. Yeah, and it was Starmer that told the party not to vote as well. Yes, Keir Starmer was the one who instructed the Labour Party. That's how much I trust Keir Starmer, okay? Keir Starmer's...
Conservatives in their love of freedom, I guess, did that. They don't like the idea of you talking back, because you talking back sucks up air from them to continue to speak. That's why they get so mad when they say things like this, and they call you a fascist for speaking out against them, because fascism to them is when you don't let them do fascism, and it's just curious. It's so funny.
So curious.
It's so funny. Trans rights equal human rights. Fuck off fascists. But apparently that's the real fascism. All right. Jack fucking Posebiak. I saw this guy. This guy has Jack Posebiak has the same aura that I would imagine literal Satan has. I went to a Better Discourse conference, basically a debate conference about politics in Texas, and Posebiak was somebody who was on stage talking. And when I tell you that this guy is fucking insane, it was wild, dude. He had the aura that you would imagine. You know the aura that you can imagine somebody when they walk by a vase full of roses. The roses simply begin to wilt in his presence. Yeah, he had Antichrist vibes. It was just kind of like emanating off of the stage. It was like I could feel his bloodlust creeping onto my feet. I didn't like it. But look at him. Look at his attempts to get back at the college students. Charlie Kirk laughs as mob of smelly, stinky, ugly, overweight SJWs scream, F you. Oh man, he's so epic. My people. Hey, wait, who said? Did you hear that? Get the fuck out of here. Yo, I thought this was University of Arizona, not Boston. Did you hear it? Get the fuck out of here!
Get the fuck out of here! Fucking bitch!
I'm learning it!
You filthy old!
Once I get my hands on you, why I oughta you? I'ma give you the works, you motherfucking don't sleep with one eye open tonight, you piece of...
Charter Street?
Kids with they blue hair and they pronouns and they middle fingers. So, and Charlie Kirk, I promise you, is going to call this And I promise you, they're calling all of this fascism. They're calling this fascism. This is the largest display of free speech that I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the epitome of free speech. Real free speech, like genuine, actual, like free speech that conservatives are pushing for, would be the right to use your speech to silence others. That's what real free speech would be. Because if you can just say basically whatever you want, and you can use your speech to get at other people to silence other people. But they would like want to be like, oh, you can't do that. You have to put rules on it. But like now where the rules stop, there's no longer free speech. That can't be free. By definition, it can't be free speech. By what they would like. Like to have free speech, you have to have some guardrails for people to not speak. Because silencing some people allows more people to be able to speak. If there's one conservative kid in a room full of liberals and they all voice their opinions about how conservatives should be hung, and then the one conservative kid doesn't want to speak up in the class because he fears for what possibly could happen if he does in retaliation to him speaking, that's not real free speech. Because to conservatives that'd be real free. In conservatives' minds, the idea.
Oh, the coyote! Man, I love this thing.
Because you can use your speech.
It's got guns on it too.
But then in practice, they realize
my new
that
baby.
Come back to bite
Let's
them,
go.
So they want to add new
I still got $82,000 left.
When it comes to
For more cyberware, save up for another car. Probably just cyberware.
Fantastic example.
These bad boys are gonna hold me down for a while.
Example for this idea than Elon Musk and Gab as well on Truth Social and Patriot Talks.
All right, let me see exactly where this crafting spec is.
Conservative app where conservatives are supposed to speak their conservative mind, where they did things like banning talks about sexuality or banning you for expressing like other opinions of like your religion that isn't like specifically Christianity, or talking down about Donald Trump or something. Like these are real things that are happening. They don't actually believe in free speech. They never have. They never will. Those aren't free speech platforms.
Oh, hold
They're
on.
Platforms for Nazis and racists and rapists.
Please get the
to be
fuck out of
able
my
to
way.
meet and mingle. It's a rapist mingle, okay? And you will never convince me.
Supposed to be back here.
It's been proven time and time again that that's.
It's a video from 2 years ago. I hope that they still.
Kirk's attempt at open debate.
I wonder if there's a different way to get the crafting spec.
Ensured,
I already got it.
He would be drowned out. But if you think.
But I don't have the crafting spec.
You're probably not familiar with any of his past work. I'm going to tell you.
Fuck,
they
changed it in the update.
Now, bother him in the sense of he's going to like sulk into his like room and cry and never be seen again. No, bother him in the sense of it makes him sad and upset.
Yep,
yes,
I don't have it.
Does. They are actually genuinely upset. They hate this type of stuff. God
damn it.
They do because he wasn't able to do what he was really there for, to make money, get clips, and make money off of it. Or nowhere near as well as he could if he was able to get like clip after clip after clip after clip. He can just get one of him getting shouted down and maybe get like a few others about him.
Let's try to see where else.
So strong against people who are so very angry and mean with him. Poor baby. And there's this one as well where he tried to pull some bullshit. Just so you know, I love free speech. If you're against this, then you're against free speech. I hope you know that. This is the epitome of free speech. How are you going to walk into a place where people obviously don't like you, and then stand there, and then those people make it clear that they don't like you, and then go, huh, they were so epically owned. I can't believe none of them got into a single file line to calmly talk to me about why we need to stop brown people from coming into the country because it's diluting the white gene pool of America. Curious, ain't it? Incredible how none of them would do that. Yeah, it's wild. It truly is. So true, Mr. Kirk. You really got them there. You really got them.
I'm curious.
And they made so
Did
many
they
signs.
change
I
the
was not
bounce back
expecting them to
system?
make so many signs. If this happens,
oh, it
everywhere
recharges.
I go,
Holy
it'll be
shit.
fantastic. I remember when this happened.
That's
to
fucking
Pookie
cool.
Bennett. Remember when this
Nice. I don't have
happened
to worry
Pookie
about
Bennett,
constantly
where she tried to
crafting
go to a college
med
campus
docs.
after she brought a gun to her college campus that
And I
recently
could
suffered a
change
mass shooting
my
to be edgy
grenades
and- to be
too.
edgy and
Oh,
cool.
this is gonna
And
be
then she got
so
shouted down
good.
so far.
I didn't
so
even
fast,
I didn't
got
even
made fun
realize
of for taking
that.
Her pants in the middle of a party,
So I can get the max
that
stock.
she locked herself in the freezers.
Inhaler plus
She locked
116.
herself in the freezer of an
Yeah,
Einstein
15 per
bagel
second.
shop
I want that
on
one.
campus.
That one's good.
Oh,
For the
it was so good.
grenades.
I mean, this isn't. Now this is
Charred
embarrassing.
incendiary.
Charlie Kirk is a piss baby. Changed my mind. Just so you know, this is a reference. It's a
It's a
reference
sound
to
that
when Charlie
lures
Kirk and crew wore
enemies?
diapers at a college event
Oh shit.
in order to epically own the libs. I'm not joking. Here, let me find the picture for you. For the people who don't remember this, Liberty
This is
Hangout,
interesting.
the actual Liberty Hangout. Shout out to TPUSA at Kent State University, showing them what
Emits a sound that
showing
lures
what
enemies.
liberal SJW safe spaces.
I'll
look
get
like.
that. I never use my
I just
grenades.
boom boom in my diaper to own the libs. I just shit myself to own the libs. I've been shitting myself for the last 20 minutes to own the libs. The
Looks
libs
like it's
can't
got a
handle all the
decent
shit that
range,
I'm
so the
shitting.
laser sounds go out.
This was actually so bad that this guy,
Okay.
one of these guys had to quit TPUSA.
little weird
because
robot
it
sound.
actually
That's cool.
ran Out of the profession.
I'll fuck with that.
Of being a right wing talking head, it was that embarrassing. Oh, they claim to have no ties to the alt right.
All right.
The diaper stunt.
So there is no bounce
fits
back
into
crafting
Kirk's
spec.
notion
I'm
of
stupid.
being right-wing ideas.
Perfect.
So,
I was looking for that shit all night.
Ideas
God
to
damn
those
it.
who disagree with him in a 2015 interview with the National.
All right, we're gonna
Bureau,
finish
said
this
the
city.
conservative groups need to do more than just.
We already did all
chapter
Dino's
meetings
shit,
and
right? Oh,
speaking,
let's go to Dino.
To the choir. There are more young conservatives out there that you need to be able to reach. It's very visible, very aggressive, and very grassroots. It's very face to face. He added, "If Kirk, in fact, in the future of the Republican Party, then the next few years should be very interesting indeed." My diaper is full. That's a real adult diaper right there. Just so you know.
My shitty diaper.
Honestly, I'm far in. I don't know how to
Shit on me,
party.
mommy.
Oh my lord. The 24-year-old has founded TPUSA. To demonstrate this, members of his group decided to wear diapers last year at Kent State University to protest to, own the libs. On the hot topic of college safe spaces, however, as expected, the diaper protest became a meme of Republicans wearing diapers. Later that night, Tucker Carlson said, "Why do loony academic libs hate the classic diaper?" Paul Prison Planet, "I'm wearing 6 diapers, are you mad?" Ooh, no, it's deleted. No, dude. Big government sucks. So true.
I'm turning right.
It was so
Oh,
good.
he's got the car that I
Like how
want.
trans people
The
be trans.
thingamajig.
It's just like they can't.
I don't know what it's called, but I know it got the big ball on the front of it. Got that big hole on the mouth.
They can't control themselves. They have to shit in the diaper. They must. Oh,
What the
there you go.
fuck? They got this barrier up in the city to protect people from getting hit by cars.
I mean,
What
will
the
this-
fuck?
Will this be the end of them? No.
Why don't we
It's
have
gotta
that
be a
in
really
real
funny
life?
story. These people are so sad and pathetic. They have to make the world.
Oh,
a
yeah, they're
place
free to
because
get
they
hit
can't
at the
handle how
crosswalk.
bad they make it themselves. Yo, fuck these people. Tucker and his Pampers. You were still pee in your Pampers when I was much better than you. I'm not mad. I'm just disturbed. I bet they really own the libs with that one. I think
What
they
the
should put
fuck,
diapers
Dino?
on again.
What's going
I
on in
really do.
there?
Like if they own the libs so hard that first time, I think they can do it another time. Maybe that's why he was getting yelled at so much. He wasn't wearing the diaper. They should have brought diapers for him to put on again. I think
What
it
up,
would've done
bitch?
Well for him.
What up?
But that's just me. We all have thoughts and opinions, right?
All right.
I just wish he met.
Dino, what's poppin'?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. If you're enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button. If you don't, it'll make Boo very sad. I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed. Join the frenzy. You won't regret it. Thank you, Boo.
Glory hole bandits will be back, Joe.
Bonzo, how did you feel when you heard your leader say at the weekend the NHS was hiring too many foreign staff?
Well, I think Keir's right in the.
Oh wait, sorry. Labor has also stopped any plans for disabled healthcare and public access. Oh, this just happened 2 days ago. Labor has dumped its plan to expand the rights of people with disabilities. Notice this is being
Peace,
dumped
Dino.
before they're even
What
in
the?
power.
Oh, I thought that
You
was
know,
a hanging
normally
body.
when they make campaign promises.
I
and
was like,
then
what
go
the
back on
fuck?
them, it's normally like
Kind of
you
meat
already
shop you got
know.
going on here.
But the fact that they're like shifting back on this before the election indicates that they're not only doing this for like practical.
Hey, you're marked on my map.
They are actually trying to
Oh,
shift
you're a
right
merc. I can kill you.
because
That's
if they
why.
dropped it after the election,
You guys
that
are
means either
undercover.
they're lying or they don't feel they can do it. Dropping it before the election.
No, sorry,
indicates
didn't mean to interrupt you.
desire and willingness
Sorry,
to
ma'am.
be more
I'll
right.
use the man's bathroom. Fucking filled with blood in the
The party
toilet.
was insisting until at least July this year that a Labour government was fully committed to incorporate the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities into law. Oh, that's all they're doing? Just abiding.
What
by
are you
UN
doing? Jerking off in the
disability rights
jerking off in the
standards?
janitor's closet. Go do your fucking job.
This week, DNS obtained a copy of Labour's national policy form document.
See what you got back here in the loot. What are you
Although the
floating
UN
for?
document on equality
Got a fridge I could
repeats
stuff you in.
Foxcroft's pledging co-production,
Be
there's
my
no
bitch.
mention of the promise to
Ooh, is that my
incorporate the
car?
UN Convention into UK law.
It is. It looks good.
Aaron?
Is the English public more conservative?
Who's
than
yelling
American?
at me? Who's Aaron?
There's more partisanship.
Who the
in
fuck
America.
are you?
So the right wing in America are much more Hitler particle, and the left wing in America are better on average than like left leaning.
Aaron, where are you? Oh god, Aaron, I gotta take a Oh boy. Oh boy, it's coming. I gotta take a shit. Hold on. Hold on, Aaron.
The NHS it is the central issue in terms of the challenge that the NHS faces. That's why Labour's put forward a plan for the biggest expansion of NHS
Aaron,
staff
where the
in
fuck you
history.
at? Maybe you're on the map.
Because the government have failed to recruit homegrown
No,
talent,
you fucking
they're
dickhead, where
forced
are
to
you?
over-rely on staff from overseas.
Aaron,
Because it takes time to train people.
where you at, Brody?
Look at these links, dude. Breaking. Keir Starmer personally confirms he would not repeal the Tory anti-protest legislation. Oh, cool. The Public Order Act. This like actual fascist legislation that basically like cuts, like just stomps down on the right to protest in the UK. And Keir Starmer, left-leaning hero, by the way, says he will not revoke it, arguing instead the police need powers to deal with Just Stop Oil. These are the people who like sit in traffic and occasionally spray paint stuff.
Oh boy.
And some.
Gonzo, how did you feel when you...
Really, like, let
The
someone on, like, so this one. Outside is if you remove the wealthiest region of the country, the average rate in America does not go down by that much. See? It's just bloop. America's a big country, it makes sense. In the Netherlands, same. Bloop. In Germany, it has no effect at all, basically. I'm assuming this is removing Munich right here. So removing Munich, and then the average income remains basically the same. Whereas over here in the UK, look at the difference between this blue line and the red line. The blue line is if you include London, and the red line is the average GDP per capita if you just don't factor London in. And the disparity is massive. It's huge. It's about par with the average income of Mississippi. Mississippi is not one of our finest states, folks. It is below West Virginia or Appalachian territory. So West Virginia, where like the blood of 40% of the state's residents is like 10% fentanyl, okay? Mississippi is below that, and that's the UK without London. Dead country. Like, look at all these regions down here.
I'm driving a
UK
fucking
that are just
tank.
hovering down here. In order to get that far down in America, it's like Alabama, West Virginia, Mississippi, and that's it, you know? Even London's only 70K. Yeah, that's true. Even factoring in only the richest region in the UK, London, that's the same level as Frankfurt in Germany, below Amsterdam in the Netherlands. That's below Los Angeles. Los Angeles has a lot of poor people.
Sorry about that.
DC, we've had the worst drop in living standards for 60 years. Jesus, yeah.
Sorry, excuse me.
But the trans people, though, yeah. But the trans people, though, I'm sure Labor has a lot of work to do removing the rights of trans people. You know, there's no other work that can be done. Labor U is being a dum-dum in chat. I mean, yeah, they were before.
Gonna try to get away, just killed himself.
I mean, he's literally called Labor with, like, the British spelling, so he's sort of investment.
Let's kill these assholes.
Boss, the UK's total GDP, not per capita, is about the same as California. Without London, it's about the same as Texas. Think about that, then how
I gotta level up my cyber hacks too.
Wait, how many people live in the UK?
Where can I go get that shit?
About 67 million. Wow, by the economy, I would have guessed around 20 or 30. Whew. That's rough. That is rough.
I think at the rubber dock. No, not at the rubber dock. He's gotta have it at the weapon shop, maybe?
A lot of this is just like the GDP isn't moving. It's not. Dog, it's over. It's fucking crazy, man. Right here, it's like held steady since 2006. A lot of this I think is why it's like largely attributable to the Tories. This specifically, you know, whatever faults he may have had, and he had many.
Who the
Tony
fuck is
Blair
that?
Did oversee significant economic growth, like Clinton did, and the cons have basically just like run.
Get the fuck
run
out of
things
here.
Into into a pillar. But that's not the
Just
only
get my loot.
problem. There are so many problems with the UK, dude. Holy shit. And they could be fixed. But it's easier to fucking fixate on trans people. Gordon Brown was handling the economy, not Blair. Do people typically give credit to Gordon Brown and not Blair? UNICEF to feed hungry children in UK for the first time in 7 years history. Right. Yes, Vosh? Okay.
No, it's the same guy.
every European country that engaged
Finally
in
got out of
austerity
there.
is stagnant. Yep, and the country, hold on, the country that is engaged in some of the most
Yep.
sort of frivolous.
He said
spending,
you can't.
on
I can.
a number of things that people have predicted the downfall of 50 trillion times or whatever. Germany has seen its economy steadily grow. France has been struggling. That's Japan over there, which has been stagnant for ages. But Germany's economy has been continuing to grow relatively steadily, despite taking in a bunch of refugees, despite a bunch of EU spending. They spend the most in the EU by far. Germany has continued to grow. Not as fast as America, but we are America, to be fair. And they didn't fucking dive headfirst into austerity politics anywhere near the way that Britain did. So obviously. Any ideas on how the UK public can help improve the situation? Transition immediately. Sorry, thinking about the UK is unironically depressing me, and I have a flight tomorrow. I have to maintain good emotional harmony, okay? I have to.
Yes? Can I help you?
Unironically, you want to know how to fix it? You want to know how to fix the UK? Keynesian economics. That's it. Stop the austerity bullshit, deficit spend. Rack up a debt.
All right, I got you.
Your
I'll get that shard.
abandoning of
How you
all
doing,
public
ma'am?
Infrastructure has caused your population to become diseased, sickly, weak, inept. You have given up on your people, and so your people cannot produce. Okay? Austerity is killing your country. Take debt, build houses. Yeah,
That guy's standing up over there too.
Sorry,
Oh, it's a
it's been so
hologram.
long.
Thought it was a
You know
glitch.
how it is. Okay, we've got a lot more to talk about.
I'm sorry about that. Don't mind me.
So something wacky and kind of tragic happened. It's genuinely quite it's quite unfortunate. So Zelensky, you've probably heard of him, visited Canada, the Canadian Parliament, and
Interesting.
unbeknownst to Zelensky, a Canadian official brought forward another person to
Very interesting.
to sort
Okay.
of you know, share in the revelry of a Ukrainian.
I don't want to scare
you know,
this lady. Is she just a
for moment
normal?
of
She's a
national
receptionist.
celebration, the
She
strength
doesn't
and
have any
heroism and bravery
affiliation.
of another person.
Let's get this guy
who
back here.
long ago fought the Russians, but in what capacity? Here I have a completely unedited video that has not been edited. It has no editing.
We have here in the chamber today a literal Nazi. His name is Yaroslav Hunka, a Waffen SS soldier who pledged allegiance to Hitler, fought against our allies in the Soviet Union, and was complicit in the Holocaust. This man's a criminal. Not a great look for us.
Ma'am, you might want to leave.
Now,
Sir, get the fuck out of here.
I lied. That's edited. That is edited. So apparently, the official who brought this guy forward, this
Ma'am,
was done
shut the
without
fuck
the
up.
knowledge of Zelensky. I believe it was also
don't say
done
a
without the
goddamn thing.
knowledge of the idiot with the black face. How am I blanking on this? Justin Trudeau. Thank you.
There
and
you go, sir.
the person who
Enjoy your
brought
way.
This guy forward claims now that he didn't
Don't
know
mind me,
about
ma'am.
the specific history of the veteran. Now we know for a fact Zelensky didn't know, so a lot of people are using this as an attack on
Technical
Zelensky. Like,
ability.
look, you know, he clapped. Look at Zelensky pumping his fist for this Nazi. Zelensky didn't know. He did not know. He was not like he was there, and someone else was given a little opening, and he clapped along. Like they did not open. The audio did not actually include saying that he was a Nazi. Right. So. The veteran was 98 years old, and he was a soldier in the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division, which served under command of the Nazis.
Yeah,
So to be
okay,
clear,
I'm getting used
no
to
two
it.
ways
I'm
about
getting
it.
along.
This was a Nazi division. This wasn't some abstracted, like, a person knew a person knew a person bullshit. They were just Nazis. When the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union, which of course included Ukraine, and they moved
Oh
eastward,
shit! It didn't
they
ping
spent
her.
a lot of time, sort of ingratiating themselves to certain elements of the Ukrainian population.
What's wrong with my screen? Why is it
Ukraine
glitching out?
did not like the Soviets that much for a variety of reasons, which may or may not have included
She's just in there by herself.
forced starvation, genocide, constant conflict, and centuries of ethnic disputes. So there were Ukrainians who were so anti-Soviet and so anti-Russian that they would join up with basically anyone who gave them the hope at beating back their Kremlin oppressors, you know, the demons from Moscow. Now, under no circumstances do you have to give it to them. Being angry at the Soviets, as it turns out, is not a good excuse to be a Nazi. And to be clear, they were not just recruited to fight Soviets, they were active participants
Okay,
in
made our way
the
around.
Holocaust. Members of this division and other Ukrainian recruited divisions would assist in rounding up and giving away the locations of Jews, shooting civilians. You know, there's no like abstraction here at all. There's a consistent issue here. You know, I don't think that Ukraine is of a particularly Nazi disposition on average. In fact, if you look at like their relative lack of anti-Semitism compared to their neighbors, like the least anti-Semitic country in the region, which is interesting, and a bunch of other stuff, you know, the impression that I get is that to Ukraine and many Ukrainians,
Is the elevator
their relationship
okay?
with the Nazis is a lot like the relationship that America has with the Confederacy, right? If you go door to door in the South and you ask people, hey, do you think that you should be able to own black people and also kill them if you want because they're property? Basically, no one will say yes, and I don't think anyone would believe internally yes, but say no. Maybe a few, but for the most part, people who have Confederate merch, memorabilia, iconography in the South are doing it in this unacceptably ignorant, like cultural pride kind of way. And I think that a kind of lesser version of that is present in Ukraine. A lot of people in the South think of the Confederacy in a sort of abstracted Southern pride way. Are they right to do this? No, not defending it at all. Trust me, okay? But that is how a lot of them think of it. And I think that a lot of people in Ukraine, well, they're not ideologically Nazis, but when they think about, you know, the history of their country and its opposition against Russian tyranny, they often think about it in the context of the resistance they put up during World War II, which was, of course, those Ukrainians who were enlisted to support the Nazis. You understand what I'm talking about? It's a really unfortunate situation because right now the Ukrainians are fighting the Russians, and the Ukrainians are right to be fighting the Russians right now because the Russians invaded them. But the closest historical cultural allegory that Ukrainians have for fighting Russians puts them in direct line with the Nazis, which is why you see like Banderite tendencies in Ukraine, where they're like, you know, Bandera is a hero, but then you look at Bandera's history and it's like, hey, why did you work with the Nazis before fighting against both the Nazis and the Soviets? Hey, you know? And then you have like the Azov thing, right? And we saw, you know, this kind of weird acknowledgement of and sort of tolerance towards stuff like the Azov Battalion. A little less weirdness directed that way than I personally would like. I think a lot of weirdness should be directed at Nazi militias, personally. But it's like, oh, well, you know, it's part of our legacy in fighting against Russia, which is why there's so much overlap, I think, between Nazi iconography and Ukrainian nationalism. In the same way that the South has a huge overlap.
There's nothing going on here.
Between racism and like Confederate iconography, you know? There's like a
God damn
jump
it. Whatever.
over to it. And sometimes the jump is further than is warranted, right? Like you might have people in the South who are pretty racist, but they're not pro-slavery. But they do have Confederate memorabilia. And them having Confederate memorabilia doesn't have nothing to do with them being racist. There's an association, but the racism isn't as far as you might expect if somebody just fully supported the Confederacy. And likewise, at least from what I've seen, there are people in Ukraine who are not Nazis, maybe they're right-wing nationalists, but they're not Nazis, who nonetheless are weirdly comfortable with Nazi iconography, memorabilia, and history. That's not a defense. I think it's really fucked up. I also think it's complicated, you know? But I think it's a decent explanation for why you have this like juxtaposition where on one hand they have a Jewish president who's beloved by his population, incredibly low levels of anti-Semitism, right? And they're also a liberal democracy being invaded by a fascist country, Russia. But at the same time, you know, you can't go 2 seconds without seeing some op-ed or some news article where photos are taken of Ukrainian soldiers where they have Sonnengrad stamped all over their body and their emblems and their patches and so on and so forth. So how do you resolve this juxtaposition? Well, the big one, honestly, is that the people who are most likely to be fighting in Ukraine's army, or at least early on before the conscription really rolled out, were Ukrainian nationalists. And Ukrainian nationalists are culturally predisposed to be more comfortable with Nazis than I think people defending a liberal democracy should be. A lot of them, of course, are literally just Nazis, but it's also more complicated than that. Why did it take Bosch so long to get this discourse? It didn't. I've said this before. I'm just saying it again now. And I think I'm saying it a bit more comprehensively, but I've said this before. I've even gone over those news articles with the soldiers who have suspiciously visible Nazi iconography, and I have talked about it then. So I've not hidden my opinions on any of this. Come on, Vosh, you're more comfortable calling Russia Nazis than swastika fans? I don't know what you mean. I feel like I'm being pretty clear here. Vosh, I live in the South. If you hang a Confederate flag in your yard anywhere in the South, you are consciously supportive of racism and slavery. I grew up around these people. They all fucking know, even if they don't say it out loud all the time. I'm just saying this is a very, very bad comparison you don't want to make. What? That is the comparison that I'm making. No, that's the comparison that I'm making. What you're saying. I said that. What do you mean? What do people listen to me for? I don't even understand. Also,
Oh,
worth
she's
noting
fucked
that 7
up.
to 8 million Ukrainians fought in the Red Army against
Doing a
the
stinky
Nazis
leg.
in World War II. Collaborators were in the minority. Yeah,
Doing a
of course.
stanky leg.
You know, which is why it's so exceptional that they managed to find a Ukrainian veteran who happened to be a part of one. You know, they really had to look for that. If you want to find 98-year-old World War II veterans from Ukraine alive today, you'll probably have an easier time finding ones that fought the Nazis than fought with the Nazis. But they went out of their way to find that one, you know?
Oh, we gotta level up? Let's do,
Yeah, Finland is in a similar
let's
position
do tech ability.
as well, with regards
Do
to
one more body.
weird
I saw a
Nazi
door for
shit.
16.
Finland is not a Nazi country, but Finland did fight against the Soviets in World War II in a way that put them
Actually,
heavily aligned with the Nazis.
thinking maybe I should reset
And
refund
for that
if
reason,
I can.
even though Finland is, by basically every metric we know of, a very liberal democracy, right? You know, there's like some cultural purging that needs to take place. A lot of it is actual Nazis, and you know, in Finland, and a lot of it is just sort of weird cultural hangovers. It's a problem either way. It's something that should be dealt with. Another good comparison to this, I think, is that did you know that for a time, both Ireland and Gandhi supported Hitler and the Nazis? Usually thanks to oppositional politics. See, Ireland and Gandhi both disliked the UK. The UK was one of the nations fighting the Nazis, so both of them thought, at varying points, you know, okay, so this Hitler guy, not great, sure, but maybe he'll get the British off our backs. So if you could imagine some kind of like alt timeline or whatever, where the Nazis managed to mount a land invasion against England, and like Ireland came in from the west or something.
Maybe I can refund.
I don't know. Like you can imagine, like, and then eventually the Nazis lose or whatever. But then you go to Ireland today, and you have this like weird cult of Nazi memorabilia from people who are ideologically anything from right-wing nationalists to actual Nazis, and it gets, you know, confusing. It's all confusing. I think
Can
it's
I
all
refund
bad.
this
My personal
tree?
political opinion is that swastikas are bad. I don't think.
Man, whatever.
You know. I don't think it's great. Benjamin. Okay, maybe I misunderstood. It sounded like you were saying they're not consciously racist and consider it ignorantly as part of national heritage. Well, there are absolutely people who use Confederate memorabilia who are not consciously racist. There are plenty that are, absolutely, but there are definitely people who literally just think like, oh, well, the Confederate flag is like a cool emblem of the South, Southern pride, haha. Many of them are still racist, but not consciously racist. I don't like to ascribe that level of like mass disingenuity when the average person, especially the average Southerner, is too stupid to maintain that kind of political pretext. You know, I think that they're not subtle enough to really keep that going. Very important, the speaker came out and said he planned it without checking Zelensky first. They're in trouble. Anthony Rhoda said the decision to invite a Ukrainian veteran to serve Nazi military unit was entirely his own. I wish to extend my deepest apologies to Jewish communities in Canada and around the world. That's funny. MR had a strange take about the Ukrainian Nazi thing. No drama today. Vox people are freaking out here in Canada because the polling for cons are very good. Yeah, Justin Trudeau fucking sucks.
Beautiful. Not
really surprising. Sorry, every time I hear anything about Justin Trudeau, it's bad. So yeah, I don't know.
God damn it, asshole. Watch the fuck out.
When I was a young Canadian who first moved to the U.S., I thought the Confederate flag was just a Southern pride thing. I didn't know anything about the Civil War. Well, to be fair, a lot of Americans don't know much about the Civil War either. I'm pretty sure there are entire states where the education system basically teaches the Civil War. Something like, yeah, the North and the South were angry at each other because, like, the North wanted to, like, make everything federal, and then there was a war, and the North won, I guess, but we still have our pride, and that's like actually what they're teaching fifth graders or something, I don't know.
The fuck? What's all this shit? Just a big ammo stash.
CDF, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the differences between the two parties. I just know that Justin Trudeau is like pretty badly. My main thing with Justin Trudeau was the whole thing from the Canada arc, man, when all my chat got mad at me because Justin Trudeau was like, let me enact my fucking Thanos Infinity Gauntlet, like snap all strikes, all protests away, my giant nuclear button, because a bridge got blocked. You know, the fucking COVID whatever protesters blocked a bridge, and they were like, yeah, time to revoke all civil rights. That was cool. Same liberals that love Starmer. Yeah. He kind of feels like the French Prime Minister. The French Prime Minister is worse.
The fuck? We can go through there.
France is in a worse position. Fuck that guy.
The fuck is this place?
He's, I swear to God, he's like, that guy is like a machine that turns voter apathy into votes for Le Pen.
That shit's scary. There's like a horror scene.
Macron,
damn, should have been scary enemy down here.
French President Elizabeth Warren is PM.
Oh, it's for a mission.
Macron. I don't
okay.
know anything about the PM. I apologize. I apologize. Macron.
This is what the fuck?
Gay. Gay as hell.
What the fuck happened in there?
How is Biden somehow the furthest left of the US, UK, and France? Honestly, Canada too. Yeah. Maybe I don't know enough about maybe Germany too. Yeah, Biden's significantly better off. This is one of the reasons why I have more hope for this country. You know, this is why this is why you have to be really.
This place is fucking
liberals,
scary.
You know,
god damn.
If Biden had turned out to be like a Hillary Clinton type person, it would all be ogre. Oh, speaking of it all being ogre, hold on. Did you guys see that ABC poll that has led to a bunch of discourse? People are generally dissatisfied with Joe Biden because that's how politics works, and also a recent ABC poll put Trump like 11 points ahead, of Biden, which they've written multiple articles about, by the way, which is just great. Oh, sorry, 9 points ahead. Yeah, 51 to 42. It was a shit poll. Okay, I know this sounds like Omega Copium here, all right? But I have to say, okay? I do genuinely think that this poll is complete dog shit. I think that, I don't know if it was made up or whatever else, but here's what I know, okay? ABC, listen, all right? First of all, there's always like a moral difficulty when posting polls that are clearly outliers. It's possible to have a really good process for polling people and then to come up with a result that is clearly not representative of the population. And the question is, do you publish, right? If you don't publish, you run the risk of kind of running cover for the candidate who does poorly. Essentially like, oh, they're doing so poorly here, it has
Who knows
to be
what
fake,
you might
and
find. Let's
blocking
go.
it. And that legitimately can be a huge problem. You don't want to normalize that. But at the same time, you know people are going to jump onto anything that supports their narrative, so releasing an outlier poll has the potential to spawn a bunch of bad discourse. Thankfully, we know the people at ABC were not sort of contemplating this moral conundrum because they released the poll and then released multiple articles talking about the poll. There's this one, there was another one, so clearly ABC has no problem milking attention for this outlier poll that they got. So no, never mind about the moral conundrum, okay? We're doing clickbait here, all right? So I don't know the exact methodology. I'm sure at some point in time someone will do like a methodological analysis. Here's something that I do know, however. If we go down to specific subgroups,
Asshole, watch the fuck out.
35-year-olds, Trump has a slight 53 to 38% advantage.
Hey,
A
my man in the
15
diaper.
point advantage to Trump
Booty shorts, excuse
amidst
me.
millennials and Gen Z. This is fake. This is not real. This is complete bullshit. There is absolutely no universe in which a 18 to 35-year-old
NCPD?
demographic puts forward that number without either
I don't
just
think I'm allowed to
making
kill
numbers
them.
up or extremely fraudulent. Like this goes beyond
What
standard
up, guys?
deviation
Am I
shit,
allowed
okay?
here?
This is like, I don't even know what kind of like methodological failure could possibly produce that kind of bias. So I think that you can safely
Okay.
discard the results of this poll. I think you can. I think
kind
you
of
toss
side
it in
mission the
trash.
fuck
I don't
was
know
this?
how exactly it got fucked up, but it did. So Dems have been significantly overperforming in special elections, which is a much better indicator of the current political environment. Excellent point. We'll get to that in just a second, okay? I want to make an argument to you guys, and I believe this very sincerely, all right? I believe this deep in my heart, and I want you to take it to your heart and believe it in your heart, and together...
I don't believe
with
you. What are
these
you
beliefs
doing?
In our heart,
Oh,
we
you
can
killed a
pursue,
guy.
Okay? Polls...
Stop it or else you'll
but
kill
they're
him.
also horseshit.
Is this how you
and we
protect
should
this
ignore it.
serve?
Is this how Night
That's
City's
it.
finest protect and serve?
First of all, polling methodology
Why?
seems to be breaking more and more
Yes.
with reality.
I don't know.
I think that pollsters
why
are
the
most
fuck we
comfortable
talking?
'Cause you're a bitch.
in
I'd
a
like to
world
know
of
what's going
facts
on
and
around.
policy, and we
It's
do
not
not
every day
exist
you
in
see
that
a man
world.
in a
We
1,000
exist in
acre
a
suit
world
getting
of
beaten with the
schizophrenia,
rage of his life.
delusion,
Wouldn't you
and
agree?
psychopathy. For that reason, swings are going to be less predictable methodologies that are trusted, tried and true, less consistent. I think the general, I guess, reliability of polling is going to only go down with time, at least for now. I mean, at some point it'll pick back up. Maybe new methodologies will be developed.
From what
but
I can tell,
from what
you
I've been
guys are
seeing from
mid-level
like
managers.
RCP and 538, you know, Nate Silver, the way he sort of explains his reasoning and thoughts, the feeling that I'm getting is that people whose job it is to be a pollster right now are throwing their arms up in the air a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these pollsters are still using landline calls to conduct their cross-sectional analyses. You know, but even people who aren't that out of touch and behind the times are still dealing with significant issues, I think, in like getting reliable data sampling. So
Get the
that's one.
fuck outta
But two,
here.
What does knowing the result of a poll mean? Assuming that a poll, any poll, even this dog shit fake poll, is correct, what does that mean? We got to go out there and vote for Joe Brandon, don't we? We got to go out there and say, let's go Brandon. Does that change whether or not he's very ahead or not? Like, what is it? What effect does it have? I think that oftentimes bad polling is weaponized, but it's easier to weaponize it against us than it is against them. I'll tell you why, okay? People on the right are cultists. Trump supporters, cultists. Their brains are broken. They're delusional. They're barely people. We're trying to save them, okay? They're like thralls. The results of a poll are not going to deter them, because if a poll says something they don't like, it was made by Jews, the deep state, whatever, trans peoples, transes, doesn't matter. No facts, no reality. Empty up here, completely empty. But with us, a poll makes us feel bad, and what do I see? What have I seen as a product of this ABC poll? Doomerism. I've seen people all across the political spectrum, from leftist to liberal, doing this like, oh, it's over, da. If the negativity works on us but not them, it's not something we should even participate in. It's not a fair battle.
Who's the pusher?
We're facts-based and they're not, and therefore, things that seem factually detrimental negatively affect us and not them. A good point, Eddie. We're 14 months out for one, but even if we were 2 days out, don't look at the polls. Just don't. Do your best is what you need.
I'm gonna kill you.
Our math does not change in any case. The only person we can vote for
Hand
here
over
is
your
Joe
Eddies.
Brandon. This isn't, you know, public. You know, there aren't like 15 parties we can choose from. It's the one, and we're gonna vote for him. Look, I have my.
Give me everything you got. 16 for the fist. I knew it was gonna come in handy.
Reveal the glowing eyes with hot liquid inside, but I drank the coffee a while ago. You can only get that if you're an American. Don't worry about it, is what I'm saying.
Thanks.
Really don't. And as was
Piece of
pointed out,
shit. What a fucking bitch.
this is another good metric to look at.
More money
So it also
too.
doesn't
Thanks,
change
I'll
the,
take it.
Math. Democrats
Cops
have
are
been
coming
winning
for
big in
that.
special elections. Democrats just
He's
scored a
dead.
win in an election on
There's no
Tuesday.
chance.
Democrat Hal Rafter defeated
Side
Republican
job.
James Gosowski.
Let's go to that side
56 to
job.
44 to fill a Republican back seat in the New Hampshire State House. That's pretty good.
I'm out. Can't catch me.
That's pretty good. A 12-point Dem lead when it was held by a Republican before. That's pretty good.
Units be advised. Suspect remains in the vicinity.
Special elections are a really good way of sort of testing the national attitude and the level of local energy, because you know you get like a real life result that you can point to. Compare it to previous results. It's good data. Trends tend to follow through.
That's right.
Obviously, individual candidates, their viability, their popularity, they matter. But if the Dems overall are more energized, larger, that tends to reflect.
Oh, it's popping off
elections
down
across
here.
the country. Also, exactly, left is right, exactly. Also worth pointing out.
Dumbass.
Wow, you know. if
Lucky
we-
I didn't see you there in the corner.
Say.
Loop. Loop. Thank you.
Oh, that's it. One last big hopium pill. Now I had it in my head. One last big hopium pill, okay?
Oh, a red? A Shingen. Smart subby. Oh.
Joe Biden might not have high favorability right now, but please do
I got a lot of
remember
good weapons
favorability
now.
for a Democrat and for Trump are two very
Smart
different
assault
things.
rifle, got a
Trump's
smart
favorability is
subby.
not going to change. It may vary by a few points.
This
but
one's
generally speaking, if
triple
you're in the
burst. I don't
program,
like that.
A person
But I'll keep it.
who supports
Smart.
Trump will vote for Trump
Sniper,
and
the
approve
smart
of Trump. And a
subby.
person who does not approve of Trump will not vote for Trump. They are two overlapping categories, a Venn diagram that is actually just a circle. Whereas it is very possible for people to not approve of Joe Biden's
Damn, it's not
presidency,
near
but
as
to
good
vote
as
for
my
him, because
psalm.
The Democrats are not a cult. It is possible to vote for a candidate you don't approve of or even dislike, you know? Which means that the favorability rating is just not representative of people's propensity for voting in one direction or another. I feel good about this. Not only have we not seen the full fallout of Donald Trump's many indictments, court cases, but also the energy level for the Republicans cannot get higher than it was in 2020. It can't. There is absolutely no way the Republicans can mobilize a higher base of support than the one that in 2020 led to a literal attempt at
My bad.
doing an insurrection at the Capitol. That was the highest
Let me
level
check out the
of
gun shop
fervor.
real quick.
And since then, it's been downhill. It's been a failed campaign with DeSantis, which took time and energy away. It's been primary infighting and bickering. It's been multiple cases against Donald Trump. It's been just energy detraction. Remember that period of time from like 2019 to 2020 up to the election where Donald Trump was campaigning nonstop and you would see him all the time. He was always doing something, always saying something. There was always some energy there. Where is that now? Where? It's not there. He speaks sometimes. When he does, he musters some energy. But he's busy. He's run out of money. He and 1 billion of his cohorts are facing federal indictments, you know, many felony charges. He doesn't have the time or the energy. DeSantis was nothing but a drain, a waste
Thank
of
you,
time.
Reyes.
He doesn't get along with Fox. He doesn't even get along with most of the GOP anymore.
What can I say? Tensions are flaring up.
You know?
Suits over in Corpo Plaza don't like that their view looks out over all us ordinary working class people.
Will in a sec. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? Let's do it right now. Here. As a demonstration of our positive, our positive attitude and our strong hope for the election, I will now ceremonially pour hot water and hopefully not spill it on my
shut
lap
the
because
fuck
this
up.
is actually quite hot. In order to
And next morning, they'll hire us to build new offices on top of our burnt out units.
was that enough? Oh, that was enough. Okay, just takes a second. There we go. Don't burn your fingies. Here we go. All right, this is it's an expression of my hope in the future. See, look, it works. Check that out. Thank you, Canoe. Turn off the lights. Does it glow? But I have like a bunch of lights in here. I don't know if I can really. I mean, I've got the light from the monitor as well. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to turn all the lights off.
This one's a little stronger than my pistol. God damn.
Set this up.
How much? 83,000. Holy shit.
It does not glow? Ah, well.
Not right now. I got some good shit already.
Anyway, will you all promise me that you are going to have a positive attitude moving forward? Don't worry about the polls. A lot of momentum's carrying us. Joe Biden's not a perfect candidate. He's been doing better than expected. There's still stuff he can do to really pump his numbers towards the end there. Descheduling marijuana being a big one. So, we'll see.
Damn, you got some good shit. I'm already stacked though. I got some nice weapons.
Nice. Well done.
Mini Mark 72. Short scope. I don't know about that. I like the one that I have now.
Sorry.
Very wide open
Trump's energy is back,
hole.
unfortunately. Yeah, I saw this.
Submachine
I saw
gun.
this.
Damn.
What
shit
is
looks
Blood
crazy.
Waffling about? Oh my god.
Look at that handling.
So good.
But you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up ashore. I saw it this weekend.
Damn, this shit looks nuts.
You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills.
He saw 3 beached whales in one weekend?
They're driving them crazy. They're driving.
Needs a charge up.
The whales, I think a little batty.
Interesting.
Never mind. Trump is going to win. Biden loses. It's so over for us. He's so back. Incredible. The mass whale murder must stop.
Reporting suspicious activity.
We got a lot to do, folks, and I don't have much time.
You're way too late. I was shooting like 20 seconds ago.
You guys want to hear something really positive? So, I don't know much about music. This is often sort of leads to me being the subject of ridicule. The most that I know about music is that it's really cool when there isn't bass for a bit, but then the bass happens. I think that's what most music is about. And I also like it when people do the thing with their voice, where they, where the voice, like, you know.
New fingerprints
What
detected.
the fuck is this?
What the hell are you? User inquiry. Technical specifications. HJKE11 smart gun with built-in AI. Experimental model. Name.
Oh.
Skippy.
Was that your owner?
Guy by the dumpster. That your owner?
Checking memory. Resources available. 100%. All files removed manually. Possible cause, theft. Original owner, no data. Suggested solution, none.
I got one. I'll take it.
Processing request. No objections.
You fully functional?
You got all your functions?
Running system diagnostics. Testing will take approximately 47
Oh,
seconds.
Jesus.
Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, bum.
What are you doing?
I'm making the wait more pleasant with a soothing melody. Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, be-dum, bum. Test successfully completed. The program's Skippy version 0.01 alpha is running correctly.
What can you do?
Alright, so what can you do? Besides talk my ear off.
Primary feature, automated targeting. In case of critical threat to user, autonomous shooting capabilities. Please choose one of two operating modes. First mode, puppy-loving pacifist. I will aim at the enemy's lower extremities. Second mode, stone-cold killer. I will aim exclusively at the head.
Ooh. Stone Cold Killer, please.
Stone Cold Killer. My kind of gun.
Adjusting settings. Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, bum, be-dum, bum.
Ugh.
Selected mode, stone-cold killer. Happy slaughtering.
So can I switch modes with the gun? How does that work? Plus 85% headshot damage multiplier. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh my god. Look at that. Why does it have more attack speed? I didn't shoot. Oh, I just lightly, very lightly pressed the trigger. Very interesting. We'll try this out for a little bit.
Is there no end to this madness?
Shut the fuck up. You're stuck with me now. Good, we got a crime. Let's go. Where is it? Up here? Sorry, excuse me. Car's a little slippery.
No. Premature discharge. I'm sorry. This never happens.
Hey, I'm good. It's a cute gun. I'll use my big boy though. Oh yeah. Gotta level up. Let's level up that cool. Oh, we're gonna need that. Got 2 perks. I don't I don't really want to spend the perk points on anything. I don't really have anything yet. Saving it for reflexes and cool. Yeah, I might. Can I reset my attribute points? Redistribute your spent points. You can only do this once. Yikes. Yikes. What is solo? How do I get that? Increases carrying capacity. Oh, how do I get this? I don't know how to upgrade this. How to... Fuck, man.
You know, lots of stuff like that. I like that stuff. So anyway, I don't know who Taylor Swift is. Seriously, I don't know. You could put any song of hers to me and I might say, like, I know that. I wouldn't know it was hers, though. You could blind test me. I don't know. You know, Taylor Swift was recently at Seattle. I realized this when A, traffic became horrible, and B, their people had, like, getaway car or something painted on their back windshield in lipstick or something like this. I don't know if it was actually lipstick, but that was what it looked like. Did you shoot your shot? Yes, I hooked up with Taylor Swift. She said I was the best that she'd ever had and that she wouldn't write a song about how our relationship didn't go the way she wanted, as seems to be a trend. I know. Yeah, I know. But she's not only giving mad throat game, she's also driving voter registration. Now, this is pretty cool, okay? On Tuesday morning, just last Tuesday, the singer posted a short message on Instagram encouraging
so apparently
her
it's just killing enemies.
Followers to register to vote. Afterward, the website she directed her fans to, the nonpartisan nonprofit Vote.org, recorded more than 35,000 registrations, according to the organization. 35,252 new registrations on National Voter Registration Day were the most in 2020, the organization said, and a 23% jump over last year. The number of 18-year-olds registered was more than double 2022. It's not clear exactly how... Shut up! How many of the registrations were tied to Swift's Instagram. Vote.org reported a 1,226% jump in participation in the hour after the post. That's cool. I think that's pretty neat. Taylor Swift's fans are going to be disproportionately young and female, which means that probably like 95% of them would vote Democrat over Republican. Like maybe even more than that. I genuinely can't imagine otherwise.
Hey, Mama Wells.
Taylor Swift herself is liberal, I presume. Maybe she's more progressive than I'm aware of. It doesn't really matter. There's a limit to how loud she can be in her political advocacy because she's one of the biggest stars on the planet. And for that reason, she's kind of disincentivized to being aggressively political. However, her audience is at the very least correlationally liberal, right? So her making a nonpartisan plea for people to register to vote disproportionately benefits us, right? Like young women overwhelmingly are left-leaning, hugely so. So like, that's cool. I think that this is another like little hopium pill that people see lying on the table and they don't take it. You're not taking your pills. You're not crushing your hopium pills up into a fine powder and then snorting them when you could be. And I don't know why you're not. See, artists overwhelmingly are left-leaning. Not all of them, but overwhelmingly. Yeah. You know, the wealthy have a tendency to be right.
I'm gonna roll a joint. This is gonna be long, talking about Jackie's death.
But there's a shift in this when it comes to people who create art. Usually because creating...
What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you getting enough sleep? Rayito de sol. What's wrong? Are you getting enough sleep? Rayito de sol. What's wrong? Are you getting enough sleep? What's wrong? Are you getting enough sleep?
Hello? Yeah, that's me.
Rayito de sol. What's wrong?
Yes, yes, please. Yeah, more than that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You too. Bye. Paulo.
Art involves, at some level, creativity, humanity, a consideration for other people's feelings, and an introspective spirit. And all of these things are anathema to a conservative mind. Conservatism is about staunch, regimented, unintrospective, unthoughtful, or thoughtless, yes, sort of authoritarianism, you know? Traditionalism. Do what's already been done. A lack of empathy as well. So, I think that the more persistent and aggressive the right wing gets, the more we're going to see a kind of positive turn for American cultural hegemony. We are the light of the world, culturally. We shine. We're like a beacon in the night. Our music, our movies, they go everywhere, you know? Everywhere. We don't see movies from Saudi Arabia, China, Russia, at least not often, but they see ours with bad dubs. Or the cultured ones listen to it with English dubs, with local subtitles.
I actually forgot about Jackie. I've been making so much money.
Whatever works for them.
Got some new cyber tech.
You know,
Or
I think it's important to remember that that is like a cultural force that we hold to, and I just think it's nice. I just think it's nice, you know. I mean, just with a single Instagram post, 35,000 people. That's an insane number of people with an Instagram post to get signed up to vote, and I bet you like 90% of them are left-leaning. Yeah, there were conservatives who were mad about them. I know this Sean Davis guy. I've seen him before. I forget. There's a reaction phase. You know, that's cool. Yeah, I've seen some people raging out about this. It's really difficult for them to do so, though, because Taylor Swift's call to register was ostensibly nonpartisan. And that's a benefit, right? Her audience is overwhelmingly left-leaning on average, so she doesn't have to say anything partisan. And it makes it more difficult to attack her when she doesn't do so. I think it's nice. I think it's powerful. 35,000. 35,000. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, 2020 election. Hold on.
Jackie had a garage.
Always forget the exact numbers involved. It's always wild when I go back, when I remember that, like, Biden had like 7 million more votes than Trump here, and people unironically argue that the election was stolen, like at that level, you know? Anyway, seriously, that's some more hopium for you. The fact that Joe Biden, in terms of popular vote at least, beat out Donnie by like 5 points. 3.2 plus 4.5 points, which is pretty great. 35,000 is a not at all insignificant number. 35,000 would have been enough to turn a number of these red states blue, huh? Yeah, they would have. You know, 35,000 people in Texas in the right places, along with some changes to the disenfranchising. Lexus. Maybe one day. What is that blue one? This one? Nebraska has a separate district and elector that goes with it. It's like the Omaha city
Misty.
that goes blue. Yeah. Lexus, one day. Texas officials admitted that Texas is a blue state. They had to suppress the vote hard to be red. Yep. No, literally. I think it's been found without the deliberate voter suppression, like taking away the voting, the mail-in booths and stuff. Without that, Texas may have very well gone blue. And if Texas had gone blue, then the GOP is cooked forever. Seriously, the GOP would have to win back unwinnable. Like Texas going blue is like an unfathomably strong blow against.
Did he really say that? I bet he used different words.
Anyway, yeah. So Taylor Swift made Texas blue or something. That's the lesson.
I really believe that.
You actually got to know him. The real Jackie. Everybody else thought he was a
What's your
goofball with a
2024 election
rough-hewn
hot take?
face and an edge.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But they're wrong.
All right.
Who was he to you?
50 state sweep.
What did you see in him?
Hold on.
Let me tell you what he told me once. Told me
There we
he'd
go.
take a bullet
50
for me
state sweep.
in an instant, even if it'd kill him.
51
True
states.
Haywood boy.
will have annexed
with dreams,
Russia,
ambitions. Only thing
and
that
they will
cost him
also
was his
vote
life.
for Joe Biden. Yeah, it's Tim Cool. Thank you.
There's a huge chunk of his past in there.
We'll invite Cuba.
Mama Wills is having a send-off for Jackie.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, no, it'll be D.C. and Puerto Rico, with the state vote. So it'll be 50.
Mind giving me a hand?
All right.
I'm
Being
not
a
sure
goofball
I
when
should
I've
go
got
in there for you.
work.
Still too soon?
No, it's not that.
Do you have the beanie for just doing this bit every few
Miles
months?
and I
No, I
have
very
had
rarely
much
style my
times.
hair. I just
She wouldn't
put the
want me
beanie on
touching any of
when
his
I
things,
come out of the shower,
disturbing the memory.
and I just sort of put my hair back and I put the
Jackie
beanie on,
wants
and then
you.
20 minutes later,
Fuck
I put the
Mama
beanie on,
Wells.
my hair is mostly out of my face, which is
Fuck
fine.
that bitch.
That's gross, kinda. Well, I wash the beanie. Wet beanie? No, I dry my hair as best as I can with a towel, but my hair is still damp, and then I put the beanie on.
Love to poke around engines.
He was 15 when he first got on a bike.
Knowing him, it's a miracle he
Mold?
never wiped out.
Just like an entire fungal colony,
Basketball signed by Dante.
like a full mushroom with a flat cap,
Everyone here shot him.
a flat cap in a
Dante
beanie.
ran circles around him.
Crazy.
I think he might have been the first kid to ditch the Valentinos.
Like Jackie.
Why do you not use a
Lick it.
hairdryer?
What the
I'm not a
fuck?
fucking woman. What do you mean? First of all, I'm a man. Important. Second of all, my hair is short. Hair dryer? My hair is like 3 inches long, maybe. Hair dryer, honestly. Ad? Yeah, we can hit the ad button. But we're doing more politics.
Fine
You can't
moving
stop
out
me.
with mechanics. He was so psyched.
How often do you think Tim washes his beanie, if ever? He probably has like 100 of the same beanie. I imagine he does have someone wash it.
He said they're collectibles. They don't print them anymore.
That's definitely why they're up there. Yeah. Still full.
His favorite. Strategic reserve. No touching.
How come?
You know, one thing I haven't quite gotten used to with these glasses is they're a little tougher to clean because they're so tall. Like the lenses themselves extend up and down more than I'm used
That's
to.
his lair.
So my normal,
Look there.
very
must have had a
routine
different
hand
key.
gesture for cleaning it
Let's
with
look
my
around.
fingers and
Might
the
be
edge of my
tucked away
shirt or
somewhere.
whatever is somewhat less effective.
For whom the bell tolls. Ernest Hemingway.
Jack read it a dozen times. Always
No Azan drama.
He said the guy who wrote it was tougher than Morgan Blackhand.
Also, Hassan has supported China like a million
I like you, I
times.
really do, but it's not good to actually be for their independence. I don't agree with the U.S., but by talking like this, you make it seem like you are pro-China. First of all, I am pro-China. Okay, so make no mistake on that front. I am pro-China. I do not mind multipolarity. I do not fear multipolarity. So on that front, I am definitely pro-China, as pro-China as it gets.
But the multipolarity there includes America as one of the polar forces. So by implication, that would be saying you like America too. Like, liking, if you want multipolarity and for that reason you like China, you would also have to like America because we are the main pole. That doesn't make any sense.
It's, no, you go. Go.
Also, why would you like multipolarity as a first principle? Like, oh, great, with Hitler leading the Third Reich, finally we have like multipolarity in Europe. Like, what? Like, why? Like, obviously, that's not actually the thing that Hassan cares about, because if he did, he would be, pro like every far right. Like, oh, Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia effectively leads OPEC, and OPEC is like a massive economic force in the world. So yeah, multipolarity. Yeah, I'm as pro Saudi Arabia as they come because I'm multipolar. Like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Whoa, no,
They just got a nicer track record in terms of wars. Like once they start doing more of them, maybe I'll be less pro China. But like
fair.
They've done like 2, in like 70 years.
Chosen Reservoir, baby.
And one of them was glorious.
Yeah, it was fucking glorious. So, geez, your foreign policy take is so bad. This is like the Crimea stuff in Hong Kong. You can't be a social. I know Hong Kong is famously on fire. I always check him.
Man, it really is like so fucking crazy how Hassan used to have what I would call fairly principled takes against tankies in his community, and since then he has been like he is so desperate to fit in with this like outer orbit of podcasters and stuff, all of whom are smaller than him, but like purely to avoid drama with these communities. He's adopted completely indefensible takes, which he knows are indefensible because this isn't the shit he was saying when he was talking to Ethan Klein. Like, with Ethan Klein, Hassan's like, well, you know, I just want to provide a different perspective on, you know, but then when Ethan Klein isn't there, he's like, yeah, I'm pro-China. Hong Kong? What's Hong Kong, huh? Glorious Chinese Hong Kong? Taiwan? You mean China, huh? Like, yeah. He's much more confident and candid here with Boy. I don't know who this person is.
Still see it. It's his lucky charm.
Did you see the debate last Thursday? No, I just saw the other stuff. Turns out the reason he's anti-debate is just because he couldn't defend his positions. Well, yeah, it's always been like that, you know? Like, admittedly, Destiny was retardedly oppositional with him at some points, but yeah, a lot of it was always just a discomfort with being challenged in his beliefs. And that was pretty clear from the start. You reacted to the Boy Ukraine video. It was really weird in Russia. Apologia. Oh, this fucking guy? Oh, I did a video a year ago? I can't remember shit from a year ago. What are you fuck in there? Oh, Ukraine, the unavoidable war. I think I remember this, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, hello.
Why'd he hold on to it?
In case his dad ever comes back.
Yeah, that video was dog shit. Yeah, it's like fascist propaganda, yeah. It's just weird that Hassan would fall on the sword like this, just to get along with these communities, you know? The weird thing is that Hassan more than politics, because let's be real, he doesn't really care about politics. Hassan just wants to be a celebrity. He wants to be a celebrity boy, right? But the problem is, like, he's kind of capped himself there, because as long as he's openly cavorting with, like, lunatic tankies and red fascists, he's sort of put a cap on his ability to grow his audience beyond a certain point. Like, there will be lots of people who watch Hassan's videos and stuff and don't see all of the takes where he's doing, like, open fascist propaganda or whatever. But the largest audience that you could appeal to, and the one that matters most when it comes to radicalization, is, of course, liberals. And liberals are not gonna respond well to this. He's been losing live viewership for months now. He's trying to keep his existing audience. I mean, he's still huge. I'm not gonna pretend that he's, you know.
I'm not gonna bring the fucking belt.
I'm not gonna pretend that he's like dying or whatever. He's certainly not. It does seem. Oh well, hold on. Okay, this isn't dying. How do I expand the scope on the Solinome thing? It does seem like the exponential.
Can I take
growth
Misty's
is capping
photo?
off somewhat. You know, he's grown like da-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da, and now it seems like it's leveling. Maybe it'll unlevel again in the future. You know, maybe he'll like do another big explosion with the growth and stuff. Yeah, that's a bit of decline. I don't want to make a fool of myself by trying to give business advice to somebody who is significantly more successful than me. Though I think that by virtue of being the second largest leftist live streamer, you know, I think that gives
so
me
just liquor, a basketball
Man,
signed
these
by a
days
fucking
he's losing
stranger,
followers. That's interesting.
and
But, like,
reminders
again,
of
I
his
know he's
father
never
who
gonna
beat the
hear
fuck
anything I
out of
say
him.
because he's walled himself off and bubbled himself in a sort of protective orbit of lunatics who are only socialist in name. But
I'll take the liquor.
Why? Like, if
Nice
you
and
want to be a
neutral.
celebrity, why associate with fascists? If you want to grow, then why associate with like who benefits from this? I really just think it's an ego thing.
I already look
it's
around.
Like the same reason that Donald Trump shifted further to the right. Donald Trump is a racist and
Okay,
is
Misty.
conservative, but he used to vote Democrat. I think that Donald Trump is pretty politically shiftless and mostly
Okay,
just
bye.
goes along with the crowd that cheers for him the loudest. And it seems like the tankies cheered for Hassan the loudest, so he kind of shifted that way. But, you know.
Mama
Basically
Wells,
what
you
I'm saying is
bitch.
Hassan is exactly like your star.
Misty wants to be a part of the funeral,
That's the exact point that I'm making.
but you're being a dickhead, so she doesn't feel comfortable.
With Hong Kong to see how bad things are in Hong Kong, because remember they when the Chinese took over, they executed everyone. It was so crazy.
See, look, he's so desperate to not say anything. He even looks over at Boy for like reassurance, like, hey, haha, look, isn't it funny how effortlessly I deflect this criticism? When in his conversation with Ethan Klein, he acknowledged that they lied, revoked civil rights, and disappeared protesters. Like, he would never defend that if America did that. But when China does it, he's like, haha, his childish deflection is identical to the way conservatives play off civil rights violations of cops committed in the US. Like, they were doing the same thing with George Floyd. They were like, oh yeah, haha, that like fucking, yeah, fentanyl addict sure did like cause a lot of trouble. Oh hey, he's like sat in him for a while. Oh wow, ha. Like, it's the same behavior. It's exactly the same. He himself said China was authoritarian in Hong Kong. Yeah, but like, and now here he is, around a different person, adopting different takes, like fucking Joe Rogan behavior.
Yeah.
You know, I always check in with Hong Kong to see how bad things are in Hong Kong, because remember they when the Chinese took over, they executed everyone. It was so crazy. It was wild. The only difference, and the only thing that I do criticize China on, is their lack of their lack of interest in social libertarianism, for sure. I think that I am significantly more pro civil liberties and pro freedom of speech than the Chinese government is. And I don't even...
Just a light, casual suggestion, you know. Oh man, love what you're doing, China. You're doing a great job doing capitalism, but worse than other capitalist countries. You're doing great. Hey, a little note on the whole no civil and political rights thing. You know, maybe improve that, I guess, but otherwise, you do you. Keep being who you are.
Rise up
Make
above the hate
same,
king.
Kinds of, I would say, I don't even make the same kind of excuse that I would make for Cuba, an island that has been constantly under war for, their lack of interest in like free speech. That is absolutely something that I am very.
I just saw a chatter say, "You don't criticize the Chinese government on genocide."
Critical on with respect to China, but Hassan being shocked that the normies in the chat really don't fuck with his foreign policy takes. No, I'm not shocked at that at all. This is like a big part of what different.
Dude, look at his chat, man. But democracy, crying Pepe. But democracy, crying Pepe. But democracy, crying. Dude, it's literally like Nick Fuentes' chat when it comes to issues like this. Like, unironically, it's the like. But the crazy thing is that like Nick Fuentes' chat, they know they're Nazis for the most part, I imagine. Or is this like, what is this? Like, seriously, like, dude, man, I'm just being very leftist. I'm so pro-leftist right now.
Wanted more than he got out of life.
That's why Ethan freaked out at his chat. Yeah, he has a right to. Like, I disagree with Ethan Klein's takes on like capitalist realism and stuff, and I hope one day I get to talk to him about that. But let's be real here, okay? The world that Ethan Klein is defending is like the best a social democracy can be. Not the best thing I can imagine, but pretty good. And the world that Hassan is defending is a totalitarian fascist state. Where he's like, maybe it could do better on the civil liberties issue, you know? Like, the environments that both sides were defending there, you know, like, I'll side with Ethan anytime. A social democracy isn't socialism, but it's a hell of a lot closer to socialism than whatever the fuck China is doing. Would you debate Hassan? Are you kidding me? Of course I would debate Hassan. He's not going to debate me. No chance. But yeah, of course.
Victor, Padre, where is everybody?
But differentiates me from a lot of other, I would say, left-leaning, left-adjacent content creators in the United States of America. This is why they always say Hassan is so American-centric. Hong Kong is no longer a democracy.
It was so democratic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it was more democratic before. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Now people are living in like tiny little cages in apartments, you know, like
It's like, again, the rhetoric here is identical to the way fascists defend their countries. Like, literally, it's like fascists will be on their live stream, they'll be like, oh yeah, dude, in Nazi Germany, actually, like, every single...
I gotta go dumpy.
needs to be finalized. Finalized conflict needs to be voted on by the negotiators to see whether it goes to leadership. Leadership then has to vote on whether or not to present it for a vote. If it passes that vote, it passes, and it is final. Is this low-key bad because they're going to make a deal without the actors? That's a good question. That really depends on the specifics here. You know, for the Writers Guild to have taken this deal, it must indicate some, you know, some degree of confidence. I don't know whether or not.
Talk to
like,
Padre,
it is
talk to the
possible that
bartender.
because we've only gotten this info from
Padre?
the Writers Guild. The Actors Guild might also
Where's
have
Padre
something
at?
forward that they're looking at. They've said they will still walk with the actors. Really? Oh, sweet. Nice. No, there we go.
Probably
Class
upstairs.
solidarity, folks. Right there. Even if they get the deal they want, they're going to continue to walk until the Actors Guild also gets something they want. So things might still take a while. However, this is still good news. There is a small and weird section of the left that has a tendency to look at stuff like this and get kind of upset because they want the strike to go on indefinitely. Like, they get upset when a deal is reached and taken because they consider it a concession. And I think that's a really bad mentality, obviously, because it's only a concession if you imagine that every strike is like a, you know, like a battle in some kind of giant class war, and there's no immediate material harm done to people who are striking. Obviously, the goal is to secure better conditions for the working class. Showing that striking is an effective way of doing this is the entire point. I want very public examples of people, you know, you can point right at it. You can say, hey, look at those guys. They weren't getting paid enough, and then they striked, and then they got what they wanted. And that can't happen unless they end the strike after getting what they wanted. So it's just, you know, it's good. It's good.
This is not the place.
What do they think the point of a strike is if not to achieve a goal? I'm not saying everyone's like this. I'm just saying that some people are like this. Hopefully it goes through. Apparently the Writers Guild is really happy with this. So that's nice. We don't know any of the details, and presumably we won't know any of the details for a little while, considering the fact that we don't even have the final writing of the contract done.
Boy, you another?
All attention will now turn to ratifying the WGA deal and getting SAG-AFTRA and the AMPTP back to the bargaining table to work out a deal, and the actors strike which is going on for 3 days. Hollywood and the entertainment industry can breathe just a little easier, but economists estimate the dual WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes have cost the California economy some $5 billion. I hate you people. I hate you people. God, if people are being subject to bad work conditions, and we covered the details with the writers and the actors, so we know they were. It is the fault of the studios for not proposing. The many contracts and propositions were put forward and denied. We know that they are the ones holding out on this. So the framing here, you know, that discussing film, Twitter account has always done a pretty excellent job of framing when it comes to the strikes, which I do appreciate. SAG-AFTRA, oh, from 20 minutes ago. Wait, from 20 minutes ago. SAG-AFTRA members have approved a strike against the video game industry with 98.32% voting yes. This does not mean they will go on strike. It's dependent on if the deal can be reached between SAG and the major video game companies. Huh, okay, well, the fight goes on. Also, fuck the video game industry. So, yeah, that's fair. The language of this Twitter account has always been very pro-worker, which I appreciate very much. Usually framing things correctly with an acknowledgement that the studios are at fault. Though, of course, they tweak it quite a lot, so I'm not going to find it distorted. You know how it is.
No, in the fucking Bible.
You guys hear the new voice? Rick and Morty? I think it's really funny that Justin Roiland not only created the show, but also had the most iconic voices. But because his voices were the most iconic, they're also the easiest to copy.
All right.
Like,
why not?
I think they would have had a really tough time finding a convincing voice actress for Summer, you know. But on the other hand, like with them,
good for now.
Pretty damn good.
See? Gotta know when to stop.
I'm not gonna find one. Looking forward to this though. Hey.
Let's go.
Cute art style. Authentic. Yeah, everyone's got a Rick or Morty impression, right? It'd be like if Jordan Peterson died, you know that like the body doubles. There would be a limitless supply of them who could perfectly imitate his voice. Did we go over UAW? No! I don't believe so. End the segment. I'll be gone for 5 days. You can split this up as much as you like.
I gotta go to a rubber dot, get some cyber hacks.
Well, I mean, really the only stuff I wanted to say about the UAW strike is that it's going well. I mean, Joe Biden will be joining tomorrow. You're going to stream on the 29th, right? Nope. I will be in D.C. or Baltimore, whatever. Have you played more Armored Core? Yes, I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I think now that I have a better feel for the game, I'm liking it more. Let's see. The UAW strike is going quite well. They're threatening to bring even more striking workers out. Joe Biden's going to be saying hello tomorrow. First time that a sitting president has been party to a strike line, so that's pretty nice. Can we get the second Vosh phone stream, maybe? I'll try to stream a bit on my phone. Yeah. Things are looking really good for unions. Trump is going too. Yeah, and he announced that he'd be going second. Announced plans to speak in Detroit this Wednesday, evidently seeing some political benefit from the auto workers' strike, saying he's always had workers' backs. The former president is inarguably trying to woo Michigan voters. This Detroit Free Press article correctly identifies the fact and explains how Donald Trump is super duper anti-worker. So that's cool. Yeah, he's even attacked Sean Fain, the UAW president. This was only like 10 days ago. Dude, what is he kidding? This is so fucking typical for the disingenuous fascist appeal to economic populism. This is like so on point. Like, Joe Biden, after a series of sincerely pro-union moves, goes over to see the striking workers, and the day after Joe Biden shows up, Donald Trump is going to speak there only 2 weeks after shit-talking their beloved leader. Incredible. Trump will get booed at the picket line if he shows up. Wouldn't bet on it. You know, this is like blue dog Democrat territory. You know, a lot of these UAW workers are older white guys. They're in the Midwest. You know, the Rust Belt. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, he's not going to the picket line. He's just going to speak. So there will probably not even mostly be workers. It's just going to be like, you know, supporters showing up. I was under the impression the overwhelming majority of workers in the media are left-leaning. Rafael, we're talking about the UAW strike. That's United Auto Workers, not the SAG-AFTRA strikes, which is Hollywood writers and actors.
You don't got the wrong number? Oh, the last time I saw your face, it had my fist planted in it.
Yeah, but close.
You know what's past is past. What's more important
All right.
is the sweet dig
I have
up
stuff to do, folks.
quick and easy.
Like, I have to pack. I'm going to be over for VidCon in Baltimore. I'm going to have a spectacular time. Try to stream my phone when I get the chance to. No harm, right? As for the specifics of seeing the event or seeing me or whatever else, I don't know, but don't expect to see me there. Maybe I'll be at an event, maybe I won't. I forget the entire itinerary. I don't check with the people who give me information. I'm going to just sort of sleepwalk in between events that I remember to go to. Hopefully I remember to go to the thing that I'm actually meant to speak at. I wouldn't make, you know, I wouldn't make any strong plans on seeing me. That's all I'm saying. But I have to read donations. Prairie Fire, thanks for $2. Good luck. Kelly W and still alive. Thank you for the $5 both. I'm not sure it's still alive. I hope so. Kelly says, I work in health research. Your 2 health videos from a few days ago are absolutely great. Don't listen to chat. Sugar is terrible. Never listen to chat when it comes to health advice. Reaper of Oaths, thanks for $10. My pleasure. Try it again. Prairie Fire, thanks for $2. I'll try it too. Etri and Brippo12, thank you for the $5 both. Partner and I paint movements for fall, and I wanted to share. Oh, cute. Hey, I know that. I know this, and I know that. This is the gay circus bug. You know, this this character, the circus performer, really reminds me of the Owl Man from A Hell of a Boss. Stolas. Yeah, regular dude. You said it before I... Wait, that's Stolas? Wait, isn't this... No, it's Hollow Knight. See? Okay, you agree with me so hard that you said that even before... It's not. It's... That's the Grim. Yeah, that's from Hollow Knight. But you were saying Stolas before I even said Stolas. Yeah, see, that's how much we agree. That's good. They just look very similar. Stolas is such good pre-representation. Yeah. I'm sure Pierce will. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. China causing the Uyghur genocide. First Jank, now Hassan. Now Hassan's been going down this path for a while. You know. Greta Hassar, thank you for the $10. Vosh, did you hear that Poland will stop sending weapons to Ukraine? I did hear that. There's been a bit of a kerfuffle there. Dusty Data and Dash and Scan with the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I heard about Studio Ghibli getting sold off to Nippon TV. Vosh, genuine question. Why don't you call Hassan a tanky, even though he's acting the same as people who you do call tanky, such as Hakeem or Second Thought? Mostly to infuriate you guys, because it bothers me when I lay out a bunch of substantive critiques and then people get angry at like the lack of a specific label. I think that for Hassan, it's mostly about like being an e-boy celebrity and appealing to the people around him, more so than it is like an ideological disposition. I think he's very shiftless, but sure, fine. He's a tanky. I don't know what difference this makes. I don't know what change this is. Like, I've laid out hours of criticism, but sure, that. No wonder. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Benjamin Gilbert Live, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you for educating them. Garbagool, thank you for the 690. Nice. Hey Bosch, I'm an exercise physiology major in my final term. I picked up a national security elective, but I'm not used to this kind of academic writing. Any tips? No. I am not an academic writer. It's not a skill that I have in access. I'm afraid I can't help. You're on your own, friendo. Chicken Nug Nugs, thank you for the $5. Thanks for everything you do from a bonger. Someone asked The Line if they would have D on, and they said they'd rather have you. You do great trans advocacy there. Oh, they do great trans advocacy there. Yeah, I've heard. Well, I'd be bringing the D2, of course. You know, I don't know what they mean by that, but no, I'd be happy to speak. Certainly. Muffin Man and Elenita Express, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. E-Exploration, thank you for the $10. Hey Vosh, I recently animated something using stream audio samples. I hope you like it. 1 minute 40. You're pushing your luck.
Attention all white vets. This is your captain speaking once again. Slight trouble with the engines. That shouldn't be any great cause for concern, but we might have to make an emergency landing. There is a small uninhabited island. It looks to have a strip of sand with sufficient length for a quick landing, and we're just.
Oh boy. This is so high effort. Unfortunately for you, I have gathered all the coconuts on this island. That's so fucking good. Hold on. Let me link this in chat. We're giving that the like. Well done, slow learner. Absolutely. From YouTube, Vosh. Vosh dies 195 times in Elden Ring for charity. I remember that. I remember doing that. Oh man. High quality. Alright, we gotta move quick. Zantac Prime, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Mars Quack, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Yes, get the new COVID booster if you can, when it's out properly. Alice Payne, thanks to the 5. He was right. Davina, thank you for the 5. It's okay. I forgive you. Hannah Miller, thank you for the $10. On a road trip, don't know how long I'll have connection, so here's money. Thank you for making sure that you've got your most important tasks taken care of before the signal drops out. Dog Main, thank you for the tier 1 sub. God willing, it'll be soon. Bananable, thanks to tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Hey Vosh, I was watching your Leave the UK Now VOD when I got the email saying my UK visa was approved, so wish me luck, I guess. Have fun at BC. There's plenty of stuff to do in the UK, and by the UK I mean London, I presume. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess over there. God willing, one day it'll be okay. London is still functional? I don't know if I'd say that. Stake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. You're an underage horse abuser. Oh, you're sweet. I have valid criticism of Vosh's takes. Hello, human resources? Those criticisms are not valid, and you know it. Don't you cover for them. Saleo, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. JF, thank you for the $5. No Riku, thank you for the $5 for a Greek yogurt at VidCon. Yeah, I had room in my suitcase to pack a bunch of 5-hour energy, but not a bunch of yogurt, so I'm gonna have to get that at Baltimore. Imperial General, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. There may be a time/place to have a proper nuanced historical discussion on SS divisions from the Baltics and Ukraine, but what the Canadians did ain't it, Jack? Oh, to be clear, regardless of the historical circumstances, I think that if you were a part of the SS divisions under the Nazis, you are a Nazi soldier. The ambiguity and nuance can happen, but that is an unchanging fact. Like, if you're a Ukrainian and you're invaded by the Nazis and you're basically given the option of, like, join us or die, the morally correct option is to die. I mean, you either die then with your dignity and your ethics intact, or you die on the historically brutal Eastern Front as one of, like, the 10 trillion people who died outside of Stalingrad or whatever. You know, like, you after having, like, ousted Jews for the Holocaust, you know. Yeah, tough break, for sure.
Watch the fuck out.
But it's a clear answer. Silver with $2. Thoughts and cotton ball filter? Wouldn't know. Haven't done it. Xantec Prime. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind $100 donation. I really, really appreciate that. I live in the Nipissing Riding. Anthony Rotel's my MP. If you need any context/details, just ask and I'll answer what I can. Oh, yeah. I don't have any specific questions to the subject. You know, there's a lot of drama that goes on in UK politics. I'm not really privy to. It's mostly just the overall state of the country. I was very frustrated by people misconstruing my arguments. Right? Like, again, my argument isn't like a Bernie or bust thing. Like, Corbyn lost and this new guy is more liberal, so don't vote for him. That's fine. Liberalism is preferable to whatever the fuck the polls are. I just don't even know what Keir Starmer is. Like, I don't even fucking know. He's talking Canada? Oh, you said MP. Sorry, I'm stupid.
Just here to loot up officers. I gotta kill them from behind if I want to get the loot. Else they'll just start shooting at me.
Sorry, I'm done. Love you, Santa. I did, I would. Are you doing anything other than VidCon in the Baltimore/DC area? I'm going to be there for a while, and I imagine a lot of it is going to be people roping me into dinners. The God's honest truth is that I have been very willfully antisocial for my entire life. I don't leave the house, and I try not to make friends in the space, mostly because experience has taught me that live streamers are ravenous animals who deserve no respect. I'm probably going to be invited to a bunch of dinners. In fact, I already have. And I'm probably going to say yes to most of them. I imagine that I'll see a great many people that I like, a lot of people I don't. I'll try to do some chorus stuff while I'm out there, but I don't know how much time I'm gonna have. Punching couches mean win. If I'm on camera and I'm near a couch, I'll give it a good bat. If I see you, is it cool to ask for a picture? Yes. I get a lot of that. I was actually on a date recently with a cute girl. You wouldn't know her. Different girl. All the other girls I've said are cute. Those are different girls. This is a new girl. Also cute. A lot of cute girls in my life. But I was out on a date with her in downtown Seattle. And we were clothes shopping, and I got recognized by another cute, gender indeterminate. You know how it is.
This shit actually gives me armor. Holy
Took a picture
shit.
with me. Great brag. Love that.
Plus 7% reload time.
No, yeah, I know.
20
You're,
armor.
and you're thinking, damn, he must have.
Oh, I gotta get that. That's
no,
good.
Stay on that grind, Kings. Time
Do I have any
spent
coats
getting
that give
lucky,
any special?
time
Plus
spent,
13%
railing
quick hack
someone
damage
is time
resistance. Oh,
wasted. I could have
I
been
never paid
shot,
attention to that.
which I was.
Plus
and I
6%
did.
damage.
And I got good
Oh,
clothes. Thank you.
I never paid attention to that stuff. Holy
fun, though?
shit.
I love shopping with a Tinder date. And
Oh
buying
my
a bunch of
god.
expensive clothes, and
I gotta
then
go back
making
home
myself
and
feel
refit myself.
Askel, I have not seen Heavenly Delusion, but it's on my list. Did you buy her anything? Yes, I did. I bought her a. They were like overly baggy, stylistically baggy, like khaki pants with a lot of frumbles and.
Jesus
buttons.
Christ, what the fuck happened there?
So they belted up around the belly button. And there was another thing too, like a yellow shirt, something like that.
Sorry, excuse me.
Bought her some Jinkos. A little better than that, but
Oh,
yeah,
my
something like
bad.
that. They looked good. They looked good.
Oh, I was getting the tarot card.
Corporatist, thanks for $5. I'm starting streaming soon live from my semi on the freeway. Follow T_corporatist on X for more info. You're not gonna get my audience by calling it X. Yeah. Think of it as Vosh, but older and in a truck. Hank. Good luck, you goddamn vultures. Not on fire yet. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Anonymous75, thank you for the $5. I am not anti-Taylor Swift, but from the music of hers that I've heard, it's just default pop music. The only song that I ever heard from her that I liked, was Look What You Made Me Do, because I like sort of muted, bassy, sounds like it's being played from the other side of a wall stuff. I didn't really care for the lyrics, but I liked the sound.
I want to buy some shit. Oh my god,
Actually,
you got
I
some
like
nutty
it.
stuff.
If I was a white girl, wouldn't I
What
like
is
all
this?
the Taylor Swift songs and not just that one?
Got some oranges. Got vinyls,
now they're making fun of
guitars. I don't know what that shit. Bowls, junk.
Good for $5. I have no issues at all with that. I think that's just.
Oh, I forgot to sell my junk.
$2. Good
Nice.
effort. NATO Lamio, thank you for the $5. You just asked that. Yes, I'm totally fine
Bye.
with, left HS55 Delta 2, thank you for $5. Baby, I'm so sorry. I don't think this baby picture of yours is. Oh, you didn't put a space after the link, so it added. Ooh.
Sorry about
rare
that.
Baby.
Had to spawn in.
Behold, smooth baby. Ooh, look at this little blob.
I'm gonna get an apartment to store my weapons. Is there an apartment nearby? Oh, right there. Perfect. Glen apartment.
Maybe Tiger's sick. I don't go out that often though.
Comrade, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering Vanguard Party rule. I thought we were having democratic orders. Oh no, I said democratic centralism.
I've seen this. It's so good. It's so good, but I don't know if I can watch it. Even if the audio's changed, the visuals.
Oops, excuse me,
It's
officers.
so fucking good, dude. Link? Yeah. Okay.
What you guys talking
okay,
about?
well, you're not gonna see me for a little while. At least not here in my typical setup.
You're
If I
gonna
do
fuck the
stream, it'll
chief's
be with my
daughter?
phone. Also, if I stream, there will be no warning. From my phone, I can't really schedule a stream, so it'll just be I stream. So what I'm gonna try to do is tweet.
All right.
I'll tweet. I'll tweet when I'm streaming. Okay. I'll tweet, and if you see that or you have notifications on, then you'll know that I'm streaming. Will you keep it at similar times? No. I have no idea at all what my schedule is going to be. Oh, really, Thana? That's great.
Good parking. Fuck is this asshole doing outside my apartment?
I
Get
have
the
seen
fuck
that
out of
stream,
here.
yes. Okay, let me.
Stop beating that man up.
Got a lot of stuff to do. Travel always makes me so anxious.
What the fuck are you doing? The cops are coming for me for killing a fucking...
Who do we host?
A criminal.
What if
Nice.
we host it? I'm really important.
I want the apartment.
I'm gonna host I'm really
80,000. Holy shit.
Good luck to you folks. I'll see you soon.
Shit better be nice. Last apartment I paid for was like
Alright.
10K.
I don't normally like
12th
taking
floor, holy
back
shit.
a host. However, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be seeing Keffels at VidCon. So
$80,000.
and an incentive. To
This
not,
shit better be
murder
big.
me, I will host Keffels. Except I can't find. There we go. Secret OK Buddy stream.
Oh, wow.
All right, you degenerates have fun.
Oh, this is nice. Got all my shit set up.
Get on over there.
I gotta change outfits and store weapons. Here's all my trophies. Nice. Oh, pool? Well, I can't. Oh, fuck. I thought I could actually play pool. I was about to sit down and play some pool. Fucking bullshit. Brew coffee? No. I don't want that. I want tea. Soup. Open stash. Let's put this in here. We got a bunch of legendaries. I can't. We hit the storage limit? What? No, I can store more guns. But not more. What? I can't put the Skippy in there. It weighs 0. Oh, it weighs 0. Guess I'll just, I'll just keep it on me. Alright. Let's see the clothes that we have in here. Type. Oh boy. I have a feeling I missed. Let's see the legendaries. I don't think the feet give me any boost. Yeah, no. Let's see if the pants give any boosts. No, the pants don't have any boost. Let's do rarity, quality. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Start from the blue. Got through a lot of these. Plus 15 armor. Plus 6 reload reduction. That's just tops though. Hold on. Oh, 15 armor, that's right. Plus 7% quick hack. Upload time reduction. Plus 11% weapon zoom. Oh, so the stuff that kind of like looks like gear, I guess. Skirt doesn't give me any bonuses. Alright, we're at the purples. Okay, this hat. Steel microplated Kabuto plus 6% melee damage resistance. The bonuses aren't that big that I'd want to change my entire outfit, but it's nice to know to look out for the extra option. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, nothing that crazy. We're good. Alright, let's go upstairs. Oh, okay. Oh, upstairs. The bed, wardrobe. Looking good. Get the fuck out of here. Sparkling piss. Let's shower. Oh, so good. Where's my dick? Wash my dick? Guess not. Just splash a little water on it. Fucking nasty gamer. Let's go. Nasty gamer dick.
Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty is here, and the question on the table is, has Cyberpunk been redeemed? I actually have new info about the 2.0 update as well as the Phantom Liberty expansion. This was info that we did not have in our previous research and coverage, and it will help both new and returning players jump in and enjoy both the expansion as well as the updates that come with 2.0. More than that, I want to discuss what redemption looks like for a game like Cyberpunk. What would we call a redemption arc, or a sort of completed redemption arc for a game like this? There is disagreement about just how far this game has come. Some feel that they will never ever get the game that they were promised, while others feel the opposite, and they claim that this game has always been good, and now it's truly the game that was meant to be delivered to us. Now, I put all of the good
It's good, it's
information
not
right
great.
here at the beginning, so you don't have to go searching for it. It's a longer video because it's a live stream discussion, but I open it with a monologue. So if you like this kind of content, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button and the bell button so you don't miss out on my content. Now that Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty
Don't
is
worry
out,
about
the
that.
question is, has it redeemed the franchise? The reviews seem to indicate that it has, and we even have new
wrong
info
car.
about how quickly you can experience
Sorry about that.
the Phantom Liberty expansion. Beyond just that and what the reviews have said about the DLC, the 2.0 update has been highly praised. But was it enough to complete the game's redemption arc, which is basically asking, did we finally get the game that we were promised all those years ago? So first, I want to look at the 2.0 update. It's been praised significantly, but sadly it remains untested by a lot of us. We were encouraged to start over in the game. Players like myself were met with replaying the game's lengthy tutorial, but worry not. We have new info about how you can jump ahead of this. I actually have people on Twitter giving me grief about the request to, hey, it'd be amazing to jump ahead to try out Update 2.0. Well, CD Projekt Red agrees with me, and they're letting you do that with Phantom Liberty. We're going to be discussing that and why that's so important and why they should consider doing something similar with Update 2.0, not just inside of Phantom Liberty. Second, I want to talk about what I'm actually looking for in the expansion. There are specific things that I would like to see that you can't really test out in the early pieces of the game. I wish they would have let you skip the tutorial so that you could just sort of jump into the aspects of the game with respect to different skill trees and things that they had promoted. But more on how that works in just a moment, because Phantom Liberty does give you that option. Third, and lastly, I want to discuss what true redemption of this game would look like. Some have stated that this is sort of a Witcher 3 DLC effect, creating a new memory of the game, almost maybe even landing in a bit of revisionist history. I want to ask the question, did we finally get the game that CD Projekt Red marketed when the game was first announced? Now, before I do that, I do want to restate that as much as I have false started with Cyberpunk, I am actually cheering for this game. Even my attempt to try out the 2.0 update was a bit of a bust last week because the tutorial just has not changed. It's very lengthy, and I can't see anybody starting over wanting to experience that again. I had longtime Cyberpunk fans saying, I really wish we could jump ahead. Well, CD Projekt Red has listened to those requests, and I'll give you the details on what that looks like in just a second. So while Phantom Liberty gives you a way to skip the opening, I think the 2.0 update should also have its own skip. Well, why? Well, because the 2.0 update is supposed to be the free update that convinces players to buy the expansion. Having to replay the opening of the game is not the ideal runway. Even big fans of the game admit that the game's opening is a bit of a slog. CD Projekt Red encouraged us to start over, and obviously they acknowledge that folks want to skip it since the expansion itself lets you. At one level, I think the expansion has the greatest chance of success if you let players jump ahead in the game and try out the 2.0 update first. If it is as good as everybody says, it would serve as a convincing element
that's a lot of shit.
Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
If I wasn't as plugged in as I am, I
There's
would have
the
booted
Ripper
up the
Doc.
game last week and seen almost no differences.
There he is.
And I likely would have walked away.
Excellent.
Again, it's just something for the devs to consider.
Oh, that's a
Having the
beautiful
skip
map. I
option
love that.
behind the expansion paywall may
You
not
call
be
it
the
clutter.
best
We'll
place
take off
for
the
it. So let's talk about the 2.0 update, okay? Because this is where
NCPD
everybody's focusing
scanner.
a lot
That's
of
a
their
bit too
attention, and
much.
believe
I
that
just
they
need to
should
see
be,
all the
because
functional
after my
shit.
review roundup last week, one theme clearly emerged. The 2.0 update is being praised
the closest
as much
Ripper
as
Doc?
Phantom Liberty
Damn, he's
as
far.
a piece of content is praised
Over
as
there.
well. They're being like
I'll do
equally
this.
praised. This is one of the main reasons I think they should leverage this update to create a better runway earlier in the game for returning or newer players. I love the idea of this game having its No Man's Sky moment, and one way to achieve that is to create a really great and approachable funnel. But part of me wonders if we are not entering into new territory, where big mainstream games end up with so many systems in them that a lengthy onboarding process is needed. Should you just quickly buckshot a bunch of tutorials, or should you try to weave it into a narrative opener? Even Cyberpunk uses a montage to skip over character development between you and Jackie. If you let players skip the tutorial aspect of the game, they might feel lost. It's certainly possible, and this is why innovation and creativity is needed for games of this size. Having to play a game for multiple hours just to see if you enjoy the content loop, the meat of the game as it were, that's asking quite a bit of the consumer, especially in a day and age where attention spans are getting shorter and long games are welcome. They sell well, they will do well, but the opening of the game can't take that long to get going. So for me, I think the 2.0 update is very much untested. And I don't want to belabor the point, but I feel like there's a lot of gamers in my situation wanting to come back and see if the free update has done enough to sort of bring them back to the game before buying the expansion. And the crazy thing is, they did multiple interviews where it sounded like you would need to play like roughly 10 hours before being able to jump in to Phantom Liberty. But just last week when the 2.0 update dropped, they announced in multiple interviews and articles you could actually skip right to the expansion even with a new save. Now this was after multiple areas and where they were stating you were going to have to reset. A fresh save would be the best way to experience the game. CD Projekt Red said, listen, starting over is the best way to experience this expansion. But according to PCGamesN.com, CD Projekt Red has already revealed that you can skip ahead to Phantom Liberty with a new save in Cyberpunk 2077. And after playing the game's DLC for our Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty review, I'm here to tell you that it's actually a great option if you want to go into the open world game fresh when the DLC drops. So hilariously, when I said this the other day that would be a great thing to allow the players to do, and I got pushed back, and Cyberpunk Defense Force said that that's ridiculous, and I have people on Twitter making fun of me for saying this. CD Projekt Red agrees. They're like, yeah, you can do that. Here's what it looks like. So when you boot up the game, you have regular start, and then you have skip ahead to Phantom Liberty. And the text on screen says, skip ahead in the story to the beginning of Phantom Liberty. All content from both Phantom Liberty and the base game will be available at this point. Note, attribute points will be allocated automatically. You will be able to reset and redistribute them later. So this is like literally what I was asking for. Like, let me jump in. I know how to play this game. I've done the tutorial before. You know, you got a lot of people coming back, and now I can check it out. I can maybe move some things around, try some different builds. So what does this game look like if you choose that option? Let's say you're like, listen, I've played this game enough. I don't need a tutorial on how to do all the basics in the game. I want to jump right in. Well, no worries. According to PCGamesN.com, choosing this option picks up after the Konpeki Plaza heist, giving you just 3 base game quests alongside an instant calling to go to Dogtown, Phantom Liberty's new Night City district. As someone who hates being disorganized, having a mostly clear quest log and inventory let me enjoy everything that Phantom Liberty had to offer in isolation before venturing out into Night City proper. So if you're planning on starting a new game alongside the free Cyberpunk 2077 2.0 update, this is a great option. That is how I will be jumping in today. I'll be doing a gameplay session, so if you're watching this later, make sure and check that out, see how I felt about how the game felt. I hope I can put my points into where I wanted to. I really wanted to invest in the reflexes tree. There's a run and gun build that I think looks really, really fun for someone who, you know, plays like I do. I'm more gun focused. And that kind of flows right next into what I want to talk about. What am I looking for? Well, the first thing I want to test is the shooting more extensively. I will say the little bit that I got to do in the 2 hours that I spent after the update went live, the shooting felt better. In the car, it was noticeably better, especially compared to what I remembered. I remembered the car combat not feeling that great. I also made sure to go through the combat tutorials where you're like shooting the dummies in that testing environment. I still think melee always feels funny in a first-person game. That's a preference of mine. Whenever I'm in a first-person view and I'm like holding a sword, it always feels a little funky. I always prefer to be third-person if I'm doing anything melee-based, but even in the combat tutorial, I felt that the gunplay had been tightened up. I always felt in the past that the guns were kind of clunky, they were kind of sluggish, they didn't have good player feedback, it didn't feel like a good shooter. So what I'm looking for by
feels really good now
in Phantom Liberty is in relation to this. I want to see if the skills themselves that I invest in, I want to see if they're impactful over how guns and how combat feel. This is fundamentally important to me, and is fundamentally, I think, important to so much of the 2.0 update. If I feel like the impact is noticeable enough and strong enough, my next thing I want to check is the content loop itself. Can Phantom Liberty, as a new piece of content and expansion, can I fold that in to the main game combat loop, content loop that I've just, never really played to its fullest extent? Can I enjoy both sort of interwoven? The Phantom Liberty story looks great. I really do. I think it's one of the better cinematic story trailers we've gotten in a while. And as someone who falls started with the game, I would love a complete playthrough. And if Phantom Liberty can be the catalyst for that happening, I would be very happy. I have definitely changed a lot as a player since the first few times that I tried this game. I was enjoying the tutorial and the dialogue sections more than I remembered. My first couple of playthroughs, I always got kind of bothered by that, and I've sort of changed over the years as a player. The only reason I stopped playing this last week was because it wasn't going to be productive, okay? It was like, okay, I'm not getting to show off the 2.0 update, and also, I got to shut down for the day, right? I've got a schedule to keep, I've got things I've got to do. So I was thrilled to find out I could skip ahead with Phantom Liberty, because even though I change as a player, and even though I do enjoy slower approaches to dialogue and story, that doesn't really change my opinion about this game's opening. And as long as I'm not talking to the Cyberpunk Defense Force, I tend to get agreement on that point about the opening of Cyberpunk is kind of slow and it takes a while to get going. Everybody says just push through as fast as you can and get to the thing that, get through the heist, and then you can kind of do what you want to do. CD Projekt Red also seems to agree. They want to let players skip ahead in Phantom Liberty. So let's close this out by discussing what would true redemption look like for Cyberpunk. So during a members only stream, one of my channel members, Eugene, said that he was worried this was going to end up being like the Witcher 3 DLC effect, okay? I believe what he said was maybe a little overstated. I don't think Witcher 3 was nearly as bad as Cyberpunk, but it did not have the smoothest of launch, okay? Not by a long shot, but it wasn't as bad as Cyberpunk was at launch. Once the bugs were removed and patched in The Witcher 3, there was sort of a great RPG underneath. But the memory of The Witcher 3 turned into an almost sacred one because of how much praise and positive response that the game got because of the free DLC that they did. The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine DLC was described as brilliant, as a brilliant end to a brilliant RPG by IGN. PC Gamer gave that DLC a 94, which is 7 points higher than their score for Phantom Liberty at 87. So the concern would be that Phantom Liberty creates this sort of false memory about Cyberpunk's quality. I actually don't agree with this comparison that much. Witcher 3 scored and reviewed far better than Cyberpunk did at launch. The bugs were certainly a problem, but The Witcher 3 was a much more solid and well-built RPG from the beginning. The DLC helped, but it wasn't a redemption moment for a game mired in controversy and sort of a comeback tour the way that Cyberpunk is. So Cyberpunk is sort of in need of a redemption arc. They're kind of having their comeback tour. Witcher 3 was never in that situation. I do think, however, we need to be cautious about revisionist history when it comes to games. Everybody talks about The Witcher 3 as if it's sacred and the best game ever, even though it had kind of a rough launch. Everybody forgets the rough launch. I think that was the point that he was trying to make with what he said. Some gamers have expressed concern about supporting games having redemption arcs. They're worried that, well, games are just going to keep launching before they're ready and then they'll get fixed later. I still think this is unlikely unless you are a brand or franchise that can weather it. And honestly, a refund system on consoles would really protect against game companies being able to do this. Jedi Survivor had great commercial success, but PC is still a platform where it's in terrible shape. I certainly hope that's not related to the fact that most of the users likely returned the game for a refund on PC. Maybe then that's now deprioritized for fixes because less people own it there than on console, and they want to bring it to old console, so they need to fix it on console first. Basically, I'm glad they fixed it, but the commercial motivation might be one that we don't want to support. I think Jedi Survivor is unique because the Star Wars brand really carried the game. bad launches of games that are not ready are incredibly risky from a financial perspective. I don't think Cyberpunk being hailed as a comeback is going to lead to more bad launches. Like, companies are going to say, hey, I tell you what, let's just launch a game and it'll be bad and we'll fix it later. They stand to lose tons of money and maybe even financial ruin if they do that. I hope this actually, what's going on with Cyberpunk, I hope it leads to more game delays, showing the devs can achieve a lot if they're given the proper time. But when answering the question, did we get the game that we were promised? I think my answer is, based on the reviews and the feedback that we're already hearing, is we are getting the best case scenario after a terrible launch. Okay, that's kind of my answer. And what I mean is, we're getting the best version of Cyberpunk within the confines of what they released. That does mean, however, we are not getting the game that they originally marketed or promised. This is another cautionary tale, I think, for video game marketing. What happened to CD Projekt Red in the wake of this game's launch is not something any company would want to replicate. Having your stock value fall to the point that you have to settle a lawsuit with your shareholders is not an ideal situation. Everybody always wants to point to how many copies Cyberpunk sold, and they're like, well, more games are going to do this. What happened with their stocks and having to settle that lawsuit with their shareholders is far more damaging than the sales of the game could ever make up for. This is how I think the praise and the history of Cyberpunk should be couched. Yes, what they have done is admirable, and yes, we got the best version of the game that they originally launched, but we did not get the game that they originally announced, and that's a huge difference. No Man's Sky basically built itself into a worthy and triumphant sequel into itself. Like, they basically built a whole nother game. It's not even remotely close to what they originally promised. It's far exceeded what Hello Games originally advertised. Cyberpunk seems to have rebuilt a faulty car, fixed a bunch of features, and gave it a great fresh coat of paint. And I believe that that's something to celebrate. I say that as someone who may still not land with both feet on the ground with this game. Even if the game never truly hooks me, even though I think that they should have handled the 2.0 update differently with new and returning players especially, and the onboarding of those players, I still want this game to succeed
that was good.
and turn things around. Well, why? Because I have a feeling this will not be the last Cyberpunk game, and a good exit should turn into a good runway for the next game. Let me give you my thoughts and conclusions on this. The 2.0 update can improve beyond just additive content. Going back, reworking skill trees, combat systems, and game mechanics, that is a tall order, which also shows just how hard it is to fix a poorly launched game. Typically, a game that we would describe as broken or really bad at launch, it's not easily fixed. It is almost never just one or two things that need to be addressed. You are usually dealing with systemic issues baked into the game. This is why comeback stories for games are so impressive, but it's also why we should not fear supporting the comeback kid games that happen. The idea that, well, devs will just launch bad games and fix it later, it's so reductionist in light of all that goes into a game being bad and needing to be fixed at launch. More than that, it completely ignores just how much harder it is to fix and redeem a broken or poorly launched game. It's not a switch that they flip where they're like, well, put out the bad version of the game and we'll flip this little switch later to push out the good version. The second thing I want to say is, the question about Cyberpunk's redemption is certainly subjective. Fans of the game feel they have always had a good or great game this entire time, and it's only getting better. While the rest of us range from strong disdain to jealous interest. I've never had a strong dislike for the game. I've always had sort of that jealous interest, to the point that I've given the game multiple chances to hook me. I false started with Hollow Knight 2 separate times, and the third time was the charm, and it's now one of my favorite Metroidvanias. There's a part of me that's always wanted to like Cyberpunk. I've always wanted to kind of fall in with the game, and we're going to try one more time by skipping
We're going to
ahead
check out the
Phantom
river
Liberty
dock
and checking out the 2.0 update. My conclusion is this: no matter where you land on Cyberpunk as a game or Phantom Liberty as an expansion, one thing is clear. CD Projekt Red is once again going out on a high note. in 4 to 5 years' time, we might hear the first whispers of the next Cyberpunk game. And by then, the memory will be morphed into a generally positive one. People
Oh,
will
I'm
say
sorry
things
about
like,
that.
remember how great Cyberpunk was at the end? Or remember how bad the launch was? They really turned things around. By the end, they really did right by the consumer. Whether you agree with that or not is kind of irrelevant, because it makes one thing undeniable. This may be the end of Cyberpunk 2077, but CD Projekt Red is not done with Cyberpunk as a franchise, which means that we, as gamers, we're not done with it either. And that's the show open. Thank you guys so much for being here. That's one of my faster show opens.
Shit.
I'm proud of myself. 21-minute show open, not 35 minutes. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and listening. Do me a favor and smash the like button, and let's get our first members
Carnage.
of the day
Ooh.
going. You guys have
Free
got
legendary
some big
shotgun.
goals to end this month with. Where are they? Let's get the daily goal out here. There it is. And these are the things that you can unlock if you guys go crazy this week. Fight night with my wife, fright
Mind
night,
if I take
and
your
then
shit?
game
Thank
night.
you.
Those are the 3 things you guys can go after. And we are currently, I think what are we around? Yeah, we're on 2,300 members. I'm pretty sure you guys could hit all of them if you really wanted to. We could definitely hit Fright Night by the end of the week. And I do have some people to thank who re-upped during the show open. Heavy Metal Mama hits an entire year, of support, and that is a gold badge. Thank you so much for doing that. My PS4 ray tracing mode runs really bad besides the 30 FPS. There's lighting bugs. It's been like this since before the update. Yeah, I run performance mode, so I've not seen what it is that you are talking about. 24 months from Nerd Mother, and that's a VIP. Welcome back. And there it is. Han Solo shot first, and so did you. DK Bager once again taking the crown of the first gifted member of the day. He does this often.
Ma'am, you didn't go through.
And
There you go.
says, I think if a documentary is ever made, the angle could very easily be devs trying to do what's right while the publisher tries to F everything up. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why in these conversations, we always end up in this sort of blame the devs scenario. And usually it's not the devs. There's usually a breakdown somewhere in upper management leadership, or there's a breakdown,
All right,
with
let's
the
get some in the
relationship with the
circulatory.
publisher. Guys, I don't know if YouTube's having a problem. On my back end stuff doesn't look quite right. So if you're having to refresh or something weird is happening or the chat's acting up, that's not on my end.
There's
I
no
don't have any
bonus
issues
stealth
going on,
damage.
so you may have to refresh in lower quality. I've never seen this happen before at the start of a stream. So if you're having to refresh, I apologize. It's not on my end. I actually do think the game is close to what they promised, all of the updates, but people only want to praise No Man's Sky and hold some kind of a weird grudge against Cyberpunk. Interestingly enough, Baba Yaga, there are people who take a similar grudge holding angle against No Man's Sky. They do. They take the exact same line of thinking. They're like, I will not support that game. Sean Murray lied is what they'll claim. They'll say that Sean Murray lied. They'll say all this stuff, and they just refuse to support No Man's Sky. So I think even to this date, we've had similar things happen with No Man's Sky. I think there's a big difference between No Man's
Mainly
Sky
health
and
stuff.
Cyberpunk, because No Man's Sky was, playable where it launched. At launch. Did you see that 2.0 they added symmetry for the fallen characters in the Cyberpunk show? I need to find it. Oh, a cemetery. I thought it said symmetry. I was like, what? Let me see here. What is he saying? You confirm the balance showing 0 out is not common practice. All right, hang on. Thank you so much, Creature. Gamers are sensitive. I mean, I'm one of the guys that I look at games and I don't take it personal. There are certain games where I probably would. I would take it personal if suddenly we were dealing with like a Hellblade scenario, or Ghost of Tsushima 2. I've not gotten an email yet, Creature. You know, I would take it personal if one of those games got, like, severely screwed up. Like, if Ghost of Tsushima comes out and it's just awful. Or if Hellblade 2 comes out and it's a disaster. I would take that personal. But I would say, generally speaking, I don't get that sort of invested in video games to the point where I'm going to hold a grudge. A good example would be Jedi Survivor, right? They finally fixed Jedi Survivor, and I wasn't like, no, I refuse to play that game. They launched it in a bad state. You know, I'm not touching it or whatever. Well, that would be ridiculous. Now, there are people that are like, I'm not going to buy Jedi Survivor unless I can get it on sale, because that's basically their attitude. Their attitude is, you know, I'm not going to touch that game until, you know, I can confidently say I'm not paying full price, right? So from where I sit, I understand why people get to that point with games. You know, I understand why somebody might think, well, I don't want to pay full price for it, or I don't want to support it, or whatever. But I do think people go beyond just being good consumer, good economic practice, and they almost hold like a grudge. And they're like, no, absolutely not. I'm never going to support that game ever away. And I think whenever you have those situations, I just don't think you're ever going to convince that person. I don't think you're ever going to convince that person to try out the game. And listen, it's your own personal journey as a gamer.
Where do I buy
If there's
quick
something-
hacks?
If you feel like, man, when I look at Cyberpunk,
Forgot where I bought
I just
that
don't
shit.
think I'm going to support it because I'm really angry and I feel like the devs lied, or, you know, whatever the case may be. I would say that if someone is feeling that, that's their choice as a gamer, right? I think there's two ways to approach the situation. There are people that look at Cyberpunk and say, I'm holding a personal grudge, I'm angry, I'm never going to support the game. There are also people that say, I'm never going to get the game they originally marketed. If you go back to the original marketing, the original promises, how it was all set up,
Netrunner vendors?
I'm never going to get that game. They have baked too many things into the crust. Scope creep got away from them. I think both of those responses are very different.
Netrunner vendors.
I think one person is legitimate in sort of saying, I'm not going to buy and support a game if I don't
Here
feel
we
like
go.
I'm getting what was
Netrunner.
originally marketed, what was originally promised. I think that's fair.
I knew I've been to one
Holding
before.
like an ideological
I haven't found it out
grudge,
here yet, though.
I don't find that helpful for a handful of reasons.
Yeah.
Number one, I think that too many games launch in a bad
Yeah,
state.
let's go there.
And your grudge or your I'll never buy another game from this company again or whatever, it generally doesn't achieve anything, it doesn't do anything, and it also typically isn't the developer's fault. You're usually dealing with system-wide problems. When a game comes out and is not ready, when a game comes out and has all sorts of issues that need to be addressed, that is typically a sign of long-standing bad leadership, a publisher pushing a game out before it's ready. There are a lot of entanglements that lead to a game coming out like that. And I'm always like, man, if the devs are going to commit to fix it, then I kind of want to support that. Doesn't that send a loud and clear message that game delays are better? Because if developers are given the opportunity to delay a game, then you know your game's going to end up being much better. I mean, I would hope the lesson that a lot of publishers and developers take away from games like No Man's Sky and games like Cyberpunk is not, oh, we can just launch crap, we'll fix it later.
Holy shit.
No, because the publisher stands to lose a lot of money too if you push a game out too early. What about when the publisher is the developer? Right, in the case of Cyberpunk, they are the publisher and the developer, which is very unique and that's really rare. So I also think we have to look at it from that perspective of this was a leadership problem. At some level, there was a breakdown where this project got out from underneath of them and nobody reined it back in. Nobody made the executive decision to say, this game shouldn't launch on old gen. That would have saved them a lot of heartache. It probably would have saved them a lot of time. If somebody would have just made that executive decision that, listen, this can't run on old gen. There's just no way. There is quite literally no way this game's going to run efficiently back there. You're going to create a massive problem for us. You know, put it on the newer consoles only. You know, don't put it on the old.
Oh shit, my ping is already level 5.
Facing those kind of decisions, you're facing a commercial decision. They were looking at the number of consoles in circulation, and they were thinking, oh, well, we'll make more money if we do it this way. And that decision doesn't fall onto the devs. The devs are not the one.
I need a better bait.
You probably had devs at the company saying, no, absolutely
Right,
not.
I'm gonna
What
sell
are we
bait
doing? Why would
tier
we do this? But it's not
2,
ultimately
bait
up to
tier
them. It
1.
doesn't come down. It's not their decision.
I need a better bait.
The decisions are all on them in that case.
Any purple
but
baits?
Similarly
Can I
to
get
how
these?
we learned about Redfall, and we looked at Redfall and said, this doesn't really come down to the devs being bad or not knowing what they're doing. It came down to leadership. It came down to leadership at the company not vocalizing, oh, we can't do this. There's no way we can build this game. We're not equipped to build this game. We don't have the bandwidth to build this game. We don't want to build this game. Leadership failed in that regard. Leadership failed Anthem in similar fashion.
Ooh,
When we finally got
that
the
is
autopsy on Anthem, it was
good.
like, what's the leadership doing?
Get that Sonic
Why
Shock.
would you do that? For how
Is there a
long
better
you did it?
bait
That's just
that we can
unbelievable.
get? God damn.
So when I look at CD Projekt Red, sure, there is no overlord publisher that we can blame, but we can certainly look at the relationship that they had with their own leadership and their own decisions of where to put the game and say, are the devs inept or did the leadership make really, really bad decisions? Because I can't imagine looking at this game and all the things they've done with it. If you look at the graphics and the lighting and the appearance, it's like the fact that they even tried to put this on old gen is crazy to me. How did that not get run up the flagpole as just a terrible idea? I can't remember the history exactly when they contractually obligated to release on old gen.
Reboot optics. We need that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to look into that because Gotham Knights, remember, they just quietly dropped old gen. They didn't even really announce it. Do you remember? That was fairly close to the release of the game, was it not?
Where is my reboot
When
optics?
they quietly did that, they were just like they just sort of like made an announcement of where the game was going to land. They didn't say anything, and it was like, "Yep, it's only going to land on next gen consoles." And nobody really batted an eye to a certain degree. Everyone was like, "Oh, okay." And up to that point, it was a multi-platform release. I'm sorry, it was a cross-generation platform release. So I don't know if there's some kind of a contract where if your game's slated for cross-gen, are you stuck and you just have?
Oh, I still have a tier 1 ping.
I would say it has more to do with money than some kind of a contract.
All right,
they
so
probably said, "Listen, we've got to do this. There's way too many PlayStation 4s.
We'll get a level.
There's way too many, Xbox Ones out there for us to just ignore that player base that's been looking forward to our
duration.
Our
15
game.
seconds.
I agree with you. Melee in first person doesn't really work. I've just never liked it. I always played Skyrim third person. I remember we had a debate about that. People were like, "You played Skyrim in third person?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to kind of see my character." I don't know. There's something about playing a game where your sword's like this. You know what I mean? You're just holding it up in front of you. Like apparently that's how you engage in melee combat. It has always bothered me.
Sonic
I
Shock.
did feel like the gunplay felt better though, so I'm anxious to see if investing in the skill trees will be impactful.
Need a reboot
Will I
optics and a
notice
ping.
And Patrick's calling you guys out. He says there's over 500 people here. Let's get some more likes and let's get some gifted members as well. You guys could easily hit the goals this week. If not, you're gonna have to roll it over and try to carry it into October. They released the trailer
Let's get a better
in
ping. Fuck it.
2013 where the 8th generation is just kicking up. Right. That's another great piece of information to consider is I've always said marketing windows need to shrink. You market a game 7 years before it comes out. That's not going to work. There's literally no way. Whatever you show me, let's imagine you show me an announcement trailer of some kind right now for a game that's coming out in 2030. All right. You show me a cinematic. You show me something, a gameplay sample or something. And I follow the game for 7 years. In my experience with gaming, there's no way that over the course of that 7 years you're going to get the game. You're going to get the game that they originally envisioned. You're just
Get a
not
better
going
ping.
to. Right? I fear for Elder Scrolls because of this. I think the main thing in Elder Scrolls Corner is that you're not dealing with a game that is like a brand new idea. We kind of know the IP, and they gave us a very, very basic announcement. But I do think you're right. I think the fact that the earlier you announce it, I think the
Okay, it
greater
lasts
risk you
longer
can
too,
take.
nice.
Yeah, Factions 2 would be a game that you announced it so early. That thing could be completely canceled. I saw people thinking it was going to be a part of the Last of Us Day, and I was like, no, it's not going to be part of the Last of Us Day. That thing's been temporarily or permanently shelved, as far as we know. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to come out before the current gen consoles.
Thank you. I'm out.
Before it got delayed. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to suck because, again, they'll market it as an RPG and they'll give us a village builder. No, I don't think so. I think they'll probably have a very. I feel like Elder Scrolls will be. Well, I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like it'll be kind of like their second coming. It'll be Bethesda's second coming to a certain degree. Everyone will say this is a true successor. I think it's kind of like the hesitancy.
Where's
to make
Regina? She
Half-Life
might have unlocked
3
those
and the
boxes for
hesitancy to
me.
make Portal 3. There are companies that they hit such heights of greatness, and I think it's harder to hit those heights now. It's interesting to think about that from the perspective of like video game design and expectations. I think it's harder to hit those heights because back then they laid the groundwork for what we play now, and the difficulty is you can't replicate that level of, how do I want to say this? You can't replicate that level of influence, that tectonic impact on gaming and on like the gamer's experience. You cannot replicate that. You can't just do it again. Does that make sense? Everyone's like, oh yeah, Todd lost his mojo or whatever. Like, think about Cyberpunk as an example. Cyberpunk is a game that set its sights on being this massive, huge, open world game. RPG, you're going to have all this freedom, you're going to be able to do all this stuff, right? Well, as the scope of that game got broader and broader and broader, it essentially hurt the quality of the game. So it's almost like the shadow of RPGs of the past is like looming over these games that come out, and they try to swing so hard and go so broad that it ends up hurting the games in general. Like that, in my estimation, that's what happened with Cyberpunk, is it just got, the scope creep got out from underneath of them. They did so many things. There are literal systems and things that you do in the tutorial that you do like once or twice in the rest of the game. Like, why did you build this? It's just odd. It seems really, really strange to do that. It would be like playing a game that's like open world RPG, open world action RPG. I'm sorry, I said open world action RPG. Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to say RPG if it's not strictly turn-based, build a character, I live out my choose my own adventure, narrow definition? Am I allowed to say that? Am I? I'm just making sure I'm allowed to say that. Let's just say you have an open world action RPG and they like walk through some climbing mechanic in the tutorial, and then you do it like twice in the rest of the game. I think you would look at that and be like, that's kind of strange, isn't it? That's kind of bewildering. Like, why'd you take the time to build that if it's not going to be a main point, if it's not going to be a main point of the game? And that's what I feel like happened with Cyberpunk. It's like you guys had really, really cool ideas, and you didn't really.
Oh, maybe I get this box when I'm done with the Cyber Cycles.
This whole thing of,
okay,
hey,
Reggie.
You do this thing. What's the brain? Oh, frick! I always forget the name of it. The thing that I'm about to do in the tutorial right here. I'm following Evelyn, the brainwave hacking or whatever it is. People, every time I got to that point in the game, people were like, "Don't worry, you only have to do this like twice in the whole game." I was like, why is it here then? It's so odd. Brain dance, thank you. Like, why is brain dance in the game then if it's not a major point of the content loop? Now, again, I'm going off of what fans of Cyberpunk have told me. They're like, yes, brain dance is kind of slow. It's not that fun. And it shows up in the game like 2, maybe 3 times. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's just bizarre. Well, that to me, I think, is evidence of scope creep. Somebody had this bright idea. Oh, this would be really, really cool. Brain dance, yes. Oh, let's do it. And they build the system out. And then that's all they do with it. They just build the system out. It's like the vehicle combat. The car combat. You do it in the game open. Now, I know they've added it to the base game now. They've made lots of updates. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Good to see you. You know, the car combat.
It's good for taking out multiple guys.
Tutorial, and like it wasn't in the rest of the game. Now that's been changed with 2.0, okay? So again, you just have to ask yourself, you're like, well, how does something like that happen? Well, I think, going back to what I was just saying, I think the shadow of RPGs like Skyrim, these pivotal moments in gaming history where a game sort of impacts the entire next generation of gaming. Well, now you're trying to outdo.
Just get that Cyber Psycho.
It's like the cliche in the movies where the dad was an all-star in a sport and he wants his son to be an all-star in the sport, and so he's kind of like living in his dad's shadow. Or maybe your big brother would be better, right? Like your older brother is this amazing MVP, he's this all-star, he's getting college offers and everything else, and you're sort of living in that shadow of how do I outdo that? And that's how I think of games like this. We keep looking at these big, huge, open, awesome games, and the question becomes, well, is it good? Is the quality there? Is it giving me what I want? Is it succeeding? And I think a lot of the times we unfairly judge games against this sort of backdrop expectation of, well, it needs to be tectonic. Patrick Q with a single gifted, and Aaron Claypool with a single gifted. We got a bit of a member train out of nowhere. These guys just coming in and kind of tag teaming. Thank you so much, Aaron Claypool, and thank you so much, Patrick, for gifting single members to the community. And if you guys get a gifted membership, you can always pay it forward. How did I get dragged into this? I believe you alone this morning. I didn't say anything about you. What are you talking about? When I took away from Cyberpunk is beat Movo. It tells me you didn't do too much. What? When all I took away from Cyberpunk was beat Mofo? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The same thing happened with the Outer Worlds in the guest part of the game. Was the first several hours, and all the choices and stuff fell off. Well, one thing that we've heard from Phantom Liberty reviews, one thing we've heard is you actually make pivotal choices. You actually make pivotal choices in the game. No spoilers, but you have to like choose somebody to betray. And that's all we know. Right? Was a dad joke? Missed it? Yeah, I didn't see it. Only needs to be tectonic if it's been promoted as such, in my opinion. I think that's fair pushback, Eugene. I think maybe that's the problem.
Oh, this is the Cyber Psycho that was glitched.
Saying, we're going to make a really, really great RPG. They market the game as if it's going to be life-changing. It's like, you don't need to make a life-changing game. Just make a good game. Captain Steve says,
she's still sitting up
story
there.
Voice
Yep.
acting was great. Hoping these new characters in Phantom Liberty adds to that and betters it. Hearing that it does, can't wait. It's always interesting to me, Captain Steve.
Yep, scanned
I'm
everything.
on the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
This shit is just
of you.
broken.
I didn't think that the voice acting was good at all. I didn't find the story to be compelling at all. I got through, the opening. I got the Johnny Silver.
Oh my god, I didn't loot them. I'm so stupid.
I was bored out of my mind.
Let me get your loot,
now,
assholes.
Admit, in the past couple of years,
Oh
I've
my
really
god, I'm a
changed as
fucking
gamer.
dumb
I've
asshole.
appreciated slow burn storytelling quite a bit more, okay? A couple of years ago, I never would have enjoyed a game like Final Fantasy 16. I'd have been like, this is a snooze fest. And just last week, when I was playing through Cyberpunk to check out the 2.0 update, I said a couple of times, I was like, I'm actually enjoying this more than last time. I was actually enjoying the dialogue and the choices. So the second time I was playing as female V, and she was noticeably better than the male voice actor for V. So that helped a little bit. But I also think I've changed a little bit as a gamer. I remember I had the same experience with The Witcher 3. At the time, I was like, bro, what's with all the dialogue trees? I just want to go quest. I want to
Finally, I've cleared that.
Fight.
All right.
And I remember being annoyed by that. Now I look at The Witcher 3, and I always feel this sort of sense of loss of, I never got to play that game to completion. You know, I never got to experience that game all the way through. Just don't make me Lono read for story. I do find myself enjoying a cinematic story more than when I'm checking, picking the dialogue. But I do like in Cyberpunk how at least when I choose a dialogue option, you get different responses. Like it feels like the actual story itself is changing, even if it's not significant. Maybe I just get really snippy with somebody. Well, at least then their voice response in the story seems to be shaping around me, and I do like that. It doesn't need to be literally, kill Tom or kill Bill. Like it doesn't need to be. I said kill Bill. It doesn't need to be that extreme. I like the side mission with the cop and the farm with the teens hooked up to deathbeds. Freaky stuff. Playing Starfield and the robotic NPCs' mad stiffness made me appreciate Cyberpunk more. Starfield, Lona, did you see that Starfield dropped below Fallout 76 in Steam ratings? Yeah, I don't know where this narrative is coming from that Starfield's been review bombed or that the reviews are because it's a bad port. I don't know why people are saying that. Go read the reviews on Steam. That simply isn't true. There's no evidence of review bombing, and there's no evidence that the majority or the theme of the negative reviews is that it's a bad port or that they're having performance issues. Seriously, go look at the Steam reviews. You can't substantiate either of those claims if you actually take the time to do some research. I don't know where that's coming from. I want to circle back to what Captain Steve said, though. Is that playing Cyberpunk made him appreciate... I'm sorry, playing Starfield made him appreciate Cyberpunk more. We've seen the comparisons on Twitter.
Well, I didn't play Starfield.
Sometimes I think these
but
comparisons
Cyberpunk
are
looks way more fun than that,
different.
and it is.
But I couldn't help but think Cyberpunk's an older game, and it's doing certain things better. We've seen some of the comparisons between Cyberpunk and Starfield because it's a game where NPCs can react to you. NPCs are walking around. NPCs are doing all these various things, and you can pull your gun out, or you can talk to them, or all those different things that you can do. And I watched a couple of those comparisons and thought, yeah, Cyberpunk actually does look a little bit better, in those particular instances. Scope and scale, probably not. I don't think we would say it competes on scope and scale because there's way more places to go and way more things to do in Starfield. But, it's interesting that Captain Steve brought that up. I didn't bring that up. Like, my producer was telling me that we should do a show saying that Phantom Liberty is going to eat Starfield's lunch. And I was like, I don't want to do that show, right? I didn't want to do that show because I don't know. Okay, it was a bug. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't have an email or anything yet. Let me see here. Yeah, but he wanted me to do that show, and I was like, I don't want to do that show because I don't know if I like those comparisons. Like at one level, I understand the comparisons, but I don't know if they're the right comparisons. Does that make sense? Phantom Liberty is going to eat Starfield's lunch, says Creature. I just don't know. Starfield's NPCs are like the android Sophia, but Cyberpunk, where you are a cyborg, they seem more human. Just saying. It's hard not to also see some of the mods that have come out that have been like, hey, we made all the NPCs look 1,000 times better. People that don't even work for the company, making the people look more realistic. Like, that's just crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy to me. Why is that a thing? I don't understand. That's something that I have a really hard time grappling with. And I can't explain it away. Like, I try to put myself into the mindset of, let's imagine I'm a huge Starfield fan, and I've seen some of those comparisons. I don't really know what my comeback would be. I'd be like, yeah, you know, it's a Bethesda game. Creature got a bigger sack than you. No, he doesn't have to sit in the chair and respond to everything. It's easy to say, let's do a show where we say Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty's gonna eat Starfield's lunch. It's like, yeah, it's easy to say that from the comfort of your chair where you can type and chat a couple of times. I'm the one that's got to sit here on the mic and have that conversation with the public. Don't count mods as part of the game. I don't, Captain Steve. I do not count mods as part of the game. That's what I'm saying to you. It's like, what in the world? How do people not working on the game do a better job, you know? Creature Sag is in the bunker. Yeah, I'm the one out on the front lines that's going to get clipped and get made fun of for saying it, and I honestly don't even know if I agree with it. Oh, I guarantee you there'll be a clip of me saying that now, and they'll make sure to cut it off and slice it off to say that, you know, oh yeah, here's this pony saying Cyberpunk's going to eat Starfield's lunch. Like, even just me saying the sentence and entertaining the idea and ultimately saying that I don't really agree with the comparison, that'll still end up getting thrown out there. It will. What's going on here with my chair? Let's get in the center. Oh, it's not in the center. Lona will not install a mod even if it saves his life. Yeah, I don't like putting mods in the game. I want to play the base game. I want to play what the devs built.
Yeah.
You know? I've just never done the mod thing. I can be opinionated as I want to be. I'm in chat, not the chair. That's right. Having only played a few hours of Cyberpunk and I just couldn't get into it. Starfield, on the other hand, was more enjoyable. Oh, I will say this. If y'all want to compare the games, Starfield's opener does a better job of interweaving tutorial-esque missions into the narrative and the content loop. Cyberpunk doesn't do that at all. Cyberpunk's opener is a slog in comparison.
Thanks for throwing your cigarette at me, bitch.
It's interesting, too,
Give me the
because
fucking reward.
I feel like a lot of people said it took them about 10 hours to get into Starfield. Not everybody, but a lot of people said that. Some people loved it from moment one, right? They were in love before they even got the packaging off the clamshell. But there were a lot of people that said, you know, it takes about 10
You
hours
fucking pussy.
to really get into
Should
the game.
kill
It's
you.
pretty slow opening. And Cyberpunk's opening is shorter, and yet it feels slower.
I wonder if I could steal his
Does
shit.
that make sense? It's like, think about it when you were in school and like both of your classes were an hour and a half long, but one felt a lot longer than the other. That's what it feels like, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. But every time I start up Cyberpunk in the tutorial, I'm like, man, this just takes so long. I think some of it is I've done it so many times. I think that's part of the problem, is that when you've replayed it a couple of times, the opening is sort of a, here we go, you know, here we go again. The Luna Joker, 23 months of membership and a VIP. Good morning, Lono. I'm kind of torn here, but I want to see Cyberpunk succeed and be the game it's meant to be, but I think it needs to stand on its own before the comparisons pull away from the improvements. Well, more than likely, this is going to go down in history as a turnaround time for the game, right? Point forward, you should have a button on your Stream Deck that puts an overlay on the stream that says this person is this anytime you want to say something remotely clippable. That's the problem, is sometimes I don't even know if I am clippable. And that's the thing, Eugene. Remember in Batman where he's like, I'm a 20-year man. I know
Come on over, everybody. Every single one of you.
Lessons and manners, and somebody who's just going to enjoy it. And that's the problem with that crew, is they love it. If you mention their name, if you even
There we go.
remotely reference
Party
what
cleared
they
out.
do,
You're all safe.
oh, they laugh
Enjoy
that
your
up.
weekend.
Like, that's a dream come true. They're unresolved daddy issues, getting any attention from a more successful male. It's like they can't. It's like the best day of their life. I think I might make a video on Cyberpunk versus Starfield, says Captain Steve. As much as I love Starfield, the NPCs are worse than those in Mortal Kombat 1 when it comes to expressions and voice acting. Hey, Steve, listen. You make that video, and then I'll react to it. And I'll be like, he's saying it, not me. It's Captain Steve. I'm not the one saying this. You guys
What's going on, guys?
call me a Sony pony, and you want to handle me. Captain Steve's the one saying it. I think that's the right game plan. You make that video,
Where's your
You
knives
make
at?
that video. I'll let it live in the algo for 72 hours, and then I'll react to it. I don't want to take away from.
There's
any of
nothing in your
viewership.
trunks. What the fuck is the point of opening trunks?
I don't want to take away from any of your viewership, but I also don't want to make the video because I don't want to have to listen to it. Red pill is right. Starfield's intro was typical intro tutorial. Now, see, I touched on this in my show open because I do wonder if we're getting into new territory. Games the size of Cyberpunk, the size of Starfield, do they need to be a little bit more creative and innovative with player onboarding? Like, if that's
you guys are hanging out.
If that's the path
Shut up.
forward.
Money shard.
Like, what's the
9,000
intro tutorial for Elder Scrolls 6 going to be? What's it going to be? Like 20 hours? Is it going to be a game in and of itself? Are they going to have to send you a disc first and say, yeah, you got to play this first 20 hours to learn all the systems and to figure everything out? It's pretty dense game. It's pretty complex RPG. Jiminy freaking Christmas! As games get bigger, companies are going to have to get more innovative and creative about player onboarding, because I do think game size.
What the fuck are you doing? You didn't notice your friend's dying?
Of it breaks
Jesus.
itself. It
Damn,
gets to a
I'm
point
too
where it's
stealthy.
Like the game is so big,
I'm fucking
it folds
invisible.
in on itself. And you're like, yeah, I have no freaking idea. When am I going to get to the content loop? When am I going to get out of the intro? That, you know. FYI, what did you say?
Oh, we leveled up.
I
Get
like
cool
the
finally.
changes. I like the change that 2.0 did with the crafting, the vendors, and the Ripper Docs.
Oh,
the loot
yeah,
cyberware
that's
level up in quality
good.
as you level up your character was much needed change.
When Deadeye is
Eugene
active,
says, I think that's a solid
guaranteed
point to
crit
Neffit.
hits for
What did Neffit
headshots
say?
and weak
I have mixed
spots.
feelings about companies turning
Increased
things around for their
damage
games. Explain to me why I
as
should care about a game
distance
3 years
increases.
after it
Whoa.
launched. Are not
Hit
games
firing.
becoming more dynamic
Does not
and
consume
less
stamina.
punctiliar?
Ooh, when focus is active, plus
Right?
25% movement speed.
We're not in the era of here's the game, sweet, and then a year later people are like, who cares about that game? Aren't we kind of out of that era now? We have the. I'm not even talking about live service games.
What is
by
it
the way.
again? When
I'm not
Deadeye
even
is
talking about
active,
live service.
guaranteed crits for headshots and weak
I'm talking
spots.
about
Increased damage
even
as
a game
distance
like Elden Ring.
increases.
They're not done with that game. We know they're not done with that game. Now, I'm not talking about fixing. I'm just talking about as the game exists. The game exists in the gaming
Holy shit,
space
fucking pistol
in a
sniper.
more ongoing way. In a more dynamic,
shit's amazing.
evolutionary
Oh my
way.
God.
We're not in this realm of here's the game, that's the end of the matter. You're
Let's do that
thinking
gig.
back
We
to
got
the
some
days
more
of
popping up in town.
cartridges and CDs,
Let's go. We're
DVDs,
busy.
Where there were no updates,
Let's
there
get
were
this
no
quest.
patches. That's the game.
Got a main quest here.
This is 3 years later. No, I know. I'm pushing back on the notion that it's
What up,
odd
baby?
to care about a game 3 years later. Why? Why? What's the problem? Punctiliar is pertaining to an unextended point of time. It's a definite or a particular point in time. It's like, it's also used grammatically. So if something is punctiliar, it's not ongoing. It's
I
like
got Jackie's
right
guns.
there. It's happening in that particular point in time. And I don't think games are punctiliar anymore. They're more ongoing. We don't get a disc or a cartridge, and then that's it. That's the end of the
Double
matter. It's that
pistols?
game. We don't
La
look at games that way
Chiconga
anymore. We don't even experience games
Dorada.
that way anymore. Restaurant improves its product 3 years later. Are you going to refuse
La
to eat the food? The
La
same
Chincon-
hype and
La-
disappointment, but it's
La
enjoyable.
Chingona Dorada. La Chingona Dorada.
Right, like that's the thing.
I can't pronounce that
What
right.
do we gain by being?
But that's nice. Holy,
rigidly
every headshot
transactional
temporarily
with games?
increases.
I don't know what we gain
crit
by that.
damage
Now, what
as
we
a
do gain
chance
as
to head burn.
consumers, if we become rigidly transactional.
So they're both the
which I
same
believe the
exact
console
pistol.
should enable
Oh
us
my
to do
god, I
this.
gotta use that.
Consoles should enable
So
us to be
good.
rigidly transactional. And what I mean is, if you buy
Better
a
in
game,
every way.
you get an hour and a half in.
I got the
and you're like,
Kangetsu and the
"This game
Strix on
sucks.
there.
It's buggy.
Put those
it's
on it.
glitchy. Jedi Survivor's a good example. Jedi Survivor would have seen lots of refunds.
Why do I get 2?
That's going to make companies think twice because they can celebrate
Oh,
the
it says
commercial
double
success
pistols.
of,
Makes sense.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Why? The lion's share of the community probably bought it on console, and then they're stuck with
Muzzle.
it. If they open the disc
Ooh.
physical or they've
Barbaraga.
downloaded the game digitally and they've played it, that's it. It's over. That's your game. There's no going back. So,
oh yeah.
Maybe I'm kind of arguing with myself right now, is that if we were empowered as consumers to be more rigidly transactional, then it's probably a symbiotic relationship because the two would be interplaying with each other. If we were more empowered to refund games, we would likely get less games in the state. Right? It would be less likely that a game would launch in the state because everybody would just go click the refund button. That would be a protective barrier against even needing comeback kit.
Johnny, shut the
games.
fuck up.
We don't need a
I'm
comeback
sad.
kit story. We don't
Talk
need
to
a redemption
Johnny.
arc.
All right, Johnny.
Games launch, and if they're trash, they get taken to the cleaners, and that's kind of the end of the road. Eugene says restaurants only get one chance with me. It depends on the restaurant, depends on the food, it depends on what the problem was. If the food's good and the service is bad, I'm going to talk to the manager. If the service is good and the food's bad, I'm going to talk to my waitress. If it's all bad, then I would need testimonial to come back. Oh, it's so much better. Ownership's different, restaurant's different. You know, if I would need testimonial to come back. Gamers with their arms folded with a scowl is hilarious.
Really wish I could
says
skip this.
Omax. Food isn't gaming?
Fuck off, Johnny.
Well, I think the analogy that Zubair was painting with the food analogy was if you go to a restaurant that everybody's hyping up or you're really excited about and it's bad and it's terrible and you don't go back, and 2 or 3 years later, they're on the 6 o'clock news. They're on social media saying, we've completely revamped our menu. We've completely revamped our wait staff and how to expedite wait times and food to table. And we really want people to come back. And if people are going back,
God,
and
just
also
let me
going to
skip this
social media
shit.
saying, this is a different restaurant.
Holy fuck.
This is the restaurant we all hoped for a couple of years ago. They've really turned it around. You're not even going to go look. You're not even going to go like get a drink and an appetizer just to kind of see.
Straight out of some lab in Shanghai. Who does it belong
All right.
to? Jesus, man.
Especially for people who already own the game. Imagine you go to that restaurant, service is terrible, food's terrible, and they give you a gift card, redeemable at any time. And you never go back. And 3 years later, you still got that gift card, like $100 on it. You got $100 at this restaurant. Everybody's saying that it's turned it around. You're not going to go use the gift card? You have money. You basically have dinner waiting for you at the restaurant. For a lot of us, I have Cyberpunk waiting for me on my PlayStation 5. Already bought it. Now, yes, I bought Phantom Liberty. Content creator, wanting to show off the content. Sort of a different hemisphere of the average consumer. Your thumb confused me. I checked Steam to check if I needed to do something before the penny dropped, and now I feel silly. Oh, redeemed. Like how to redeem the game? It redeemed the game. I tried Creature's idea with just the word redeem, and it didn't look right. Redeem with the question mark didn't look right. If I put redeemed the game question mark. Phantom Liberty redeemed the game is kind of what it's saying. For better or for worse, games continue to be worked on and improved. Launch is literally only beginning of its life cycle, even if it's not live service. That's the reality. Captain C says, if people didn't go back and check out a failed game, No Man's Sky would be dead and gone. It's now amazing. Now I'm hungry. Sorry, Donnie. That's a pretty stark difference. You're already bought in. Even if I wasn't bought in, Eugene, think of all the people that have done exactly what Captain Steve just referenced with No Man's Sky. Hello Games' entire model has been free update, buy the base game. And yes, the base game goes on sale on a regular basis, but in general, their model has been, we don't charge for the updates. We don't charge for the updates. If the update's compelling to you, then then go buy the base game. Slick shirt. Oh, thank you. This is another one from Into the AM. It's Norse god. It's Thor. I think it's pretty awesome. I like it. Remember to use code LONO or go to intotheam.com/LONO. Don't forget to smash like either. That supports the stream. We're about an hour in. Let's shoot for 300 likes. And let's get some more of those gifted members. Every 25, I gift 5. We got the goal down here in the corner. And I always pay it forward back to you guys every 25 members. We've had some huge days where I've gifted tons in response to what y'all have done for the channel. Gamers are super rigid. I grew up with games, so I understand it's not perfect craft, so I allow for the art form to evolve and self-correct if necessary. Back to what I was saying with No Man's Sky, though, it was like, you come back, get the game. That's a stark difference, too. No Man's Sky never charged. Cyberpunk's not charging. Cyberpunk's not charging for the update. Now, they're charging for the expansion, which I believe is a little bit different, because when you hire Idris Elba and you do mocap and voice and writing, that's not even remotely at the scale of what No Man's Sky has done. No Man's Sky hasn't done anything to that level, right? Now they've added new content loops, and new things for you to do, but the cost for Hello Games to do that is a fraction of what it likely cost CD Projekt Red to create this story, to create the cinematics, to create the content. And, you know, Zachary Guy with a single gifted member, thank you so much. For them to do this, they kind of have to charge for it. And this is why, Captain Steve got the membership, nice. This is why I've continued to say, the fact that they let me skip ahead, like, I absolutely love that folks are trying to dog on me about this on Twitter because they look so incredibly dumb. They're literally letting you do the thing that I ask for. They're letting you skip ahead. You're already going to have attribute points, skill points. You're already going to be in the game past the tutorial, which is like exactly what I wanted to have. So what I think they should do is they should let you skip to that. Come back, get the game.
roll up some nasty.
Cyberpunk's not charging. Cyberpunk's not charging for the update. Now they're charging for the expansion, which I believe is a little bit different because when you hire Idris Elba and you do mocap and voice and writing, that's not even remotely at the scale of what No Man's Sky has done. No Man's Sky hasn't done anything to that level, right? Now they've added new content loops and new things for you to do, but the cost for Hello Games to do that is a fraction of what it likely cost CD Projekt Red to create this story, to create the cinematics, to create the content. And, you know, Zachary Guy with a single gifted member, thank you so much. For them to do this, they kind of have to charge for it. And this is why, Captain Steve got the membership, nice. This is why I've continued to say, the fact that they let me skip ahead, like, I absolutely love that folks are trying to dog on me about this on Twitter because they look so incredibly dumb. They're literally letting you do the thing that I ask for. They're letting you skip ahead. You're already going to have attribute points, skill points. You're already going to be in the game past the tutorial, which is like exactly what I wanted to have. So what I think they should do is they should let you skip to that point in the game just with 2.0. The Luna Joker takes us to 5. That's actually a layup. Thank you so much. That's such an easy one. That's such an easy one to lay up. Somebody can drop a 20 bomb now to 25. One's asking me to buy in and then buy DLC. It's just easier to move on. This is why I think they should let you boot up the game and jump right after the heist and experience 2.0. Experience the skill tree, experience the game, experience the world, experience the updates, and then if you're like, okay, yes, I'm in, then you can go and buy Phantom Liberty. Like the fact that they're not letting you skip ahead unless you buy Phantom Liberty, I don't think that's the greatest runway, because basically what you're saying is hey, and they said this to everybody, hey, new players and returning players, just start over fresh. Okay. Every returning player playing through that tutorial one more time is going to feel, to some degree, they're going to feel what I felt. Like, here we go again. I got to go through all this. I have people saying, well, it sets up the tone and the vibe of the game. Okay, you can do that without making me play through the tutorial. You could do that with the show. You could do that with the opening mission and meeting Jackie and the Jackie montage. And then you could ask the question, would you like to go through the tutorial, or would you like to jump ahead to the time where Phantom Liberty is unlocked to get a feel for the game to see whether or not you want to buy Phantom Liberty? Because once you buy Phantom Liberty, they're just like, oh, if you, I'm not kidding you, you click new save, and this pops up. This is what pops up. Like, you can just skip ahead. As soon as you own the thing, as soon as you do a new save. Raymond Lermont with 5 months of memberships and a single gifted member comes in from Sorcerer. Thank you so much, Sorcerer, taking us to 6 on the day. Appreciate you so much. I think the DLC is more optional since launch. They have done a lot to the game, especially including the 2.0 update, which is all the free updates, the content system changes, the base product is better for free. Right, which is exactly why I'm saying they should let you, at any point in time, coming back to the game, they should let you jump ahead past the heist, just so you can get through all that stuff, especially if you've done it before. In my opinion, the base game needs the ability to skip the unlocking of Watson District and start you right at the heist with Jackie and a couple of levels. Do we miss some character development with Jackie? Sure, but is that needed once you have experienced it once? Probably not. They literally drop you in the game after the heist if you skip ahead with Phantom Liberty. I'm simply saying, hey, that's a great choice. Let people do that as well, just when they're doing the when they just want to try out 2.0. Games can evolve and improve, but it's different when the game is a mess at launch and gets more updates to fixes versus a game that was decent at launch, bare bones, and gets more updates. What game are you talking about, King J? So wait, I can just skip ahead if I own the DLC? I've been running around throwing knives at people for no reason when I could have been flying through the air with a sledgehammer all this time? You got to do a brand new save, Murph. When you click new game, this pops up. When you say, I want to play a new game, this is the very first thing that pops up. There's regular start, and there's skip ahead to Phantom Liberty. And it takes you right after the heist if you skip ahead, and you already have attribute points and some loot and some stuff. Kyle Wilkerson with 16 months and a VIP gold. Welcome back. King J says, letting them get full price out of you only to fix it later is just not acceptable to me. I need the game to be playable day one. Months, not, I think you meant to say not months and years later. That's the trick the gaming industry had done. Can you name, how many games can you name that have done this? How many? How many games have charged full price and took years to fix the game? How many? I know you can say No Man's Sky. We all know that. You could probably say Destiny. And I think now you could say Cyberpunk. So you're saying the games industry is doing this. Okay, what are the other games that are doing this? I could probably add up more games that have failed to do this than the number of games that have successfully done this. Because when you have games like Anthem, and you have other games that have just completely failed to get off the ground, shutting down servers, not even playable anymore. Okay, you know what? Fallout 76. I forgot about Fallout 76. Yeah, that one's turned things around. I think that one's a little different because it's live service. It's more ongoing. That would be like saying, well, Elder Scrolls Online is so much better than it used to be, or Final Fantasy 14 is so much better than it ever was.
Yep.
Live service games kind of have to do that. But you're right. I think those are fair games to include. Only believe it because you shoot straight and show your work. You're assuming how good it is now is the product they were selling you for 70, says Solemn. The game you got on launch was what you were charged for. They have by choice improved it over time. Don't have to. Or didn't have to. Hubert says, people love the story of the person that beats their heroin addiction, but life is easier if you just don't get addicted to heroin in the first place. True. That got dark, Zuby. That got dark. CD Projekt Red letting people skip ahead is equal to them admitting that the intro that it has a crappy intro. Well, here's what I think they're doing, Kenneth. I don't necessarily think it's admission that they have a crappy intro. There's a bias in me that wants to make that argument because I think the intro is terrible. and so there's a part of me that wants to be like, yep, CD Projekt Red, they agree their intro is terrible. What I think they're saying is, hey, a lot of you returning players come back. We want you to start fresh. And don't worry, if you start fresh, we'll let you jump right to Phantom Liberty. I think it's more about that. I think it's more about, like, we want to give returning players the ability to jump right in because they don't need these tutorials again. They don't need to go through brain dance again. Derek says, this is the direct opposite of your show yesterday. Today, I can barely believe how good the news is. Yesterday, I was in disbelief of how bad it was. Oh, and you were saying you only trust it because you know how much I researched and stuff. Yeah. Yesterday was interesting. I think it's more they want them to experience the DLC. Witcher 3 did the same thing where you could start a new game and go straight to the DLC and skip the main story. Yeah, I think they have returning players in mind. They're thinking through, okay, it's best to have a fresh save. It's best not to have all that, all random potential permutations and skills and things and offshoots. It's best to not have that. So let's let returning players skip. I think they're worried about letting new players skip, which is probably why they don't let you skip if you just have Update 2.0 and you don't have Phantom Liberty yet. They probably don't want new players skipping because they're worried there's a lot of valuable information in the open. The intro is fine the first time, but it's not replayable, says Abe. After the first time, I don't want to go back into it. You have to understand the risk you're taking when you buy a game at launch nowadays, says JG from Space. That's just how the industry works now. It's been like that for years. It is what it is. Zelator says, I don't understand the back and forth. I'm level 31 and I started 2.0, played for 2 days. With all the new attributes, I could get a level 31. I'll tell you what happened, Zelator. CD Projekt Red was out here telling everybody that the best way to experience it was to start over. And so a lot of us did. And we were like, wait a minute, the tutorial hasn't changed. There's no way to skip the tutorial. Like, oh, you can skip that once Phantom Liberty comes out. And I was like, oh, well then I'll stop playing then. I was literally starting over because it was my understanding, their original interviews about this, they said, you're gonna have to get to about 10 hours into the game. You're gonna have to hack through all this stuff, and then you'll be able to go to Dogtown. You'll be able to do Phantom Liberty. I read through at least 2 separate interviews, 3 total articles that I sourced from, and it said, yeah, you're gonna have to get to a certain point in the game if you want to jump in. And so my plan was, okay, they're encouraging people to start with a fresh save. I'll start a fresh save, and I'll blast my way through all that stuff. I didn't do it on stream. I was going to do it over the weekend. I was going to force myself to play to get through all of that, even though I don't like it. I don't think it's particularly very good content. I think it's, it's getting you set up and ready to go. It's a little slow. It's a bit of a slog. I've even had big fans of the game say it's like the worst part of the game. And I was going to do that over the weekend. The reason I didn't do it over the weekend is because the day that I said that, it became known that, oh, when Phantom Liberty comes out, you can just jump right to Phantom Liberty. You can skip right past the opening. And I said, oh, I'll do that then. So I played It Takes Two with my son, and I played Lies of P over the weekend. That's what I did instead. I don't know what game I'm comfortable pre-ordering at this point. I need to know how it runs before I buy. It's such an interesting situation, especially when gamers talk like this in YouTube chats and on Twitter. Yes, we'll be playing today. Our second show today is me playing Phantom Liberty. Yes. So you're the most plugged in out of every gamer alive. You're in the hemisphere of gamers that's the most plugged in. So you don't really have an excuse of buying a game day one and getting really angry. You don't. All I'm hearing are your excuses to play Lies of P. Is the tutorial that long? You can explore Night City and do side quests as soon as you meet Johnny. Right, but the opener, again, is just slow. Homie, I played for 2 hours the other day, and I had just gotten to Brain Dance. It's not fast. I was beelining. I accidentally clicked, oh yeah, sure, I'll do Brain Dance, because I was trying to get through it. I didn't realize you could skip the Brain Dance thing. I'd only done it once, and I'm not familiar with the game, so I was like, oh, I didn't know you could skip Brain Dance, because I was literally trying to go as fast as I can through it. It's not exactly quick. I was also trying to do what everybody said. I was trying to let the dialogue and trying to let the game itself wash over me. All right, win me over. And I was actually enjoying the story quite a bit. Lies of P is good. You should all be playing it, honestly. I absolutely adore the perfect blocking in Lies of P. I'm not a big fan of all the status effects. That's why I think I prefer Sekiro out of all the Souls games that I've played. There's just something that I like more about, there's something more pure about, you have dodge and you have block/parry. And that's it. I didn't even use Shinobi arts in Sekiro, because I love going into a room and it's just me and my blade. I love that. That's my favorite part of Lies of P, is the perfect blocking, working up their stagger meter. I absolutely love that. It's so fun. The status effects, it's a preference thing. Some people love it. They love status effects. They think it's cool. They think it's cool to have throwables, and I saw a guy the other day just cheese a boss. He had stacked up all these throwables and just kept throwing them at the boss. I really like the perfect block mechanic. That's what I enjoy in the game. The status effects are kind of bumming me out. I'm not a fan. I was not familiar with the game. I just want to skip the tutorial are funny phrases they have in the same sentence. Well, within context, Chris, you know what I'm saying and communicating. What I'm saying is I wasn't familiar enough to know you could skip brain dance. I've only done it before. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't memorize game tutorials. I was like, oh, I didn't realize you could skip brain dance. But I was also trying to take people's advice. People's advice with Cyberpunk was, the beginning is really good, the dialogue is really good. And I was like, okay, I've changed a little bit as a gamer. I'm gonna let the dialogue win me over. I'm gonna play this game and I'm really gonna try to like soak in what everybody's saying. And I actually was enjoying it. I was enjoying the dialogue sequences and the characters more than I had previously. And then I just made the mistake of like, I wasn't looking, I'm looking at chat and I'm clicking through the dialogue because I'm just trying to get through it. Because at that point I'm sitting in a chair. We're not having like a serious conversation. I'm just like sitting in a chair. And I like accidentally threw myself into the brainwave tutorial. And I was like, oh, I didn't know you could skip it. So that's not even the main point. The main point is that if you've played through the Cyberpunk tutorial at least once, skipping it it's ideal. You don't really need to do it again. You've already played the game prior to 2.0. You should be able to skip the prologue and tutorials. You're not going to want to do the same thing again when you know it. Right, as long as you have the achievement, I'm assuming there's an achievement after the heist. As long as you have that achievement, the game should just say, oh, hey, you 2.0 lets you skip past all this if you'd like to just start right here. Buying Phantom Liberty lets you do that anyway, so what's the big deal? Like, it's hilarious to me that, like, I got pushback on this when the literal expansion is designed to give you the precise thing that I asked for. Like, to the letter. It was like, I just want to get after the heist. I just want to get after this opening. A 5-bomb comes in from Ron M, and the 5-bomb is Jin Sakai. Thank you so much, taking us to 11 members on the day, the halfway point to the 25. You guys have got a ways to go before September ends. We need about 700 members to hit the goal of 3,000, and Ron M gets us a little bit closer. I wish they had a skip like God of War Ragnarok had the short video for God of War 2018. Yeah, I disagree with people about the Jackie montage. I've had people say that they don't like that. They wish that we could go do all those missions. I actually love the Jackie montage. It was the second time I had seen it, and I liked it even more. I was like, I love this. This is
yeah,
so
it was
smart.
cool, but I agree. I wanted to do that stuff
To
myself.
these sort of, here's this person that you meet, and you don't really know what you think about each other.
It was kind of
and
fun
then they're
though.
like, okay, time lapse, your buddies, your partners. I love it. I actually would love more games to implement time lapse montages to establish good character backstory, because Ghost of Tsushima wins me over with this amazing dramatic opening. What would have been amazing in Tsushima is, well, they do this throughout, so I guess they do achieve this, but a montage of Jin, like, from basically every flashback with his uncle in one montage would be really powerful. They do it throughout the game, and it's extremely impactful, so that's not a good example. But that's just a game I could think of where the opening is so good, and then I'll give you a better example. So Jin throughout the
There we
game
go.
is
Nice little jumps.
interacting with different characters, like the monk and like the woman and like the guy with the bow. He's like my favorite. The guy with the bald head and the bow.
That guy just hit a
He's like,
civilian. What the fuck are
Ishikawa,
you
I
talking
think is his
about?
I would love montages with those characters. That would be really cool. Like whenever you meet them, there's like this brief like freeze frame, black and white, and then it wipes, and then you get like flashback memories of how long have you known this person, because then you have all that relational capital to say vengeance is not the way, revenge is not the way. Like Jin is battling with like the path of peace and wanting to do what's right and just, but also that internal turmoil of I want vengeance, I want revenge. That game speaks to such a deep part of me for very personal reasons. Yeah, Ishikawa. Yeah, I love Ishikawa. So that would be really strong and impactful. That's one of the things I love about Cyberpunk is like I just love Jackie. I'm like, this is awesome. The montage is very effective. I think it's just very good storytelling. I like the Jackie montage, but if I'm playing the game from the start, I'd rather play through those things than watch them. There'd be more of a connection to Jackie. I'll say this, Siege Master. I would be open to the criticism of saying, you know what they could have done is they could have had you go on a couple missions with Jackie that served as tutorials. So it was a little bit more of the content loop baked into the tutorial. But the problem is, when you have to explain systems and mechanics, you can't really do that. And the other issue is they have to spend all this time explaining and taking you through a brain dance tutorial, and it's not even a major aspect of the game. Like, it's just such a weird resource dump. Chapter 8 says, what's the default world state when you skip? Because there are a few decisions you make, such as where to send Jackie's body. Only one choice leads to you getting some of his stuff. I don't actually know. You start right after the heist. If you mainline the story, you get like an hour with Jackie total, which kind of sucks. Yeah, and I think when you make a really good character, you make a really good compelling character, and, you know, you become friends, and then something happens, right? Like, you want to have that. I think that could be more impactful. Nice spoiler. I mean, if you're going to be in a Cyberpunk stream about the expansion 3 years after the game release, you're going to get spoilers. There's nothing you can do about that. Quick spoiler for people who haven't played yet. I think the convo is reinforcing everything I was concerned about. What's it reinforcing, Eugene? Jeff says, there are companies that I also choose to not support, but I don't hate on others that don't agree, says JG from space. There's a vendor that will sell you all of the iconic weapons. It's 3 years old, F spoilers. Yeah, you can't really control spoilers this far out. Jackie could have been the one to deliver the tutorials. I think that'd have been a better delivery for.
Damn, this cool is nice.
If I'm CD Projekt
Holy
Red,
shit!
I'm trying to understand what they were
And I got him
trying
in
to do.
slow motion too.
I think what they were trying to do is sort of interweave the systems into the characters themselves. It's real easy. Like, think about the combat tutorial that Jackie has you do. It's super mechanical, right? It's like a bunch of crash test dummies in a very neutered environment. You know, you're just in a training simulator. Well, let's just say that you went on a bunch of missions with him and you learned about all these systems and you learned about all this stuff. Well, then it's just sort of you and him.
God damn. And
then eventually, right, you know, he's going to exit stage left, and then it's just you. So I think the director of the game probably thinks, whoever's in charge of all of this, is thinking, well, it'd be better if the actual tutorial missions have you interacting with major players in the story, so that the world is slowly kind of coming alive as one whole piece.
Man, they really didn't catch any of that shit?
Where you'll play a game and like the intro and the tutorial almost feels like a sliced off demo or something. It doesn't feel connected to the main game. Like, main credit rolls up, the music rolls up, and you're like, oh, now I'm in the actual game, and it feels
kind of legendaries you got.
Disconnected. They went for more of an
More
organic
smart
experience,
pistol.
which I think is commendable. I think it's cool, but I also think after one time, you're like, okay, that's enough. I'd like to get to the main game.
This guy that was running had a legendary. No wonder.
People that love
He's trying
the
to
game
store
have
his
agreed
shit.
with me on this. They're like,
Money shard? Oh,
it
good
just
shit.
takes too long. Eugene says, correct me if I'm wrong. You basically implied that someone who was super plugged in should have known Cyberpunk was problematic day one, when it was impossible to know because of the way they handled reviews. How? What do you mean, Eugene? Watch streamers. If you would have waited 24 hours after launch
Tech Revolver?
you didn't have an excuse. We knew within the day that it launched that there was massive problems. There was memes on Reddit. There was memes on Twitter. There were streamers highlighting it. What are you talking about?
They even talked about it on the news.
Now
I got
you're
fucking
getting
sued.
at the heart of a bigger problem, Eugene. You're getting at the heart of the problem of the review meta in games media. We have a problem as gamers that the solution will not be an easy one. The solution would be sort of a bucking of the system and trying, and you're not going to get this, but like trying to get these game companies to, you know, to work with outlets that would be working on a more neutral or less bias-laden way. You're never going to get that. They don't want to work with outlets that are going to try to come up with some sort of a scoring metric that's more neutered or more fair. That's not what they want. That's not what they want. They have their own interests. So the review meta within gaming is in and of itself a bit of a problem. But I also think that if you wait 48 hours, like, what's your frickin' hurry? What's your hurry? They limited review copies. They had a longer embargo for old gen. They handed out copies late. They basically defrauded the public. I'm not speaking to that. I'm speaking to you as the gamer. Right now, I'm not trying to go back 3 years and say you should have known better. I think maybe you're extending what I said beyond where I was talking. I'm talking about right now. Right now, as gamers, you're plugged in. You're on YouTube. You've got no excuse jumping into a game day one and then getting angry that it's not any good. You got Twitch, you got YouTube, you got live streams on every corner of the internet, every street corner of the internet. You can watch somebody play a game at launch. You have no excuse. You want to go back to when Cyberpunk launched, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about going forward. There is no impulse. Now, you about, oh, if I pre-order, I get all the good stuff, and then I get early access. Yeah, do you want to know why they're doing that?
What up, Padre?
They're trying to combat the fact that the day the game launches, you can see it in its entirety. That's an era that gaming is trying to wrangle to the ground. We're in an era of gaming
8800.
where as soon,
I'll take that.
I mean, as soon as that game is live, you can see the entire game online for $0. Yes, I'm scheduling the Phantom Liberty gameplay right now. We're going to go to it in about 44 minutes. That's why I open with correct me if I'm wrong. Right, Eugene, I don't have the sharpest memory with how everything happened with Cyberpunk. But my memory is we knew extremely quickly that something was wrong. It wasn't like it took a week. It wasn't like a bunch of people, think of it this way. There wasn't like a bunch of people being patient and were misled, and then therefore they bought the game in that opening week and like couldn't get a clear picture. If you were watching streamers, if you were paying attention to YouTube when that game launched, now I think your pushback would be the hype machine was up and running, the reviews were up and running, everybody was talking about this game was so amazing, so everybody thought it had this stamp of approval, so they went out and bought it in confidence. Well, your issue is not necessarily with the developer or the publisher. Your issue is with a complacent or capitulating news media or gaming news media. Do we really, how much evidence do we need that the video games media is a joke? They're a joke. Journalistic malpractice virtually every other day when something happens, lack of integrity, lack of proper research. They will not correct bad headlines or bylines. They will not go back and fix articles. They won't. They won't. The video games, journalism, it doesn't exist anymore. You have a bunch of content creators in disguise. They might as well be YouTubers farming for AdSense and ad revenue by going like this on their thumbnail. Like, they might as well be doing that. Like, that's what most games journalists are doing. They're simply blogging for ad revenue. There's no journalistic integrity. There's no investigative reporting. There's no correcting of bad of misleading headlines or misleading bylines. They won't even go back and correct statements about like Chris Avallone. Chris Avallone wins a 7-figure lawsuit.
Traffic's all
gets
backed up.
Public retractions from the two women, the two liars, and none of the gaming outlets will go back and correct the record, and they won't even report on it. Why? Because they are cowards and they do not have integrity. So if you're gonna go back and be like, oh man, Cyberpunk defrauded the company, they didn't do it on their own. They didn't do it on their own. It's not like CD Projekt Red just completely did it in a vacuum. They had full-on, sold-out cooperation from the gaming news outlets and the gaming news media because they're sellouts. There is no gaming journalism anymore. And anybody that attempts to speak about things factually or speak about things with integrity, well, they just get maliciously attacked. Why? Well, because these outlets are, I guarantee you these outlets are in on some of the astroturfing that happens. Look at every time I get attacked. They always use the same screenshot from the same article. Here's all these false claims from 2020 about this guy.
That was horrible.
They all have the same screenshot. Why? Why do you think that is? Why do you think I get astroturfed every time I have a take that people don't like? Or I get a little too snippy. What do I get? I get astroturfed by people. So the right now, if you're paying attention, then you don't really have an excuse. Like, you should be able to watch YouTube and streamers and know exactly what a game is like day one. Public opinion on Cyberpunk has changed since then because a lot of people have played the game and enjoyed it. That's why there's Hyper Phantom Liberty. It's not some conspiracy. Eugene's not saying it's a conspiracy at all. Eugene says the yellow chairs are a meme because those people praised the game before release. Of course they did. Of course they did, because they're playing ball. You'll never remove this reality. This is a problem that I don't even know the solution for. The problem is, the minute you're labeled a troublemaker, the minute you're quote unquote blacklisted, you will never get a review code. You won't. I know this firsthand. Even before I got canceled in 2020, I got blacklisted, I got uninvited to events. Why? Because all it takes is a phone call or an email or a text message from the right person, and you're done. You are done. And once it happens, it just crumbles from there. So all these YouTubers and all these outlets, they're all like this. Their industry, their brand, what they do, they need to be able to drop day one embargo reviews, day one embargo, talking points or whatever it is. They need to be able to do that. And if they want to do that, they have to play ball. They are essentially captive to a quid pro quo, an unspoken quid pro quo. They're all captive to it. It's why they astroturf and attack people that aren't in that scenario. It's why people get maligned and labeled and framed as shills or framed as whatever. Why? Because you'll pay close attention. You'll notice something.
Shit.
The more
Didn't
free
even notice
somebody
him.
is to
Stealth
say
too
what
good.
they think, right?
I'll take
the more
that body.
free somebody is to just say what they think and to speak their mind, the more they get attacked and maligned. And it's typically by the same groups, the same circles. They all say the same thing. It happens to Colin Moriarty all the time. He gets labeled as all these things. Why? Because he's not beholden to these companies. He doesn't give a frick. What are you going to do to him? He doesn't need your games. He doesn't need early access to your games. And the more people that do that, the more people that get to that level, the more strength we'll have in the market as consumers. We need to be lifting up the people that don't play according to the rules and say, oh yeah, we'll do exactly what you tell us to do. We'll spin everything into a positive. Now, frick that. Those people are intellectually and morally bankrupt. You should not be supporting outlets who clearly have sold the soul of their honesty to these companies. You shouldn't be supporting that at all. You should be supporting the people that even if they say things that you don't agree with, the mark of a trustworthy source is somebody who is speaking their mind and what they think without fear of reprisal. or repercussions. So like, this is what I think. I don't care if a developer and a publisher won't work with me or send me a code. I don't care. I'm going to do everything I can to build a scalable business model that doesn't need that. And you as the consumer should be seeking to support that effort, not just here, but anywhere you see it, to stamp out. Listen, some of these organizations, some of these outlets, they're going to be gone in 7 years because they're not sustainable, and a lot of them are clearly not trustworthy. Their day in the sun already has an expiration date on it. So if you feel that sense of frustration with like how Cyberpunk launched and how the gaming media handled it, now is the turning point. Don't you feel it? It's like every other week there's some story about like, well, they really try to control who could play and review Starfield. And look at the astroturfing in the wake of Starfield's score going down. What's everybody say? Oh, it's review bombing. Really? Oh, it's not review bombing, the port's really bad. Everybody has talking points ready to like defend the game. Why? That's basically the marching orders. The marching orders are a priori position. It's a good game. Anybody that breaks from the fact that it's a good game is a liar, is a review bomber, is a whatever, and they shouldn't be trusted. So they're creating this us versus them scenario where the hand-picked outlets, oh, they're the ones that are trustworthy, not the hundreds of thousands of people that can review the game on the actual Steam database, not those people. Do you have any idea the massive amount of the literal army of people that you would need to review bomb a game on Steam? Do you have any idea? 58,000 reviews for Starfield on Steam. Do you have any idea how many people you would need to actually successfully review bomb that game? It's mathematically untenable. You couldn't do it. And if you go read the reviews, they're mostly people with 30 plus, 50 plus, hundreds of hours that are saying, I can't recommend this game. It's not any good. But you're being told it's getting review bombed. You're being told that, oh, it's because of a bad port. None of that's true. You can't substantiate that. Take on the mind of Sherlock Holmes. Act like Sherlock Holmes. Be like, okay, this is the claim that's being made. Let me go see if I can fact find and substantiate this. Nice red badge, Table JFK. Did we get it? Did you re-up, or is that just it just took to this day to do it? So, if you don't feel that tension, it just happened again with Cyberpunk. CD Projekt Red tells the outlets
Please get off my
that
block.
given access to Phantom Liberties, they can only use B-roll. There it is, 24 months in a VIP, 2-year badge assembled. Thank you, Table JFK. Like, if it's mostly people with less than 2 to 10 hours, come on, this narrative's tired. No, your narrative's tired. We looked the other day at the reviews, and I went to negative review types. Negative review types. Your narrative is tired. 53 hours, 26 hours, 26 hours, 69 hours, 194 hours, 7 hours, 123 hours, 169 hours, 51 hours, 40 hours. What are you even talking about? Most people with less than 2 to 10 hours? Really? Again, what are you actually talking about? What you're saying is you can't substantiate it if you go and try and research it. You can't.
Where's your gun?
Where are all these little 1 and 2 hour reviews? Where are they? What are you talking about? Where? That's not statistical analysis? Where are you getting your statistical analysis that most of the negative reviews on Steam are 2 to 10 hours? Where? Even if most of the negative reviews fall in 2 to 10 hours, how is that a review bomb? You know what a review bomb is, right? A review bomb would be somebody buying the game, reviewing it, and then refunding it. That's a review bomb. Anybody that gets past 2 within 2 to 10 hours is not a review bomb. What are you actually talking about? Yeah, we did it the other day. We looked at the positive reviews, and a ton of the positive reviews were receive the review copy in 1 to 2 hours. I found more people there at that threshold. That's what I'm saying. You're getting astroturfed. You're getting told stuff that isn't true. Like the fact that there's ray tracing in Starfield. That's another great one we saw the other day. What are you even talking about? Where's the integrity? Where's the honesty? A review bomb would literally be somebody buying the game, reviewing it, and then refunding it. That's a review bomb. Because the return window is 2 hours. Okay, J-Dog, you have made a claim substantiated with facts. You said that most of them were in the 2 to 10 hour mark. Substantiate that with evidence. Someone analyzed it, but whatever, I'm gonna get flamed. Someone analyzed it. Who? Who analyzed it? And again, 2 to 10 hours would mean they can't refund the game. Meaning, they played long enough to say, nah, dude, not for me. This is not for me.
Fuck me.
Either you cherry pick a few top.
God damn it.
How long do you want me to scroll? How long? Also, that's an incredible dodge to the question. How long do you want me to scroll before we find anybody under 10 hours? Let's just do it. I'm looking. Let's just see how long it takes us. There we go. 8 hours, 6.4, 3.8. None of these people can refund the game. This is not a review bomb. This is not a review bomb. They can't even refund the game. Let's keep scrolling. Let's see if we can find a single person who played fast enough to refund the game, because that would be... Here's someone with 200 hours. Let's just keep going. Let's just see how long it takes us to find somebody who actually we could say is a measurable review bomb. 3.6 can't refund. 4.3 can't refund. Let's just keep going. You're saying I'm cherry picking. Brother, I'll scroll till my finger falls off. 4.3 hours can't refund. Let's just keep going here. 4.3 can't refund. Here we go. We found somebody. And they haven't even refunded it. Doesn't it actually say that they refunded it? If they refunded it, wouldn't it say that on the review somewhere? We found one person that could refund the game if they want. And I believe it says it on their review if they did refund it. 2.4 can't refund. 1.3 can refund. I don't see any evidence of a refund here. Yes, it says if you've refunded. Okay, so we're literally finding people who have enough hours to refund and they've not refunded. Let's keep going. We have a whopping 3 people. Here's 2 hours. I don't see evidence of a refund. Where does it say it? Where does it say it? Again, look how many times I scroll before we find somebody who could even refund it. Here's 1.8. I don't see evidence of a refund. Do I have to click on their review? Where does it say it? I don't see it. I've seen it before on a review. It says it like right on it. Can you not filter refunded? I'm just showing the vast majority of the people that we're looking at. 60, 106, 108, 8.4, 79, 86, 45, 4.1, 20. You want to accuse me of cherry picking? Look how far I've scrolled. You want to scroll back up? Done. I found 4 to 5 people who maybe could have refunded and didn't. So if you're going to say, well, the vast majority are in the 2 to 10, it's getting review bombed. People are review bombing and refunding. Where? Where are they? How long do I have to scroll before I get there? I've got people with over 100 hours, over 50 hours, over 200 hours. The point is, whether it's Cyberpunk or whether it's Starfield, stop accepting astroturfing. You're accepting a narrative. You're not accepting reality. When you find people who have this prior commitment to, oh yeah, it's a great game, so anybody that breaks from this must be not telling the truth or lying or whatever. Look at what happened with Cyberpunk. Same thing happened with Cyberpunk. You had all these glowing reviews, all these positive reviews, and then what happened as the dust settled on Cyberpunk? What happened? Yes, I was showing negative Fillmore because people were claiming the negative reviews were in the 2 to 10 hour range. Like it was getting review bombed, which 2 to 10 hours doesn't even substantiate the claim of a review bomb because 2 to 10 hours is not.
I accidentally killed a civilian. Fuck.
They played past the refund.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry about that.
Bomb. A review bomb is game sucks, it's bad.
God damn these fucking street thugs.
They don't own the game. They've never touched the game. Somebody who's played anywhere from 2 to 10 hours is not review bombing the game. They played it past the point of refund. They haven't even refunded it. The 4 to 5 people we saw in that threshold of time, no, I'm sorry, they were below that threshold of time. We found a few people under 2 hours, they hadn't even refunded the game. That again, if you're going to make a claim, substantiate it. Also, we have people out here claiming it's bad. It's getting bad reviews on Steam because it's a bad PC port. Alex is saying that on Twitter. I don't know how he substantiates that. We scrolled through people with 20, 30, 50, and 100 and 200 hours. Those people are giving it a negative score because it's a bad port? Who plays a bad port that long? In my experience, bad ports like The Last of Us, they get eviscerated and refunded. They don't get played for hundreds of hours. You can't substantiate the claim that this thing's scoring poorly on Steam because it's a bad port when the lion's share of the reviews are in the double digits of hours and they're not refunding the game. They're not refunding the game. 40 hours, 50 hours, 200 hours. That's another narrative talking point that I don't believe you can substantiate. There's no evidence this thing's scoring the way that it is because it's a bad port. How is a game developed on PC a port? That's the thing, I don't even know. That was my question was, wait, this is a port? Since when? Since when is something in the creation engine a port? Sven says, out of those sub 10 hour players, I wonder how many of them have completed the tutorial achievement. Starfield was developed for PC. That's what I mean. Can we even substantiate the claim that Starfield was ported to PC? Is that even something that we can substantiate? Like, what are we even talking about? What are we doing? It's getting a middling score. We can't, you can hand wave and come up with any narrative points you want. It's got a 72% in the Xbox store, but I'm sure that's because it's a bad port. Like, what are we even talking about? After what happened with Cyberpunk, you should be 100% on guard for this kind of thing. Starfield's not the last game or even the first game to do this. We're going to control who gets the game. We're going to control what the public thinks. And then, after that, in the wake of that, anybody that breaks from this will be seen as review bombing, hating, right? You can just astroturf the negativity out of people. You just name call. I'm just Reforged Gaming's just a Starfield hater. He's done nothing but hate on the game. Do you ever wonder why all those people are saying that? It's a talking point. They're astroturfing. I'm not even kidding you. This isn't conspiracy theory. There's a reason they're all saying it, because it's being told to them in some capacity. It's not substantiated. You can't go to 50 plus live streams of Starfield coverage and say, Yep, that's all this guy does is hate on the game. No, it's an AstroTurf talking point from a smear merchant, and they're all running with it. I guarantee you, in the coming weeks, if Starfield ever comes up and the review score on Steam ever comes up, that's what we're going to hear. Well, I heard it was review bombed. Well, I heard it was, yeah, people are
fucking
trying to
looting
claim
like it's Call of
that
Duty
a bad
Warzone
game.
here.
It's just a bad port.
Give me your shit. I'm out.
What the frick? What? No, none of those things are true. No, you can't substantiate those things with facts. Those are pre-formed narrative talking points. Those are not real pieces of reality. So, a great thing you can do with Phantom Liberty.
No, the cops eventually left me
Don't think
alone. They got
anybody's worked
scared.
for it.
I'm
Play
not
it.
fucking with this guy. He's nuts. Shot his mom in the
Play
face.
it. Like, or I'm sorry, not play it. Watch it.
And got away with it.
If you own the game, you can play 2.0, and you can try out Cyberpunk. You can see if it's any good. You can see if the updates do what they promise. You can see if the game has turned a corner.
The game is kind of fun.
Enter space for the first time achievement.
There's plenty of activities to do. That's what I care about.
That's the end of the tutorial.
Good combat.
Wait, it's at 88% on Steam?
Would have been a better action game than an RPG. Just very bad at the RPG part.
But it's getting review bombed. This guy just tweeted, I still can't believe Bethesda didn't invest in a seamless loading system for Starfield, especially with SSDs being the standard, because not gonna lie, as much as I like Starfield, playing Cyberpunk again is really putting in perspective just how out of date Starfield felt with all of its loading. That's a big Starfield fan. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that account tweet about in support of and celebrating Starfield quite a bit.
Asshole.
Cross-gen games are better than next-gen only. Wait, which games are you referring to? There have been some pretty bad next-gen only games, but not all of them. Man, if you look at a couple of them, you could really substantiate that position. Like Gotham Knights was next-gen only. Jedi Survivor was next-gen only. Redfall was next-gen only. You can really substantiate that position. I don't agree with you, but you could make a pretty compelling case. Man, a lot of these next-gen only games, they blow. They blow.
Oh, so I get skill shards for the Shinobi skill.
Solemn says,
do I have to
"Everybody in the
kill
street has
them?
the ability to wait and buy a game and
Do I
do
have
more
to
than
pick up the
enough
shard, or
research
does getting
and
kills
review watching to
automatically give me a
determine,
progression?
if you should spend
Oh,
your
the
money
shard
on it.
gives. Oh no, it's a
Most just
shard.
let the impatience
It gives me
win.
progression outside of what I'm actually doing.
I agree.
Like picking up a
Cross-gen
money
meant
shard.
great performance on next gen. Next gen only has meant devs tried to do too much. You know, it's funny. We're seeing a lot of that. We really are. We're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing that, like, the minute you're not on a cross-gen title, all of a sudden it's like, what'd you guys do to this game?
Headhunter, it's almost up
I played
there.
the new update for 10 hours, and I wasn't that impressed, especially
What's all
since I
these
bought Baldur's
boosts?
Gate 3.
Disability.
Now that...
one per
not that it's a bad game,
point,
just not
decreases
for me.
visibility.
Oh,
Headshot
the
damage.
updated
Ooh, good thing
Cyberpunk.
I'm getting this. Plus 15% damage against vulnerabilities.
I think that the update in Cyberpunk is going to shine.
Optical camo is
when
active
you
while
skip
grappling
ahead,
enemies. Nice.
I think. Because you played for 10 hours.
30%
Did you
faster
start over?
when crouch
Fillmore?
walking
where,
and
where
crouch
were you in the
sprinting.
game?
Nice.
Did you start over, or did you pick up wherever you were? Because I
Damage
wonder
bonuses
if
from being
the
undetected
ideal
outside of combat
scenario
positions.
is
Plus
brand new
15%
save,
optical camo charge when
skip
neutralizing
ahead.
an enemy
Like,
in one
and
of the
that's when
following
people are
ways.
like, oh
During focus,
yes,
during dead eye.
this
Nice.
is how the game should feel. Like, this is how Cyberpunk should be experienced. I'll go ahead and say, if you want to be foolish with your money and buy into a game too early, you're allowed to do that too. You're allowed to have some silly fun. These are games. Oh, for sure. FOMO and what
Increase the
Solomon is
mitigation chance
saying
the faster you move.
is
Oh,
so
I
true.
need that.
FOMO really, really drives.
Plus
really
25%
drives these
damage at
purchases
fast
where people are
attacks.
like, well,
Ooh.
I gotta be in there day one.
Air
Don't
dashing and
miss out.
sliding automatically reload 20% of your equipped weapon.
You're gonna want a fresh start for sure, says Wild Mustang. I think Spider-Man 2 will come out and blow away all the doubters. saying that it's the next gen games that are the problem.
How do I
haven't had a
upgrade
chance to
engineer?
watch
There's
Jaffe's
no
video
description.
Where he basically said that PlayStation has become too formulaic, and I would love to interview him about that and to ask him how many of the games did he play this gen. Like, I want to ask him if he played Returnal to completion. Did he play Forbidden West and Ragnarok and Burning Shores to completion? And Spider-Man 2's not out yet. So I'm like, I'm just not sure what formula.
There's a lot of shit in the city I didn't finish. I didn't notice all these
I played
NCPD
all these
marks were here.
To completion.
And a lot of good spots to check out. I'll
I
go
don't
do
understand
that.
what you mean. I'm genuinely curious. What's this formula? You mean they made video games? Like I genuinely don't know. Because formulaic game design is, I don't know, everywhere? Like, are we gonna say that Starfield doesn't follow a formula? Because it does. It's Fallout 5 in space. Are we gonna say that even Cyberpunk, are we gonna say it doesn't follow a formula? Where are these games that are not following a formula? Like, what games are you talking about? What games are shedding and breaking the shackles
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
of a formula? Final Fantasy 16 doesn't follow a formula I've ever played before. I've never played a game like Final Fantasy 16. I can say that
Overture.
confidently because I've never
Ooh.
liked a game like this before.
Can't get a
I don't
silencer
really
on it though.
understand. Like,
That's
all
sad.
games have a formula and a lane that they generally stay in. Everything is just Super Mario Brothers with better graphics.
Oh, I
Why
fucking
do we have to
burned
complete
her.
Returnal? It's kind of like me saying you didn't play Starfield long enough. No, not true. You're not engaging with what I'm saying, Omega. If you're going to claim PlayStation has followed a formula in all these games, okay, did you play them? Did you play them to completion?
Complete me.
No? Well, then what are we talking about here? Like, if you're going to make a claim that all these restaurants just basically have the same menu, and I'm like, well, have you visited all of them? Have you ordered substantial amounts of all of the menus? No? Then what are you talking about? Like, I'm not making claims about Starfield that require me to play more. That would be like me saying Starfield's story is predictable. It'd be like, what? You didn't play it. Starfield's ending is predictable. I didn't play it. I can't make those statements. When you make a statement and I press against the statement and say, well, can you substantiate that? Can you substantiate that all these games are the same? Like, Spider-Man 2 is not even out yet, and we're saying that it's following the PlayStation formula? How do you know that? We haven't even played it. We've even been told that, like, the side quests are going to lead to story, like actual substantive story. That's not formulaic. That's a new idea. A lot of the times in these games, side quests are like fetch 'em, bounties, chase 'em things. It's like, I genuinely don't understand what we're even saying. All games have a formula to a degree. And here's the other problem. Even if you can deduce the formula underneath, that doesn't mean that the game is then bad or tired or boring. Returnal and Starfield are completely different games. I wasn't comparing Returnal to Starfield. I was saying, here's a first-party Sony title. What formula does it follow? What's the formula that Returnal follows that is tired and they need to get away from? Like, I played Ghost of Tsushima to completion, and it felt nothing like Forbidden West. Now, if you want to talk about, there's this undercurrent of, well, it's an open world game with missions and side quests. Okay. What? So what are you going to do the next time you play a first-person shooter? Are you going to complain the fact that it's a first-person shooter with missions and side quests? Like, what? Huh? What are we saying? The next time you play a turn-based RPG, are you going to say that it's just another turn-based RPG? Don't you see? All games follow a formula to a degree. It doesn't matter what game it is. the formula doesn't take away from the creativity. It doesn't take away from the innovation, the storytelling, the artistry, the work that goes into the writing and the dialogue and the voice acting. Like, Starfield is Bethesda's formula. That doesn't mean that people don't like the formula. Right, like, I would never come at Starfield and say it's bad because it's formulaic. I would say, no, it's bad because of all these other reasons. Like, here's all the things I didn't like about it. Here's all the things I found disappointing.
I can sell certain
I'd like to interview
legendaries. This is the same exact. Ashura. I'll keep one though, just in case.
General, that doesn't game design in general follow a formula?
This one has a mod. It's more
Returnal
expensive.
Follows the formula of a rogue. It does.
Well, it just does a lot more damage.
How great Returnal is? Hades follows the formula of a rogue. There's an ocean of rogues available right now on
tier
Steam.
5 plus.
Every other day I would see a trailer for a game like, that looks awesome. I hope it's a Metroidvania. And what would it be? It'd be a rogue. Every time.
I think I might disassemble these.
Following the formula of a rogue doesn't take away from the game's quality. It doesn't take away from Hades or Hades 2 when it comes out. It doesn't. Like, when Silk Song comes out and it follows the formula of a Metroidvania, is anybody going to say, yep, just another Metroidvania. We've had enough of these. No, nobody's going to say that. What are you going to do? You're going to judge it within itself. You're going to say,
sell copies that I find.
Silk Song a good game? You might even say, is it a good Metroidvania? You might say that, but you're not going to immediately like dismiss it as just another Metroidvania. Sony is treated, their first-party studios are... are treated differently for some reason, and I can't make heads or tails of it. It's like, okay, what's the formula busting that the first-party Xbox studios are doing? What is it?
All right, let's fuck this city up.
Did they really bust up and get creative with
all
their
these
formula
assaults in
with
progress.
Halo Infinite? Did they? Turn the resolution down, you could probably convince somebody it's an older Halo. It's Halo. Did they break formula with Forza Horizon? Did they break formula with Redfall? Did they break formula with Starfield? 44% isn't full completed on Ghost, isn't 100%. What are you saying, GPC? Are you literally trophy checking?
Oh, it's just like Starfield.
I will
you take the train and a loading screen straight to the next area.
When I complete a game,
Cyberpunk is next gen.
Being like trophy measurement weird ego. I'm saying I beat the game. I played through the game. I beat Jedi Survivor. Go check my trophies there too, I guess. Like, I don't trophy chase. I don't. I didn't trophy chase in Forbidden West. I didn't trophy chase in God of War Ragnarok. Those are games that I've beaten. Those are games that I've completed. I still need to do a complete run through, a second complete run through of Returnal, but I've done a complete run through of Returnal. You gonna trophy check me there too? You trophy checkers are freaking weird. Y'all are weird people. Like, I'll be like, man, I love games over here. Yeah, look at his trophy count. You're weird. That'd be like saying, I really loved that movie or that show, and they're like, but you didn't watch the director interviews, and you didn't watch the deleted scenes, and you didn't watch the
Why are you
extended cuts
fucking with
on
me? I'm just
YouTube,
standing
some
there.
blackhat download sites. You're not a real fan.
The fuck?
What? What are you even talking about? You trophy checkers have the weirdest energy in gaming I've ever seen in my life. I've played so many games in my life, and you know what I've never done? I've never went and checked for achievements or trophies. I've never done that. I'm like, that was a great game. That was really fun. Spider-Man, I did with Spider-Man. I went back. Well, I didn't go back. I'm sorry. Spider-Man, I did all of the little check marks on the map. I probably don't have an impressive trophy count in Spider-Man. I just wanted green check marks on the map. That's all I cared about.
Yeah. I like that. Completionist. I'm a completionist addict.
I'm currently clearing the map in Tsushima when I have time, but I'm not going for trophies. I just like clearing the map. I like getting rid of the question marks on the map.
Yeah. Ooh, what's that? Let's go see. Split some enemy
Trophy
asshole
checking is
open.
it's such weird energy. It's so weird. I don't get it at all. I have 66 hours. 66 hours in Ghost of Tsushima. I have 130 hours in Elden Ring. Go check my trophies. I probably don't have very many. 66 hours? In a game, but I'm not complete? I mean, clearing the map is the same as trophy hunting. It's completion energy. Right, but even clearing the map is different. That's more of like a visual aesthetic thing. That's more of like a, oh, I really would like to see the map, you know, have all the check marks. That's different than going to like a trophy list and being like, kill 17 enemies with a poison dart while crouching in tall grass on the north side of the map after 6 p.m.
After 6 p.m.
Yeah, that. I don't do that. I do not do that. I like, trophy hunting has never appealed to me. I've never once done it.
Get the fuck out of the way.
He 100% trophy checked you. I just did, and that's the number. Trophy, like I said, trophy checking is weird energy. It's just super weird energy. I don't get it at all. You can play a game for 66 to 100 hours and not put a dent into your trophy count. Because unless you specifically go do them, so many of the trophies you're never going to get. They're really specific a lot of the times. And look, if you love going for trophies, that's not weird energy. What's weird energy is checking people that don't. That's just bizarre. That's just weird behavior. You didn't get all the trophies in that game? No. Half those trophies are freaking weird. They had me using weapons or builds or attack styles that I don't even like. It's like, use this weapon against this enemy 8 times. I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound very fun. I love that your community is just a bunch of people who tune in to argue with you. That's such a good summary. We do. We like to argue. You ever have really good arguments with like your cousins or your brothers or something? I don't have a problem with
Capacity
people that
booster.
I said trophy checking. Trophy checking is weird energy. You say you beat that game? Yeah, I'm like 60-something hours in it.
261.
What? I have 44% of what? What are you talking about? Like,
oh, only for a certain amount of time. Okay.
I get the trophy checking when someone is fact checking someone for saying they completed a game. Right, like if I say I completed the game and you're looking for the trophy that proves that, that's totally fine. If I told you guys right now, oh yeah man, I already beat that game. I already beat that game. I already beat Liza P. Trophy check it. I have it. I have it. I got to Archbishop. Alright? And I'm like, I don't know. I might go do New Game Plus in Jedi Survivor. That's more my vibe of game, you know? Souls games and I have a unique relationship. So yes, if I claim I've beaten a game and you check the trophy and I haven't beaten a game, that's totally legitimate. Whether it's any of the games I've put a lot of time into, whether it's Returnal, Tsushima, Elden Ring.
Police, you
I
do
know
not
we
want to
have
go
almost
up here.
No trophies in Forbidden West.
It's
They
about to
have
get real
Beeline,
busy.
Forbidden West.
Actually, it's
Because
about to
I was
get
getting
real
ready for Elden Ring.
quiet.
I couldn't like camp
Set these
out in
fuckers
Horizon
asleep.
Forbidden West and play completion style. I'm gonna go back to that game one day. I know I will. I was playing it with my son with the co-pilot feature, and it was so freaking fun. It was really, really fun. Are you still tight with Alex?
Ooh, cleared them all out. Let's
I
go.
guarantee you I got clipped earlier. He's out here claiming that the Steam score of Starfield's low because it's a bad port. I think he's wrong. I don't think he can substantiate his position. I don't think he can. I think if he goes to Steam user scores and review scores, and he goes fact-finding and he tries to substantiate that claim, I believe he will fail in that endeavor. I don't believe you can support that position. I can disagree with him and say that his position's wrong and not have a personal issue with him. I don't know why he's acting like Starfield score is low for that reason. I don't understand. Like, that's not the vibe I got from any of the Steam reviews I've looked at. Now, the Xbox Store, he might be right. If you buy or play Starfield through the Xbox Store on PC, the majority of those negative reviews were having problems. And that's probably the stupid Xbox Store. I meant because he went after MBG quite hard. I'm never going to tell Alex what to do with his content, but I think people need to start considering the psychological ramifications of constantly roasting, making fun of, and mocking people on the internet. What are we going to do one day if somebody like MBG just gets tired of the hate, gets tired of being salted, memed on, hated on, mocked, attacked, and one day he's gone? We wake up and there's a news report. What are we going to think then? I think that's going to make the content hit a little different, isn't it? We rallied and mocked this guy, made fun of this guy, false framed his statements, articles were written about him, right? Constantly attacked him, constantly misrepresented him. You know, you got Jez Corden saying that MBG built his channel on hating on Xbox. That's not true. That's not true at all. What does that feel like, do you think, when you've worked really hard to grind and you got a YouTube channel and you're on the verge of 100,000 subscribers and you get misrepresented, misframed, attacked, mislabeled, name-called? You have somebody who writes for a respected outlet saying that you built your channel hating on Xbox. What do you think that does to somebody's psychology, their mental health? A lot of these content creators live very isolated lives. They live very isolated lives. What do you think that does to a person? Didn't MBG start with Xbox?
Crusher, nice.
Did he name anybody? Did he pull anybody up on his stream?
I already got
name
one of
call,
those.
mock,
I'll sell
and
that.
jeer at? No. Somebody clipped him and framed it as he's jealous of these people. Did he name them?
Fucking cops looking
Did
for
he
me.
go
God
after
damn it.
them? Did he mock them? Did he name call them? Did he pull them up on a stream and
Get
let a
the
live
fuck outta
audience
here,
just
God damn it.
eviscerate them? Did he do that? I'm just curious, because we've just accepted that that's okay. It's just totally fine and totally normal. It's culturally pathological the way that we treat people. It's like, well, I don't agree with what this guy said about this brand, therefore it's totally fine to mock, satirize, name call, misrepresent, misframe, eviscerate. I mean, maybe one day he wakes up and he self-deletes because we won't leave him alone. We make everything personal because we have unresolved mental health problems on our own, and so we pour that out on this guy because we don't like his takes about our brand. And if he wakes up one day and he decides, I can't take it anymore, I'm out of here, what are you going to do then? You going to make a video about that? You going to pull that article up and laugh about it and jeer about it? You going to quote tweet it and say, well, he built his channel on bashing Xbox? What are y'all gonna do when the rubber meets the road and your nonsensical, carte blanche, open season bullying of people? What are you gonna do when it results in something tragic? Because it wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time. I have a family, I have a support system, I have a faith, I have a producer, I have all of these levees keeping me from the abyss of darkness that this industry will cast you down into. And people do it with a smirk on their face, and they make money while they're doing it. And I think it's despicable. I think it's embarrassing. I don't think you're men. I think you're children, stuck in extended adolescent behavior, thinking that it's funny to misrepresent, name call, and eviscerate people, to bring up BS from my past that's not even true, and constantly hurl it in my face. Why? Because I say things about the brand that you like, and that's upsetting to you. Grow the frick up. DK Beggar with a gifted member. This is getting clipped. I don't care. I don't care. The meta of extended adolescent men bullying and mocking and attacking people on the internet, that meta only has one end, and it's a tragic one, because it's a tale as old as time. When you pick at a wound long enough, something bad will happen. When you circle around and you go after people day in, day out, day in, day out, eventually something tragic will happen. It's happened before, and we all just forget. We all just move on and think, well, it's satire. No, you're cruel, and you hide your cruelty under the guise of its satire. It's like sarcastic people that are really just deep down inside. They're just a-holes. And they've never really come to grips with their own social ineptitude. So they're just constantly being sarcastic because they're just not a nice person. All people do is self-report. When you constantly want to pull up a screenshot of an article about me from 2020 that are false claims that were disproven, you want to hurl that in my face, you're just self-reporting on how despicable you are. You constantly want to cling to some past image of me. You're captive by your own past, more than likely. So, no, I don't support that kind of content. And I don't care what people do with their channels. But I'm putting up a caution sign. And I'm saying, I don't think y'all know what you're doing. I don't think you know what you're doing to other people. You think it's funny. You think it's all giggles and super chats. You think it's great. But the reality is, this has a very, very damaging effect on people. And what will be eternally
some good crimes to check out. Hey,
damning is that you made money while doing it. So I hope people can sleep at night. Like, you make money damaging and attacking the mental health of other people. That's what you do.
I want to get the level 5 ping too.
You got blood on your hands. Even if the people don't completely go off the deep end and do something tragic, you've got blood on your hands because you give people all sorts of internalized trauma and anxiety and depression and frustration and anger. You do that. You put that energy out into the world and you make a buck while doing it. So I hope it's worth it. I hope paying your bills is worth hurting other people. And typically I only get this sanctimonious in members, but it's so fitting as we talk about Cyberpunk and we talk about the astroturfing and we talk about the misrepresentation of the product when it came out and consumers feeling like they can't trust the media. It's so in line with that.
Oh, my
like
bad.
This big
almost did it right.
People try to live this we have the Instagramification of reality, but then in video games we have this weird, just bizarre, childish, bully-like extended adolescent behavior that we think is funny because we label it like salt or satire. the main reason I don't get involved is because of my own personal beliefs and what I aim and what I want to do, what I want to champion with my brand, right? That's why I don't get involved. It's like I'm never gonna throw somebody's content up on my channel and react and call them a name or mock them or respond to these people. Like I don't want to put gas on the fire.
Holy
to try to
shit.
spread.
She started she started
But
split leg
I don't know.
she started split legging it right before I shot
I
her.
at least am gonna stand for what
She
I think
just
is
flew
right.
forward.
I feel like people are going way too far with it, and they think it's so funny. They think it's hilarious. They think it's entertainment. Yeah, I saw the people claiming that there's ray tracing in Garfield. That's not true. 10 spot from World Renowned. Listen, we've got to shift gears to gameplay. We have not missed this goal since November of last year. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of time to hit this. We only need 13. Let's hit 25. We'll go into the new stream. I'll give the 5 that I owe you. I didn't anticipate getting here, but the whole theater. It's just the theater of that. I'm constantly getting tried to get pulled into it, and I'm just freaking tired of it. So I'd rather stand and say, no, I'm judging you. I'm not getting involved, but I am judging you.
Oh, I can get the
And
legendary
I hope
quick
y'all are
shot.
ready
Nice.
for what may happen, because I don't think the current trajectory that we're on is a healthy one. I don't think it's good. Thanks so much for the gifted members, Zubair and 20. Behemoth says we need a big one.
Where's the legendary
and he does
reboot
it.
optics? Where's the
Unbelievable.
ping?
That takes us to 33.
I can get the crafting spec,
Jiminy Christmas,
but not
Behemoth.
the
He's like, we're not missing it. Not on my watch. Woo!
the ping crafting spec. I can't buy the actual.
AstroTurfing, I'm not sure what it means. So AstroTurfing is when you quietly, it's like a grassroots movement that's artificial. It's AstroTurf. So you've heard the term grassroots, right? There's this grassroots movement.
crafting
Everybody's
spec?
supporting this local indie band or something. AstroTurf is a fake grassroots movement. What it means is they go to
Bait
all
level
these people
5.
and they're like, hey, make sure everybody's saying this talking point, right? They do it to me all the time. They all have the exact same screenshot of the exact same article. False claims about me from 2020. So-and-so accused of this. They all use the same screenshot. Why?
Let me get the
because they're all
crafting
privately
spec for it.
astroturfing me anytime they feel like I kind of step out of line, which is abusive behavior, right? That's the mind of an abuser. You're doing something I don't like, I'm going to inflict pain on you. These are abusive people. They're disgusting people. Like, that's why I say they self-report. If that's your mindset of, this guy did something I don't like, I'm going to inflict pain on him, you're an abuser. Like, that's an abusive person.
Aww.
That's the mindset of an abuser.
Tier
I
5
stop
quick hack
behavior that I don't like with
components.
pain. Then that's what they do to me. They don't
God
like what
damn
I
it.
say. They don't like my positions. So they inflict pain on me. A single
get
gifted
another
member
ping.
from DK Bager. And then Sorcerer comes in with a 10 bomb. Thank you so much. That takes us all the
get a
way
purple ping.
to 44.
Blue ping?
So that's why I say
Green
it's
ping?
astroturfing. Like, it's hard for me to not
No
see.
green ping. God
It's
damn.
like, it's not a coincidence that every time I upset that side, that image gets circulated. It's like they're circulating it somewhere. Somebody, I don't know if there's a Discord. I don't know if somebody just DMs it to them. I don't know, but there's just apparent astroturfing anytime Reforged Gaming steps out of line or Reforged Gaming does something we don't like. Inflict pain on him. And they don't do it themselves. None of the big players will do it. It's always the little guys. It's always like the little accounts all start circulating the image. And it's like, gee, I wonder where they got that image. In this instance, it's basically brand dedicated content makers pushing a narrative down onto their fans. I just looked you up on Twitter, and I was trying to find your account. There's a guy live hate tweeting the show. Yeah. Yeah. And then they'll take those tweets and they'll put those into videos. They'll put those into articles. They false frame you, and then anytime you say anything, they'll revert back to the false frame. They'll say, well, this guy deserves it. All he's ever done is hate on Xbox. He deserves this. And it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not reality.
I can make my covert quick
You know what I'm
hack.
saying? It's like
My ping level
what
3.
are you talking about? That the idea that we can mistreat you, we can harass you,
They can make
we
my
can mock
bait
you,
level
make fun of
4.
you, call you names. We can do all this because you hate on Xbox. Let's just say that I did that. Let's say that's all my channel was. It's not true. But let's just say that's what I was doing. I booted up every single day and I was just like, headline, Xbox garbage, Xbox trash. Let's say that I did that. Does that mean I'm worthy of vicious attacks, harassment, lies, defamation, slander? That's all okay, right? Right? Well, because I hate on Xbox, that's okay. Do you know what they're doing when they say that?
12 seconds.
They've so fully integrated
Lock
into
on
their identity with
speed.
Xbox that when you attack Xbox, they feel
15
attacked.
seconds.
They
Oh,
take
that was
personal.
bait. Hold on. Where's ping?
They lack the mental clarity to
12
see
seconds.
that Xbox is just another brand. Like if
Oh,
I
shit, I already
dedicated
have
an
ping
entire
level
channel
3.
to talking
Shit.
about the fact that I really, really hate Sprite.
I
Would
already
anybody
have bait
care?
level
Would
4.
anybody come
Fuck.
after me? No, because
Sonic
nobody
Shock
has
level
integrated
4.
their identity into the brand
Fuck.
of Sprite. Now my
Let's
son
get a
might
cripple
get really
movement.
upset because he loves Sprite right now. It's like his favorite drink, and we let him have it because there's no caffeine. Right? You can have like the little cans. You can have like one a day. He might get upset, but if I had an entire channel dedicated to just Sprite sucks, their business practice sucks, I hate their branding, I hate the flavor of their soda, what would people say? Like, that's kind of a weird channel, but okay, bro. Nobody would come after me at a personal
Perfect for cyber
level.
cycles.
See, that's the thing everybody always misses in this power exchange. It's, you said something about Xbox, personal attack. It's like, wait a minute, I don't understand. If I say something about Xbox you don't like, why don't you just engage with that? Why don't you just engage with what I said, my argumentation? Instead, you clip snipe, you rip things out of context, you tell everybody that I think The Last of Us is an RPG, when that's not what I was saying. I was saying that it's not. Like, but that's what we do. Like, that's the behavior of the soundbite hate culture on Twitter. Well, I got to get clicks and I got to get likes, so I'll sell my soul to lies and dishonesty, because if I rail against this stranger on the internet, well, I'll get clicks and likes. Selling your soul to the devil for likes and clicks and money. Like, just what? It's really? A single gifted member from Ward Huff, he sets the layup, easy points from Ward Huff, and Pete Uptown comes in with 5. That's 50. And then the Agents of Chaos, Pete Uptown says, I'll do it on my own. I'll take us all the way there. Thank you very much. This is a good time to gift members because we're sort of at the tail end of a talk show, and that's when the most loyal audience is here. A little too slow, X-Cal going for the Agent of Chaos, single gifted, taking us to 52. Thank you so much. I love Xbox, says world-renowned GeoHound, but quite a few of these Xbox podcasts go to discussing levels of eviscerating others' character. You remember that IGN girl getting brutalized for her Starfield take? Yeah, I'm not trying to say one side does it more than the other, but I don't think I've ever seen the PlayStation guys going to the degree of slander and personal attack and personal defamation that gets hurled at me. Or what gets hurled at like MBG. It's just like, I don't get it. It's like, because he has a negative bent towards Xbox. I went back and looked at his channel, and I feel like he and I would commiserate so much on the idea of, we had all these hopes in Xbox and we didn't get what we were hoping for. And instead of lying about that or faking it or pushing through and acting like, no, that's not a big deal, we have turned on the brand that we loved and said, you have failed. You have failed me. And I'm not going to sit here and act like that's okay. I'm not going to say, yeah, that's fine. Yay green, yay Game Pass, yay Xbox. I'm going to say, no. I don't approve of this. I don't like this. I'm not going to support this. I'm not going to praise this. PlayStation guys have 100% done that. They've harassed plenty of devs and people. I've not seen the guys I follow doing that, or I wouldn't follow them, Cliffo. The minute somebody makes it personal and toxic, I don't follow them. I've unfollowed a couple of PlayStation guys for that reason. They were smaller, only a couple hundred followers. They weren't like making content, but they were just nasty. They were filling my timeline with nastiness, and I just unfollowed them. I was like, no. If you ever come at me with it, I block you. They never came at me, but they were putting out nastiness into the ether, and I was like, I don't want to see that on my timeline. Yeah, they constantly go after Dreamcast guy. They make fun of his complexion because he obviously has issues with his skin. A lot of times you can't do anything about that, like whether or not you have acne or skin issues on your face. A lot of the times you can't do anything about that. They constantly do that to that guy. Do we know where he is in life? Does he live alone? Is he isolated? Is he happy? Does he have mental health problems? Does he have history of mental health problems? Right? Does he? I don't know. How close can somebody be to the edge and nobody knows it? Right? You don't know how close somebody is to the edge, so you want to have a go at them, and you want to make fun of them, and you want to call them all these terrible things. Thrash isn't nasty. I've not seen King Thrash go after people and defame them and slander them. I've seen him defend himself. Right? He said, Ackman fills his
Get the fuck out of my way.
Grandmother's
Shouldn't have been driving slow around, you assholes. Never give me the goddamn chance.
I've never seen him go after somebody to the degree that people have gone after me. They try to get a lot of
Oh, you guys are popping in?
One weirdo on Twitter. Not a single one of the PlayStation guys I followed supported
Load
that
faster
BS.
next time.
That was one weird guy on Twitter who for all intents and purposes could be a guy just doing it for attention and doesn't even really believe it. Just some weirdo. Like, there was not some movement. Were there videos? Were there podcasts? Were there tweet threads? Were there people retweeting it and saying, yes, I support this? Were there? Because I've seen guys
You're welcome.
with big outlets.
Stay inside for the rest of your life.
Spots
Don't ever
on
go
Xbox
out. Just die alone.
Doing that to me, endorsing slander and defamation and lies about my past. I've seen them doing that. I didn't see a single person with the platform backing, oh yeah, Alana Pierce should lose her job. It was some troll idiot. And everybody turns into PlayStation fans calling for Alana Pierce to lose her job. No, it was one idiot. It was one idiot. Nobody with the platform supported that. Everybody I followed retweeted that and said, this is garbage. We don't support this. No, I don't think the majority of Xbox fans want to get me fired. Listen to what I said. There are people with platforms. There are people with reach. There are people with followings who have endorsed, retweeted, subtweeted, latched onto defamatory, slanderous claims about me that are not true. Because they don't have integrity. They
Fucking
lack
assholes.
character. They make it personal. I never made it personal with any of these people. Never made a video about them. Never went on the attack. I've not responded to any of these folks. I haven't. I've not even responded to them on Twitter. I just
Oh,
blocked
level
them.
up. Nice.
Once you get on that toxic wavelength, I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want to contribute to your impressions. I don't want to contribute to your footprint on the internet.
Got 3 perk points, but I want to
Also,
spend
has
them all
never
on
happened
this
to me.
new tree.
It's amazing. Anytime I've been critical of PlayStation, I don't get viciously
I
attacked.
guess I can get technical ability shit.
It's like it's so weird.
5% instant recharge of health items and grenades after neutralizing.
It's so weird. Every time I've been critical of PlayStation, I've never been viciously attacked. It's just bizarre. Performance mode in Final Fantasy 16, The Last of Us PC port, the PlayStation Showcase. Never been viciously attacked for that coverage. Never been clipped out of context and misrepresented and put in an assault video. Never happened. It's weird, isn't it? It's just weird. It's kind of weird. Like, it's like one side gives me the freedom to be critical if I want. Oh, they're not getting me down, Fathom. I went on a full-on rant and almost like a sermon on nobody considers the ramifications of what they're doing when they're constantly attacking, name-calling, and misframing people. What it does to somebody's mental health. Homies, I've been there. I've gone through this for years. It is absolutely anxiety-inducing. It is trauma-inducing. Post-traumatic stress symptoms will get triggered the minute I start going down that lane because I've been absolutely publicly maligned, eviscerated, and misrepresented for years. And so all it takes is a couple of tweets and a couple of people with reach saying stuff about me that isn't true. Think about what that would do to you. How would that make you feel if somebody suddenly threw your picture up and was like, yeah, this guy is and think of the worst thing they could say. Think of something that's a reputation demolishing. And then thousands of people see it and retweet it. Yeah, that guy. What would that do to you? So that's why I've been saying a lot of these content creators live very isolated lives, and nobody considers what might happen if you keep doing this to people. If you keep clipping them and making fun of them and satirizing them and mocking them and name calling and misframing and misrepresenting, that's destabilizing to a person. Even the most stable person gets destabilized by a false accusation. Imagine going into work and your boss sits you down and says, we have reports that you've been stealing from the company. You would immediately be destabilized. You would be all, like your heart rate would increase, your blood pressure would go up, you would feel almost like, what's going on? What happened? I've not stolen anything. I've not done that. You would be scared. You'd be feeling all these instinctive things to like defend yourself. What do you think happens when somebody on a grand scale is misrepresented and lied about, misframed, mislabeled? What do you think that does to them? Do you think they just look at it as, that's just harmless internet trolling? They've lost it. Paris says on Twitter, review bombing Starfield is why, in my opinion, the scores have become pointless. We all know it's a great game, but seeing folks go out of their way to buy it on Steam, leave a bad review, and immediately refund it because they think it helps win the video games war, there's no evidence that people are doing that. One random guy on Twitter who was clearly like a pony account said he was going to do that. There's no evidence that people are doing that. You can buy it and leave a negative review. However, it will not be shown to anyone or count toward the overall reviews on Steam when you refund it. According to Steam's own website, if you buy a game, refund it, you buy a game, give a negative review, and refund it, it doesn't count in the overall review score on Steam. Like absolutely hilarious. But again, let's just run with the false narrative. Let's just AstroTurf. Why is Starfield's score low on Steam? Just make up whatever you want, and people will believe it. Oh, it's getting review bombed. Why? Well, somebody I saw in respect with the platform said it was.
Took over this restaurant.
100%.
I'll take it from here, boys.
I agree with you.
You need to hire new employees, get some maintenance done. I get it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Buy a game, review it, and refund it.
A lot of work. Don't mind the cameras.
The overall score.
That should have a camera right here.
Because that's spreading misinformation. The public is being misled by that tweet. Like I said, this all goes back to Cyberpunk. This is all related. You got to start to lift up the people and the outlets that are committed to truth and committed to accuracy, not getting early access and getting in good with publishers and getting in good with platforms and running with narratives. You got to start to create that dividing line, because I'm not going to create it for you. I'm not going to go out here and call out people and be like, don't support that channel or that channel or that channel or that channel. I'm going to say, this is the standard I adhere to. This is what I do. I'm not beholden to a company. I'm not beholden to a platform. I'm not worried about doing the right thing or saying the right thing or getting codes or not getting codes. I'm not worried about running narratives or astroturfing. I don't get DMs from companies when bad news is coming down the line. I don't get any of that. So find people that are in that category and lift them up. It will naturally diminish the pool of people that are doing the opposite. That pony did it though. His reviews counted. According to Steam's own website, it didn't count. It says you can buy it and leave a negative review. However, it will not be shown to anyone or count toward the overall reviews on Steam when you refund it. How do you know it counted toward
What
the
the
overall
fuck?
score?
Get out of here.
The game has 58,000 review scores. You think that people are able to do that? What army of people do you think did that? So you think that an army, you would need, if with 58,000, I would need a mathematician to help me with this. When the game first released on Steam and came out of early access, there were 12,000 reviews day one, and it had an 86%. It's currently sitting at a 75 regionally, 71% globally, right? Okay, so you got 58,000 now, and you got 12,000. How many of those reviews are legitimate, and how many are review bombs? You'd have to ask that question first. You'd have to say, okay, there are negative reviews in the 58,000 subtract 12,000. That gets you down to what? 44,000? No, 46,000? Yes. So if you subtract the 12,000, there's 46,000 reviews that have come from after early access. So out of the 46,000, you'd have to establish how many are negative, okay? Now you take that number and you have to ask the question, out of the negative reviews, how many of them are legitimate? Hundreds of hours, 50 hours, 30 hours. We just went and looked at a bunch of them, and I scrolled for a super long time. I didn't see a single person that had refunded the game. I didn't see it. According to Steam, you won't see those. So I saw people with, 2 and 3 hours, 1 hour, and they hadn't refunded the game. So you'd have to add up all of those, and then you'd have to ask, how many thousands of review bombs would be necessary to pull the score down? How many? Out of 40-something thousand reviews that came after the initial 12,000, because the initial 12,000 were largely very positive. You would need approximately 16,000 reviews in order to bomb down to a 70% roughly, and they would have to be very low scores to do this. Do you see what I'm saying? It's mathematically untenable to think that 15-something thousand people went to Steam to review bomb Starfield. What are we even talking about? There's no freaking way that happened, and according to Steam, they wouldn't count anyway. I have a degree in mathematics and finance, so I'm in the ballpark. Well, thank you. Pretty sure this isn't Steam's first rodeo. There is no evidence to support claims that Starfield is being review bombed on Steam. Any tweet claiming something different than the image below needs a community note. All right, you should be getting community notes if you're out here saying stuff that just isn't freaking true. It's not true. Alpha Pony had 40 hours in the game, so he didn't even review. How did he refund it? I'm confused. He got a refund after 40 hours? He played 38.8 hours. He gave it a 6 out of 10. I don't see any evidence here that he even got a refund. I'm confused now. Why doesn't Steam responding to those as well? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if I was Steam, I'd be getting involved. I'd be having somebody out there on Twitter being like, this isn't true. You cannot successfully review bomb a game on Steam. I've always said that one of the most reliable scores we have is Steam, because
Steam standing back like, let them fight.
That's the people that
I like to watch.
That's the absolute best measure of a game's
Let
quality.
the peasants
now,
fight.
Obviously, if it's a garbage port, like let's take Jedi Survivor for example. Right now, let's say Jedi Survivor released, and it was in the state that it is on console, and it was in the state that it is on PC. That's not a great measurement of the game's quality, because it's running like absolute garbage on PC. But when you go to the Steam reviews on Steam, and you look at all the negative reviews, they're not talking about performance. They're not talking about like, the game's
Cyberpunk!
bad,
No! Why would you do this to me?
50, 60, hundreds, 200 of hours. Look at the review. You can't substantiate that claim. If you're gonna make claims like that,
Oh, I
you
just
have to
pulled up on a
substantiate
juicy
it. That's
group
been
of
my point
enemies
since the
too.
beginning of this discussion.
Fuck.
is You're saying before you've even looked into it, you're like, oh, it's getting bad scores.
The shit crashes all the
It's getting
fucking
bad scores,
time.
It's getting review bombed.
My
Did
God.
You research that? Did you go and fact find and get information that led you to that conclusion? No, it's an a priori conclusion. That's what you think ahead of time, and you're just making the claim. You can't substantiate it, because I've looked. I have tried to substantiate that claim. There is no evidence to indicate that Starfield's score is low because of review bombs or because it's a bad port. The reviews are from people putting in lots of hours. Steam's gotten it wrong in the past, look at Returnal, but that's different. Again, that was people reacting to the Epic Online store for co-op. They thought it Ghost installed the Epic store. Listen, we got to go to gameplay. I got to quickly use the restroom. I got to go really fast because I don't want this thing to hit 3 hours. We got to go to gameplay. I'm ready to go. I'm going to show you guys what it's like to start a fresh, brand new save of Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, okay? I'm going to quickly run upstairs. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me just check something. I want to make sure that Phantom Liberty... Okay, I got disabled copyrighted music, and I've got the nudity sensor on. People were surprised that I didn't want nudity in my game the other day. It's because I run a safer work channel. Like, that's a brand... It's like a brand thing. Like... Married with 2 kids. I'm not like, oh my gosh, boobs. Like,
titties.
I run a safer work channel. Jiminy Christmas.
I just think genitals in video games
Here's
are
what seems to have
hilarious.
happened. He bought early
They're so
access, couldn't leave a
floppy.
review, refunded it. Bought it again so he could leave a review and then refunded it. So again, the Xbox community lying to make a fake point. I'm so surprised that they lied to defend a video game. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put a link in chat, and we're going to check out this gameplay. I want to see exactly what this is like from moment 1 when you go to play it. Let's do this. I'm gonna put a link in chat, guys. Do me a favor if you haven't already, smash that like button. Smash that like button.
Smash it.
How much time do I have? Okay, I've got time. And
Make
then make
love
sure and
to that
smash the
like
like
button.
button on the new stream when we get over there. Okay?
Show that like button, you love it.
Okay.
He had this up too.
Thanks so much for checking out this video. Me diving into Cyberpunk 2077 fans.
Okay, so the old men are apparently in their gaslight gatekeep girl boss era. It's literally Revenge of the Old Men out here because I saw not one but two different articles.
Revenge of the
Different
Old
people
Men.
who are, like, giants in their respective field of like music and
The
movies.
finale,
They'll
the
come
trilogy
forward
has
and
come
say
to
that
a head.
large portion of music and movies isn't real art, but of course their music and movies are. So we've got Keith Richards, who, even if you don't recognize the name, I'm sure you've heard of the Rolling Stones. He's come forward to let us know his opinions about rap music and pop music, which I think are fantastic. And then we have Martin Scorsese, pretty much one of the top directors of all time, if we're being honest. And he came forward with his opinions about just the state of cinema. Now, obviously, what two very, very old men who are in their 70s and 80s think about the music and the movies that I like to watch and listen to, that doesn't really matter enough to affect my life in any way. But I think it matters enough to make a short video about it. Why not? I want to talk about it. If they can go in these articles and slander pop music and Marvel movies when literally nobody asks, I could definitely go on my channel and talk about it for a second. Besides, I also really want to hear what you think about this because I know this is like a hot button issue. So let's dive right into it. So mere days ago, Keith Richards, guitarist in the Rolling Stones, gave this interview with Telegraph, and I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of don't care about most of this interview at all. But the part that certainly caught my eye was when he starts talking about music, specifically pop music. So the article says, perhaps less surprisingly, he also listens to a lot of music, blues, jazz, and classical, but you won't find him tuning into the pop charts. I don't want to start complaining about pop music, he says, before caving into the temptation to do just that. It's always been rubbish. I mean, that's the point of it. They make it as cheap and as easy as possible, and therefore it always sounds the same. There's very little feel in it. I like to hear music by people playing instruments. That is, I don't like to hear plastic synthesized music, as it used to be known, what you hear in elevators, which is now par for the course. This is almost funny, because he literally lists every single problem that I think people have with pop music. And as somebody who listens to a lot of music as well, I want to point out that having varied music taste doesn't actually give you the right to discredit other genres of music just because you don't understand them. And I feel like based off of the way some of y'all act, that's an unpopular opinion. Like, I want to get one thing straight. The Rolling Stones are iconic, okay? I'm not going to sit here and try to discredit the band just because I don't like his opinions. Without a doubt, I'm sure Keith Richards is a bit of a genius. But I mean, if you admittedly don't really listen to pop music, to make so many definitive statements about it, I think is just silly. So I kind of want to just go through this point by point because, you know, opinions are opinions. He's giving his, this is me giving mine. And I personally feel like labeling an entire genre as trash and saying the point of it is to be trash when your arguments for why that's the case are incorrect is just a little bit silly, even if you are a highly accomplished musician.
Carrying too much with it?
They make it as cheap and easy as
because I had
possible, and
extra.
therefore it
Oh,
always sounds
okay,
the same.
let's
And people who
drive.
say that, I
Damn,
always
that
just
ran out
wanna
at the
listen
perfect
to
time.
exactly what songs that they're referring to. Like, here I am on the Billboard Hot 100s charts, which has plenty of pop songs. So like, we got some R&B at the top, we've got some rap. Don't worry, he gives his opinion about rap later, and it's fantastic. A little bit of country. So I guess the first pop song would actually be Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift. And you know, I don't really feel like getting this video copyright claimed into oblivion, so I'm not gonna play it. But I'll point out that it's nice that Olivia Rodrigo is down here right below it, because these two songs sound nothing alike. Like, Vampire is through and through a pop song. Cruel Summer is a pop song. But pop has so many different subgenres that it makes this whole argument ridiculous. Cruel Summer is synth pop. Vampire is like pop rock. Dance the Night by Dua Lipa, which also doesn't sound like either of those songs, is like disco pop. Like objectively, just the first 3 pop songs I pulled sound completely different from each other. And I could go down the entire list, but I really feel like I just want people who say that all pop music sounds the same to show me which songs they're referring to. Cause again, if you want to say that Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift sounds like a lot of other synth pop songs, I would agree with you. Honestly, if you want to say Vampire by Olivia Rodrigo sounds like a lot of other pop rock songs, I think that's the case too, because subgenres are subgenres for a reason. But by that metric, I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of Rolling Stones music also just sounds like a lot of other rock music, especially to me with an untrained ear, because I don't listen to that much like classic rock music. I don't think it would be fair for me to say all rock just sounds the same because they're using guitars and they're trying to do it as cheaply as possible. Also, the cheap and easy argument is kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie to you, because pop music is like notoriously expensive. Like, I'm not saying that you have to get all of your songs produced by Max Martin, but he literally charges $100,000 per track. If somebody wants that pop perfection Max Martin sound for a whole album, they're literally going to have to pay this man $1 million. Something tells me that's a little cheaper than your average genre. Like, by far, I feel like pop music has to be one of the most expensive genres to make. I don't think it's cheap. Easy, I couldn't really say because I don't make pop music in the industry, but something tells me that's not the case. But yeah, that's that. Next, he says there's very little feel in it. And again, this is like a personal opinion, but I just feel like, what does this mean? I don't really like feel much listening to the Rolling Stones, but I really don't feel like the music was written for me per se. If I can sit here and say like, oh, hey, I'm not really in the target demographic for this, so while I don't really feel it, I totally respect the artistry and validity of this genre. Why can't these people ever just say the same thing about other genres that they don't listen to? And besides, I feel like a lot of pop music definitely does make people feel things. If you're gonna tell me that Whitney Houston has very little feel in her music, we are actually gonna have a fight. She has a lot of pop songs. Okay, so my next favorite one is I like to hear music by people playing instruments. That is, I don't like to hear plastic synthesized music as it used to be known.
Oh, sorry, working on my gas pedal
for the chorus. This, I guess, may be where he's saying it's cheap. If he's saying it's a little cheaper to use like a synthetic guitar VST as opposed to purchasing an actual guitar, and I suppose that could be the case. But again, this so boils down to personal preference more than an actual like judgment on the entire genre as a whole. I like to hear music by people playing instruments, and I like to hear music by people who are programming things. Like, it's all just whatever the artist felt like expressed their idea the best. And so just because for the Rolling Stones that was guitars, that really doesn't make their music any, I guess, less trash. And then the pop music he's talking about, like, elitism and art is so funny to me because objectively, nothing makes the art better or worse than any other piece of art. It is all subjective. Anyway, where he totally left me and I couldn't even be like, okay, yeah, I get it, it's just an opinion, is down here where he says, as for rap, don't get him started. I don't really like to hear people yelling at me and telling me it's music, aka rap. I can get enough of that without leaving my house. And a huge reason I wanted to talk about this is because this is not unique to Keith Richards by any means. A lot of people are constantly trying to bring up this tired argument that rap isn't music. I remember Ben Shapiro famously pulled this one out, so everything I'm about to say, just think of this as a response to anyone who has ever said rap isn't music. Basically, you're racist. I'm not even gonna like be nuanced about it. Rap is dominated by black people, and so to open your mouth and say that one of the biggest genres dominated by people of color isn't real music is racist. The definition of music, I guess if we want to go with Google, says vocal or instrumental sounds or both combined in such a way as to produce beauty of form, harmony, and expression of emotion. You could argue till the cows come home about this beauty of form part and whether or not that's something that you feel, but it doesn't matter. Rap songs have rhythm, rap songs have melody. Like, to take instrumental music and put vocals on a way that is not singing how is that going to exclude it from being real music? It's just such a stupid argument. Also, this categorization that all rappers are yelling, I don't really like to hear people yelling at me and telling me it's music, aka rap. Way to play
listens to
into
too much
this whole,
Tentacion.
you know, we're all aggressive and loud and whatever else it is that you think you're not. You can sit here and say pop music is trash all day, and I kind of don't really think it's problematic. It's rude, that's for sure, but it is what it is. But to say rap isn't real music, I don't know, it makes me want to write you off. I'm not gonna lie. My eyes literally glaze over. Anyway, the article goes on to talk about the rise of
A lot of you big boys
correctness,
out here.
So, you know,
What's going on?
Maybe we can just move on from this article. Okay, so this next one is coming from Martin Scorsese, I think literally yesterday in this GQ article. And first of all, let me just say, I think there's a lot more nuance in his argument here.
Where the fuck do you guys go off running?
Just an old man yelling at a cloud. It's
The
like
fuck?
95% old man yells at cloud. So the interview pretty much plays Martin Scorsese by bringing up Marvel, and the interviewer even admits this wasn't a good idea because Martin Scorsese's history of comments on the Marvel Cinematic Universe have been interesting to say the least. But he says this, but he does see trouble in the
I'm
glut
so
of
sorry.
franchise and comic book entertainment that currently makes up much.
You're hanging
of
with the wrong
same
crowd.
theater. The danger there is what it's doing to our culture.
Damn, the
Scorsese
fire does
says,
so
because
much
there are going
damage to
be
them.
generations now
Holy
that think
shit.
movies are
Oh god, I
only
killed the
those.
civilian. I'm
That's
out,
what
I'm out,
movies
I'm out.
are. Sometimes the word
I didn't do
culture,
anything.
when it's used in context like this, makes my skin crawl. But the interviewer goes on to say, I think people already think that. And Scorsese says they already think that, which means that we have to then fight back stronger. And it's got to come from the grassroots level. It's got to come from the filmmakers themselves.
Literally
And you'll
solving
have,
one of
you
your
know, the
crimes.
Safdie brothers, and you'll have Chris Nolan, you know what I mean? And hit him from all sides. Hit him from all sides and don't give up. Let's see what you got. Go out there and do it. Go reinvent. Don't complain about it. But it's true because we got to save cinema. Cinema could be anything, Scorsese said. It doesn't just have to be serious. Some like it hot. That was cinema, for instance. But I do think that the manufactured content isn't really cinema.
Oh, they
And
saw the
it's
dead
like,
bodies of the
I
criminals.
guess
They're like,
just
oh, he's
this
good.
idea that like society
These fuckers
has
are
to
finally
be
dead.
saved from lowbrow art forms is really annoying. And here's the thing, like on its own, you could very much say that this is just a continuation of his constant complaint about how he thinks if we keep showing Marvel movies, it's going to change people's brain to where they only want to watch Marvel movies ever. And they're gonna forget about poor little directors like Martin Scorsese and Christopher Nolan. And movie theaters are never ever gonna show films from other people, except I guess Marvel Cinematic Universe directors. And even this in and of itself is kind of silly because there are so many things at the movie theater all the time. Like I'm looking right here at the movies that are playing near me, and we have The Creator, oh, another horror movie, action adventure, Paw Patrol, Dumb Money, which I don't really know what that is, more horror movies, action adventure, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, which I could assume is some kind of rom-com. Like literally the only superhero movie I see right now would be Blue Beetle. They even have really niche films that I don't think like a bunch of people would be interested in. They are also constantly showing older movies at the movie theaters I go to literally all the time. Like I personally just kind of don't buy this argument.
Lady, where the
like Marvel movies
where are you going?
Ruining everyone's brain
What the
chemistry,
fuck was
and I
that?
only watch Marvel movies when I can go to the theater right now and watch 20 other things. It's all up to me. I also think it's interesting that he's saying Chris Nolan is saving cinema, but there's no mention of
Damn.
Greta Gerwig, who
She
has
went
a
nuts.
massively popular Barbie movie that's just crushing it right now. But anyway, this is where he loses me. Because when he says, I don't think the manufactured content is really cinema, the interviewer's like, okay, hold up, Brett. Do you really want to go there? And Scorsese's like, no, I don't want to say it. But what I mean is that, isn't it funny, by the way, that like both of them were like, oh no, I don't even want to talk about this. But since you're listening, let me complain. It's manufactured content. It's almost like AI making a film. And that doesn't mean that you don't have incredible directors and special effects people doing beautiful artwork. But what does it mean? What do these film? What will it give
What does
you?
it mean? The
Aside
true
from a
meaning
kind
of
consummation
music. What is
something, and then
sound?
eliminating it from your mind, your whole body, you know? So what is it giving you? And I really get so tired of this argument that art has to mean anything. Nothing means anything. I'm not trying to be like some edgy nihilist. Literally, like, meaning is so subjective. There are people who could watch a Martin Scorsese film and feel nothing.
Find the trail.
Similarly, there are people who
Got
watch
it.
Marvel movies and they feel things. I think for millions upon millions of people, there were very real emotions associated with certain parts in certain Marvel movies. Part of the reason the internet latched onto this so hard was because of how it made them feel. I think probably the most popular scene from any of their movies is a sad scene. And so this idea that it's just like AI generated content because it doesn't give you anything. It's just so annoying coming from somebody who is already so respected. Like you do not have to put down other movies, I guess, just to make yourself feel better. And like, I want to be clear, Martin Scorsese has been going on about this for literal years. Back in 2019, he made waves because in this Empire interview, he said that Marvel movies are not cinema and he compared them to amusement parks. It isn't the cinema of human beings trying to convey emotional, psychological experiences to another human being, which again is so dumb because that's literally exactly what Marvel movies are. And let me say this, I do think they're formulaic, dude. I don't even watch the MCU movies anymore. I saw like 25 of those joints and I was like, peace, I'm good. But it just seems so annoying to rain on people's parade like this, especially when your word is
Salt in progress on the fucking freeway.
Other people just
I got it.
So illustrious. After his comments in that 2019 interview, he went on in a
my
press
shit's up
conference
there.
to say that cinemas are being invaded by these theme park films. And he did like this whole New York Times op-ed about what he meant. But I'm not gonna lie to you, it's exactly the same thing he's still saying all these years later, which is just like, the movies, they don't make you feel something. It's not an art form, you know what I mean? Unlike an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
There's no
and also like theaters
tits
are being
anymore
invaded by Marvel movies, and now
in fact, there's almost too much
filmmakers
tits.
can't get their
I don't want to
movies
see
played.
tits. I want to see
this is
dick.
just so dumb because there has always been a popular genre of movie. I remember before superhero movies, there were zombie movies. Who remembers those? I remember vampire movies, though those were very short-lived, I feel like. Oh, how about the young adult dystopian novel adaptation movie? Because I feel like for a second, we had a lot of those. There is always going to be something that is in. There's always going to be the pop music or the Marvel movie of the art world. And so to see really, really high-level artists
fuck outta
like
here.
Martin Scorsese or members of the Rolling Stones just honestly seem a little insecure and feel the need to make sure we don't value this new stuff too much. I don't know how they think it's coming across, but I'm just here as a not 80-year-old to tell you it comes across a little whack, my guy, but that is just my opinion. And you know, if Martin Scorsese thinks that, you know, Marvel movies are a net negative on society, I would hate to know what he thinks about YouTube videos like this. Also, I feel like all of this is so invalid because Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones is literally in a rap song, THE by will.i.am. So I'm gonna be honest, Keith Richards just sounds dumb because now you're basically saying that Mick Jagger's music isn't music because he made it with a black artist. Oh, I'm sorry, because it's rap music. Let me make sure I'm not putting words in his mouth. And yeah, overall, I just think this is all dumb. And I feel like I just want to move past art having to mean something. Please let me have my meaningless movies. Please let me have my silly pop music. I don't need to constantly be reminded that I have some sort of lowbrow taste according to you, just because you don't make the same genre. But anyway, like I said before, this wasn't really a life or death situation. Just felt like running my mouth for a few minutes. And as always, I would really like to know what you think about all of this. Remember, at the end of the day, it is just movies and music. It takes all kinds of opinions to make the world go round, I guess. Anyway, I wrote a song for Robert De Niro and Keith Richards.
And it goes like, gee, well, look at so Lord. Everybody's mad about Infinity War. The kids are balling out, and you're yelling at the clouds. So what? You make good flicks. Now you're threatened because Marvel exists. You hate to see it in like this. And if some men in tights keep you up at night, then go make a monster movie, cause that's what you're good at, right? And you be little rough, and you think pop's crap, too scared to face the music, and I think that's kind of sad. Tune into the radio, mad about rappers while your music flopping. Go worry about that first. You running your mouth like it matters. The end of your career is imminent. No Marshall Mathers. You're backwards. The chords in the song go 4, 5, 6, 3. Music theory lessons and you just got this keep in a rap verse. And if some men in tights keep you up at night, then go make a monster movie, cause that's what you're good at, right? And you be little rap, and you think pop's crap, too scared to face the music, and I think that's kind of sad.
Nice. God damn. Some big guns here. God damn. You boys are loaded. Thought I was killing homeless people under this bridge. There's Militech. I killed a Militech that killed the homeless people. Yeah, these are the encampments. They came here, just fucking slaughtered everyone. Jeez. Alright, enough of you fucking poor assholes. Enough shitting on the dirt. Enough living. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, Savage should be jumping in.
Howdy.
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 In a second now. Oh, I think it's here.
How prescient of you? What a stellar prediction. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing very well. How are you?
Doing a-okay. How about you?
I'm doing pretty amazing, actually. It's been a pretty good weekend so far. And
Super
now that I talked to you,
amazing.
It's going to be even better.
And I'm also doing good.
Yeah, I am only semi-simping, guys. So for those of you who have not been to an AMA with us before, on the discord.gg/politics Discord server, it's very simple. So we have an AMA channel, or I'm sorry, an AMA questions channel right at the top of the category. Stick your question in there. Be respectful. Don't be a dickhead. If you want to speak to Vosh directly, he's been kind enough to allow you to do that. You just need to add VC to the end of your question. So that I know
No, Cyberpunk, why?
I'm probably going to be giving preference to voice chat questions or people who want to speak to him in voice chat, because I don't want the AMA to be just like me reading off questions. That's super boring. And I'm also going to be giving preference to people who have a disagreement with Bosch. So I feel like that'd be more fun for everybody.
Oh.
If that's
So
okay.
instead of the game glitching out with a bunch of bullshit, it
So,
just shuts
We'll
down.
get started.
I respect
Again,
that.
thank you very much for joining us today. Really, really appreciate it. I feel like I haven't spoken to in like a year, which is sad. But for
It's
those
been a little while.
of us in here, yeah. For those of us in here who don't know who you are, what you're about, if you can give them all a rundown of all the crazy shit you do, that'd be amazing.
All the crazy shit. Well,
every single.
I'm a YouTuber and a libertarian socialist, and I have cultivated an uncontroversially accepting,
Baseball bat.
relationship with the
Ooh,
rest of
230 damage per hit.
my witticisms and my insight, and I'm sure we'll be continuing
What the
on that
fuck?
today of not disagreeing over a single thing.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna jump right in. There's somebody who has been nagging me to let them in first since we announced this. So Sayo, you're up. As soon as I find you on the list here.
Zezkael? Like from
You have
Coder?
one of those crazy
Knights of the Old
Japanese
Republic?
letter names. One second.
Shout out.
Wacky.
Shout out Jedi Master Zezkael.
Okay. There you go, Sayo.
Train me in the
Right, right.
Force.
Yo, hello, Mr. Voss. How are you doing?
Howdy, doing good.
Mr.
Alright,
Vosh.
So I got a couple questions.
Boshy
I'm gonna
washy.
just start off very, nothing crazy. What is your stance on Marxism? Like, do you agree with it?
I think there are Marx's contributions to sociology have been so significant that the entire branch of critical theory is essentially derived from his writings. Nobody can be a sociologist without, in some respects, being a Marxist. And I agree with a lot of what he said. There are some economic prescriptions he made, though, that I think have failed the test of time. And I don't agree with everything. He was a modernist, for example.
All right. So, do you know about Zionism?
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. So, what is your stance on it? Like, are you a Zionist?
I'm not a Zionist, no.
All right, I see. And all right. So I got another question. Would you be interested in a debate with Nick Fuentes?
Oh, I thought you were going to say on Zionism, as though he was an advocate for that position. It's been 2.5 years running. He can just email me and hop on my stream anytime. He wants to make a big show of it with like a moderator and all, but I know how he folds his cards about 3 seconds into any actual empirical discussion, and the real reason he wants to talk with me is so he can like essentially verbally shitpost back and forth. And I'm not going to dignify something like that with a moderator. He'd come into a wrestling arena with a cape if he could, you know. He can hop on any time. It's been an open invitation. That's how I talk to 99% of the people I talk to.
Yeah, and Nick is aware of this. I think I spoke to him about it directly like last year, and yeah, he wouldn't do it without a moderator, which is unfortunate.
He's very scared of me like muting him a bunch or whatever. But like I don't think Nick even like screams over people that much. I don't even think it's his style. Normally when I mute people, it's because they're just like deep throating the microphone. So he can just come on. It's not a big like he's been like hyping this up for so long. But I know if he came on, he would just like. He would just call me like fat or whatever, and I would call him like, I don't know, gay. If he ever wants, my email is public. But yeah, so we're probably both not Zionists. I don't know if that was addressed, but we probably both don't believe it for various reasons.
Sure. And the last one, with a lot of red pill content creators getting banned lately, what is your stance on Sneeko and Andrew Tate? Do you think it's fair to limit free speech whenever it fits the agenda? Well,
that's kind of vague, right? I mean, technically, you're limiting like free speech when people get arrested for making death threats, right? Because that also fits the agenda of a civilized society. I don't know anything about Sneeko. I literally don't. I don't know. I've never seen a single ounce of his content or heard him talk for a second. As for people like Andrew Tate or whatever, I am perfectly okay with there being standards and terms of service for the cultivation of people who can post on social media. I think that we can have a robust discussion within like what acceptable limits there are to that, like what is okay or not okay to ban people for. The idea that we should have like no rules at all is essentially like an anti-civ position though. Because at the end of the day, like even the law, like with police officers and judges and courts, like that's also, you know, limiting people's behavior based on the agenda. You know, if we want to make an ethical argument, we can, but the idea that you shouldn't restrain anyone's behavior for any reason or limit the reach of their voice for any reason is kind of silly. It doesn't really have a historical precedent.
All right, but what should be the limit whenever it comes to, you know, social issues? What should be the limit?
I don't know. I mean, that's really, really complicated. The limit would probably be defined by like an incredibly complicated like set of criteria that you would have to work out and kind of like test to see where, you know, like, because you don't want any false positives or good people getting banned or whatever. Wherever the limit is, I think Andrew Tate was like way over that line. You know, I can't really blame the companies for wanting to kick him off the platform. He's like the pro-rape guy. And he's, you know, bringing in all this negative press or whatever.
Was there really an instance where he said he was pro-rape?
Well, he would never say, I am pro-rape. That would be a bit on the nose. But yeah, I mean, I saw plenty of clips of the way he would talk about women and sexual interactions with them, and it seems like he had a, let's say, a nonchalant attitude towards the importance of consent.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be kind of, you know, patronizing to just say straight up he's pro-rape? He always says, you know, I mean, he never is against consent. Everything he does with women is consensual.
Well, I don't think he's against consent. I'm sure he likes it when the woman likes him. However, I think the attitude he has towards consent is a pretty frivolous one. Obviously, I don't have a litany of quotes to provide here for you, but like,
can you tell us a couple?
Well, no, I don't. I don't have a mental archive of everything he said. But he
probably healthier not to have one of those, actually.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, willfully expelling knowledge of Andrew Tate from my mind. No, but like we can drop the games, right? Like, you know, I'm right on this. Everybody who likes Andrew Tate because he would talk like that. A lot of Andrew Tate fans, it's like, you know, well, can you prove he said anything misogynistic? Yes, I can. That's why you like him. Like, what are you talking about? Obviously, you weren't going to him for his, you know, straightforward, honest, and respectful attitudes towards women. You were going to him because you feel intimidated by women, and he was expressing, you know, a sort of contemptuous antagonism towards them in a way that made you feel stronger than them, that gave you ammunition to magnify your contempt for women in real life. Like, I know how this shit goes down. Like, we're not, you know, we're not getting real life advice on this.
Do you think, do you think that being dominant over a woman makes you pro-rape?
Well, that really depends on your definition of dominant, but I never said dominant or referenced sexual power dynamics in this conversation, so I'm not sure why you would go to that as like an adjacent issue, you know. A lot of guys do think dominant basically just means that you get to rape people, though. That's true. It's a huge issue in the kink community. If you go on like FetLife or whatever, it's like a whole trope of like guys who act like dominants, but in reality they just don't care about consent. That's like it's like a whole thing, you know.
Right. Okay, well, thank you, Sayo. Really appreciate it. It's really a real honor to have the oldest Andrew Tate support come on and support him.
No, I appreciate the questions. I really do. Thank you.
Yeah, I do too. Okay. Next up, we've got... where are you, mister? We've got... oh, I'm sorry, not mister. We've got Skeptomaniac. I think it's from your chat, so I'd be remiss.
Oh, fun.
Skeptomaniac, whenever you are ready, go for it. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Vosh. Hey, I just had a few questions.
Kill me.
So, so it says that. So what I had written was about the. I guess the future landscape of politics with the newer generation and a little bit of rise in leftist favorability.
Yeah, hit me, kill me.
How do you
drive the dagger through my chest?
How do you see that? Do you see that actually like staying through and kind of like an increase of socialist policies as we see like the older generations not exactly you know, I mean, eventually they will die out. I guess, do you see a real future of more socialist policies through a changing demographic?
I don't know if I would necessarily think of them as socialist policies. Generally speaking, it seems like an interest in left-leaning economic ideas tends to resurge sometime after an economic crisis. Of course, we had 2008. COVID has caused its own crisis. You know, stuff like this exacerbates the material contradictions of capitalism, and therefore pushes more proletarians towards class consciousness. So there is a tenacity in that. However, I don't know how effective a generational metric will be. We have to remember, of course, that the anti-Vietnam War protesters and hippies of the 60s ended up being the staunch conservative boomers that we know and love today. You know, not all of them. It's not a direct one-to-one, but there is something. You know, time can erode the class character of a generation. So I guess only time will really tell what happens with, you know, the young people today. Though it seems like right now we're heading not towards a period of relative stability, like what we saw after the end of the Cold War in the 1990s, but rather toward a period of increased instability thanks to climate change. So it's possible that as things get worse, it will, in a way, kind of cement the antagonisms people feel towards our economic system.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, there definitely is going to be, if I had to guess, a different climate after. And then last thing was, so we saw with Andrew Tate, kind of like the resurgence of, you know, hyper-masculine things. And sorry, I'm not as prepared as I thought I would have been, but
That's okay. I've talked to plenty of people, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being a bit nervous while talking to a live stream. Take your time.
Okay. I guess the Andrew Tate stuff has been talked on enough, but I kind of want to mention what I think is kind of a solution, and see what you think about it. So this goes hand in hand with, you know, the issues that Andrew Tate and toxic masculinity cause. And we see that we don't really have this issue with either trans women or trans men. And like these destructive characteristics, because there's undeniably like an objective issue with, you know, if we want to talk about assault and murder, like an incredible disparity. And so I thought about it, and I think that the reason that we don't have this issue with trans men and women, and why we can, and I guess how we can fix it, is that it comes with the reassessment of gendered socialization.
I agree with that. I think that it's like you know, it's like creme brulee, really. You know, once you crack the sugar on top, there's a lot underneath. If you can, being trans often requires a kind of critical attitude towards gender norms. You know, once you've adopted that attitude, I think it's easier to be a bit more introspective about you know, the nature of the systems and expectations that you're subject to.
Right. Yeah. I guess like being trans almost necessitates looking at your socialization and the differences between how men and women are socialized. And if we were able to do this and just look like for cis men or anybody to analyze their socialization to work on reducing the harm caused by negative characteristics, because I don't believe that it's like some intrinsic thing to you know, people born male, because that's why we don't see the issue with trans women, and why we actually see like changes over time, you know, like decreases over time of this issue. So because of that, I guess I wanted to ask you, how do you think we ask men to look introspectively about their gendered socialization, to have, positive male attributes or masculine attributes, and become more thoughtful?
Well, I don't really think it's about introspection. If you ask a group of people to engage in introspection, they're usually going to shy away from you because it comes across as kind of condescending. Nobody wants to introspect on something as fundamentally rooted as people's self-perception of gender. Trans people don't engage in introspection on their gender because they want to, It's usually because they're forced to, through discomfort or through dysphoria. I think the real solution is simply to provide natural, intuitive answers to a lot of the contradictions that men feel with regards to their socialization. Not to ask them to look inward. It's good if they do, by the way, but I don't think that's the broader solution. Not to look inward, but rather to give them some better answers from the get-go,
Right.
We do struggle, I think, with giving guys a decent idea on how to act, because you have people who have fallen into this sort of semi-ironic idealization of the hyper-masculine, everyone posting GigaChat emotes or whatever, and there are people who look at the GigaChat guy and think that is what a real man looks like, and holy shit, log off. No one looks like that in the real life. It's exactly the same as a girl looking at an anime girl or whatever and going that's what women really look like. It's holy shit. at least the anime girl is an abstraction that you can imagine looks something like a human being, but the GigaChat guy, nobody looks like that. But so people fall into those traps, and I think they're looking for answers on what kind of guy they should be, and unfortunately it seems like it's kind of a path that leads inexorably either towards being some kind of self-cuffed feminist soy boy who's always begging for scraps of pussy from girls with blue hair, or they have to strive eternally to be some sort of archetypically masculine avatar, a figure they can never actually be until the depression and body dysmorphia drives them to suicide. It's not a great system. We can probably do a bit better.
Right. Yes. I agree that we. I guess the most important thing would be for alternative, positive representation and goals. But I still believe that largely introspection will. I mean, if we talk about Nietzsche's the Superman, right? I think that increasing introspection would be necessary for us, to kind of move forward. But I think until we get there, I agree that, more alternative representation is good. And then last thing I wanted to ask, thank you, by the way, is are we going to see any crop top merch?
We probably should. They're easier to produce than t-shirts too, so I don't really have an excuse.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I am patiently waiting for that announcement, and thank you.
God willing, one day.
Great.
Blame me, okay? White Nervosa messages back way faster than I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. I'm in here. Okay, Spectre, you're up. Go for it.
Hey, Vosh, how you doing?
Howdy.
Hey, hope you're doing well. I have two questions. First question, I'm a fellow progressive like you. I'm in the Progressive Victory server. A question that's kind of been on my mind, and I'm sure that's been on the mind of a lot of other progressives, right, is who do you think would be a good contender, a progressive candidate, that is, for the 2024 election if Biden were to not run again?
Well, he says he's not going to run, I think. Well, I think he flip-flopped on that once. I don't know. In terms of contenders, I mean, AOC obviously is the person who has the most clout, but I don't think there's any reasonable shot of her.
I'll take my car.
She emanates and exudes youth and inexperience, at least perceptively. So I don't think it would. I don't think it would play over that well. My honest answer, as disappointing as it is, I don't think there's any contender for a progressive in the 2024.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, there are people that could be fielded, but I don't think there's a real candidate. I don't think there's a real shot.
Yeah, I think progressives are like kind of at a loss after Bernie Sanders in a way. Like I think we're looking for a new Bernie, and I think we're kind of struggling in that. And yeah, I've heard names like John Ossoff be thrown around. I haven't looked into him really well, but I believe he's the one who put forward legislation to bar congressmen from engaging in insider trading, and I thought that was pretty based. But yeah, I guess we're on the same boat then in that regard. Second question, I heard you talking about the Mars landing and the Mars missions in the stream earlier. I was wondering, have you heard about the Artemis missions that NASA's planning?
I've heard about them, yeah. I don't know, I don't know much
you
about
heard...
them at all. I haven't like looked into them.
Okay. Are you familiar with Lunar Gateway?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. So this will probably be interesting for you. So Artemis, actually, Artemis program, they're basically a long-term effort by NASA to get back on the moon and land back on the moon, and I thought that was really interesting. And we're actually planning to do that by 2024 or 2025, which is like really soon. And Lunar Gateway, actually, NASA's planning on building a lunar space station, actually. That's also going to be by the year 2025. I would look into it. I think that'd be really interesting, actually.
Anything that gets us
start branded. Yeah, definitely. All right. Gosh, I really appreciate it.
Of course. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Sparker. So we've had a few of these questions come in from lots of people, so I figured I'd just ask it for all of them. What are your thoughts on the?
All right, I'm finally learning how to control this thing.
I do not like monarchies.
Officer, you do not want to be here for this.
You know, when you're a part
It's
of
about
this,
to get
being
nasty.
a member of the royal family, being the queen isn't really a job. You know, you're essentially a living embodiment of the system that you're a part of. You know, the degree of culpability you have for your participation in that system extends beyond something like being a president or being a politician or whatever, because these people have jobs,
Just looting
roles,
up. I don't know what happened here.
There are limits to the terms of their office, and there are things they can do to be thrown out. There is nothing the Queen can do to be thrown out. She has essentially the world's strongest bully pulpit, the tallest soapbox from which to scream. She could have made any case for any position at any time she wanted for the entirety of her very, very, very long life. But, ever in keeping with the British tradition, she was quiet and demure, passively abided the atrocities of the Empire, you know, at times worsening or slightly bettering them, but never truly using the power of her station to do anything meaningful. Given the fact that her station is, as it exists in and of itself, sort of a political nightmare, you know, like by default, to me at least, the idea of a monarchy is sort of an inherently repulsive thing. You know, to have a position like that and not even to weaponize it for the betterment of people, I think that's quite repulsive. So I don't, you know, she was an incredibly powerful woman, and she lived to be 1 million years old. She got the last laugh on us. I'd say laughing at her death is one of the tiny, insignificant ways we can, you know, take some joy from what was otherwise a fairly negative person in a negative institution.
Awesome, thank you. Russian Defender, you are up. Go for it.
So I know you like talking in circles and wasting everyone's time, but let's actually have a real conversation where we don't have a bunch of nerds talking. So first of all, let's get some Z's in the chat. Now, what do you have against Russia, number one? And number two, why did you mock Dugina's death?
We already have at least 2 nerds talking right now, though.
Can we get some Z's in the chat?
That's the problem, right? You have a colonizer mindset.
But am I a nerd?
Yeah, you're a fucking nerd, bro. You're a neckbeard.
Oh, are
you're
you
a Redditor.
nerd?
No, I'm the king of Lebanon.
I see. The king of Lebanon. King. Wait,
Yeah.
why would a leftist support a monarch?
King of Lebanon. So let me ask you a question. Why are you against Russia? Why are you against Putin? What's wrong with Putin?
Because I think they're cringe and gay. Why do you like them?
Well, because Putin's been running around liberating Ukraine from Nazis who've been killing Russians for 8 years. And the Queen just died, by the way, rest in peace, the Queen. You celebrate people's deaths. You celebrate Dugina's death. You're like pro-death. Why?
Yo!
I'm edgy like an anime character.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, Bosch. You have no fucking pushback at all. You attack the top G. Listen, what's wrong with the top G?
You're throwing in too many root vegetables into your soup, my friend. The troll would be more believable if you stuck to one archetype.
Actually engage.
You have to.
Because you've been boring the whole audience, bro. You've been boring everyone.
This is a common mistake in the drive to be as intolerable as quickly as possible. You jump into too many tropes. You jump through too many.
Done? All right. So let me ask you a question. Did NATO expansion cause Russia to intervene? Yes or no?
Jump over the fucking wall! God damn it!
Okay, and can you explain why?
Because Russia has demonstrated a willingness to engage in imperialism west of its border anyway. NATO's expansion was a pretext, but in reality, it seems like this was going to happen one way or another. They attempted to do this without direct conflict through Yanukovych, since he was a Putin puppet. But after Euromaidan, of course... Yanukovych. I'm very tired. Yanukovych. Well, he's
Come on,
gone.
Bosh, get it out.
Anyway, after he was ousted, of course, you annex Crimea, the Donbass gets invaded by Russia. So,
okay, so let's explain that. Let's go through that. Crimea and Donbass. So, did Crimea and Donbass want to be with Russia?
Well, I don't know what you could possibly cite to indicate that Donbass wanted to be with Russia, because every
it's simple, because the Donetsk people's... What are you saying?
Because every indicator available at the time of the invasion...
Actually, never mind. Let me cut you off. So here's the thing about Donetsk. The two parties in Donetsk are the New Russia Party and the Donetsk Political Party, both of which support either independence or Russia. They don't support Ukraine. So how come there's no pro-Ukraine parties in Donetsk?
What political parties?
You have the New Russia Party, which is annexation. They want annexation by Russia. And then you have the Donetsk People's Party, which is like they want independence.
Those aren't Ukraine-recognized political parties.
So what? There was a coup in the country. The sovereignty goes out the window.
Oh, I see. So you're telling me that the two viable political parties in the area that has essentially been invaded by Russia are pro-Russian political parties.
But those parties existed before the Russians came. That's my point.
Were those the only parties present in that area, or is it possible that the pro-Ukrainian people in the Donbass area have been supplanted somewhat by 8 years of Russian occupation?
So you think there's a bunch of pro-Ukrainians running around in Donbass, even though all the Donbass support Russians? Even though the military of Donbass is literally defending their land?
The military of Donbass.
If you support Taiwan, why don't you support Donbass? It doesn't make sense. I mean, Taiwan's not a country, it's a part of China. Taiwan, 就是一种国. So how can you explain that?
Wait, did you just speak Chinese?
中华人民共和国信卫一代.
He probably knows a couple of phrases. I think he's trolling though, which is a shame because I think these questions are fine. It's just, you know.
Oh gosh, don't pivot, don't pivot.
Wait 1 second. So unfortunately, no Russia defender enough to know that he's not trolling.
Wait, you're being real?
I am dead serious.
I wish you were trolling.
Oh, okay. I've been like investing low effort because, wait, really?
Yeah, I am dead serious.
Wow.
I'll say the shahada ashhadu an la ilaha
Sure.
illallah
So
ashhadu
yeah,
anna
wait, okay.
Muhammadur Rasulullah.
So we can roll it back a bit then. Yeah. Okay. So to answer your questions, more or less in order. A coup did not take place in 2014. Yanukovych made an effort to start gunning down protesters after being informed to by Putin. He was ousted by a populist revolt. You have echo. Mute your mic while I talk, please. Which is, by the way, something any socialist should support, of course, a populist revolt, ousting a corrupt cronyist president being bullied around by an imperialist like Putin. Any political outcomes that should take place in the Donbass after the invasion by Russia in 2014 are null because they're literally living in a state of military occupation. This would be like arguing that there were 0 people who didn't support Hitler in 1939 because all the polls within Nazi Germany said that every single citizen of Germany supported Hitler.
Dude, do you just like rambling? Do you like rambling? Not answering questions?
As for the people of Crimea were generally more partial to Russia, but we still don't have any impartial information on their preferences, in large part because the polling that was done for Crimean acceptance of Russian occupation was only done after the occupation, and it was done by the Russians, which of course skews the results.
So let's go through that. Let's go through some of the things you said. Number 1, the coup didn't have enough votes. They were 30 votes short, and then they tried to kill him once he tried to leave the country.
I said populist revolt. What do you
So,
mean?
but it was pro-NATO, it wasn't communist.
No. The people of Ukraine. What do you mean the 30 votes?
Who are the people? The people in eastern Ukraine?
The people of Ukraine.
Who are the people of Ukraine? Who?
People in Ukraine.
Okay, but we demonstrate the Crimea and Donbass are different than Kyiv, correct?
It is true that different parts of the world are different from other parts of the world.
Okay,
yes.
so let's go through that. You can't just say Ukraine is a homogenous entity, because
I
why
never
this is
said
happening
Ukraine is a
is
homogeneous
because there's
entity.
pro-Russians in the east. That's why this is happening.
All right. Even
And they
if
didn't
there were
support the coup.
pro-Russians in the East, which of course there are always going to be some, that doesn't justify foreign occupation. Would you say then that the English had a right to reconquer Hong Kong, given the sentiments in favor of such a thing, after China broke its own rules for the two systems, one country thing, after England gave it back over to China? Should we be allowed to invade and occupy any country that wants to be part of the United States? A lot of countries want to be part of the United States.
Yes,
We're very powerful.
because I like the British Empire, so I don't have an issue with that. But here's the thing, boss.
Are you
the
sure
problem
he's
what
not
you're saying,
trolling?
Hold on a second. Here's the problem with what
Wait,
you're saying. You're saying Ukraine is like this homogenous revolution, but the people in eastern Ukraine supported Putin, they supported Yanukovych, and when you violently oust the leader, what do you expect them to do? You violated their democratic rights, so they turned away. What's the issue?
How is it a violation of democratic rights for some people in a country to not agree with the ousting of a corrupt leader?
And so then they can govern themselves. They don't want to be a part of the new leader.
Then why did Russia have to invade?
Because Ukrainians spent 8 years trying to kill them with Nazis and terrorists. That's why.
No, Russians invaded in 2014.
Right. Ukraine declared anti-terror operations in Donbass before Russia intervened. There were separatists there, but there were not Russian soldiers until Ukraine declared anti-terror operations.
The
So you're just wrong.
separatists that were being funded and armed by Russia.
Okay, problem. What's the issue? Russia's supporting their people. What's the issue?
Gotcha. So your position is that it's okay for any empire to invade and annex a territory as long as some people in that territory want to be part of that empire?
No. The coup is an important factor in this. I think that if the people in Donbass wanted to just join Russia, sure, maybe that's not acceptable. But because there was a violent coup against the leader, of course they have a right to fight back. They have a right to defend their land.
What
They
violent
put
coup?
him at gunpoint in Kharkiv. They tried to kill him. That's not violent, Bosch?
The Yanukovych?
Yeah.
No,
Yanukovych. Say it right.
The fuck happened here?
He fled on his own, and he initiated
bunch of
violence
loot.
against the protesters. If there was violence there, then maybe he shouldn't have, on Putin's orders, exacerbated conflict with the protesters.
Okay, so first of all, cops attacking protesters who are storming the parliament is like. I thought you support January 6th. I thought you support the Capitol Police.
They
you don't
weren't
support the
storming
police
the
in
parliament. They
Kyiv?
started shooting people in the streets.
But I thought, oh, January 6th is an attack upon democracy. Well, they try to attack democracy in Kyiv. So what's the issue?
Because they were shooting them in the streets, and the January 6 protesters physically occupied the Capitol building with the intent of executing some of our politicians.
Okay, and so did the people. They wanted to kill Yanukovych.
It doesn't matter what they wanted. What matters is what they did. And what they did was protest outside the building, and that is when the conflict started. They were not allowed to.
And by the way, does
breach
that even
the Capitol
justify? Even if I grant that, does that justify killing Yanukovych? Does that justify murdering?
Was he murdered?
And terrorism? They tried to. That's why he had to flee to Russia. You don't remember?
Wait, hold on. Yanukovych deserved execution long before Euromaidan. Don't get me wrong.
What?
They had moral pretext to oust that motherfucker a long time ago, that corrupt piece of shit. While his
Okay, so
countrymen,
hold on a second.
while his countrymen starved and he jerked off on his golden toilet in his mansion to inequity.
So
yes,
let me
of
explain
course.
something
I
to you,
don't care.
Vosh. So you don't like Yanukovych, but you like the man-child Zelensky, who's gonna cause nuclear annihilation possibly in all of Europe and kill all of mankind. The man-child who's on Zoom calls calling for War 3.
This is an interesting rifle.
With sweaters on?
The end to the nuclear conflict.
Yeah, he's about to lead to the end of the world, which is
Well,
why they
then
need to negotiate with
why
Putin.
why is Russia the country that keeps threatening nuclear war and Ukraine isn't?
Because they're backed into a corner. They're not the Soviet Union anymore.
Backed into a corner by
Interesting. I'll
defensively
keep that.
invading Ukraine.
QB
and then
looks
when they start
nice.
losing, they start threatening to nuke everyone because they're sad that Ukraine had more allies than they had money.
Yes.
Oh, well, that seems like a skill issue, to be honest with you.
Well, no, it's not a skill issue. Nuclear weapons are always on the table at the end of the day because Russia must defend its sovereignty.
Right.
They
we
must
should take
defend
them
the Russian
off the
people.
table for Russia.
And-
CIA coup to get rid of your nuclear. To be fair, of course, you've probably long
If
since
you do a
sold.
coup against Putin, you will see the response of the Kremlin.
The response of the you know what the response of the Kremlin was the last time we fucked you guys over? It was, yes sir, America sir. We put Yeltsin in charge. He got drunk and we raped your country. Okay, don't act like Russia has any
Wait, who's
power over
Putin?
us.
Why is? Here's the thing: all of NATO's against Putin. All the globalists are against Putin. Joe Biden's against Putin. But guess what? You can't stop him. The sanctions are freezing over all of Europe. We're marching towards Kyiv. We're marching towards Kharkiv. There's nothing you could do to stop us, Vosh. At the end of the day, your army of redditors and nerds cannot stop the pro-Russians. Even if we're outnumbered 100 to 1, infrared is rising. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reality.
I still can't tell if he's trolling.
Z.
It's
Let's get some Z's in the chat. Z, easy W.
It's impossible
Z.
to tell because past a certain point, people take pride in their retardation. So they confidently march into all the shit that normally people would be embarrassed to say, you know? I don't like conversations like that because I think that political debates are most fun when people when there are stakes. Like, the fun is in the thrill, right? Like, both people come with sincere positions. And the challenge is to, navigate the conversation without your sincere positions being torn apart or for you being embarrassed for holding them. But if a person has zero investment in what they say and they're, proud of saying dumb shit, then there's no actual real stakes, right? It'd be like a person showing up to a poker game with Monopoly money and acting really confident whether they win or lose any hand because they're throwing Monopoly money at the center of the
What
table.
is this place?
Anyway, I guess what I'm
right.
saying is that person isn't just retarded. They're like a symptom of a kind
This
of
looks
brain damage that
interesting.
will literally destroy the world.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that at some point there is some kind of weird social clout to be gained by just being as aggressively obnoxious as possible. Right?
Yeah,
Taking on all the bad position.
I pardon me for sounding like an old fogey here or whatever, but oh my god, it's worse than it was back in the Gamergate days. Even the Gamergate skeptics, would be embarrassed if they were proved wrong on something. Even the really bad ones, like Sargon or TLD or whatever. If you had them in a convo and they were proven wrong on something, they would clearly get uncomfortable because they, they care about, being perceived as correct. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just the old way of doing things, and now we're all just smashing our faces against bricks as hard as we can.
So that actually is something that I've been curious about myself. So what do you think about people like Infrared or that whole crowd?
It's the lack of investment that gets me, okay? Listen, it's not that I have a problem with debating retards, okay? That's my bread and butter. Everyone who disagrees with me, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just kidding, a little bit on that. The problem is the lack of investment. It's performance art, right? Essentially, they're in a position where they can never lose a conversation because nothing they say and nothing I say will in any way change the positions held by them or the people who like them, because it's all performance art. There's no sincere investment of positions. In which case it's not really fun, right? There's no actual engagement taking place. It's just two people saying things in the same call. So that's the thing that really bugs me. I don't mind necessarily talking to the Russian propagandists or the fascists or whatever. I've talked to plenty. I have noticed though, I don't know if this is coincidence or if there's something determinative here. It's that this attitude of nothing I say actually matters, everything is ironic, I will be stupid and it doesn't matter, haha, and then at the end of the convo I'll just scream and leave. I actually see this more from the tankies than I do the Nazis, which makes me wonder if this is an actual worse breed of intellectual dishonesty. Not necessarily in terms of the negative consequences of the ideology, but rather in terms of the degree of engagement.
Shit.
It seems to me symptomatic of a kind of ideological weakness. They know their positions aren't rooted in reality, so they have to turn it all into some kind of performance art in order for them to be heard by others, because if they tried to sincerely defend their positions, they would get obliterated by even passively competent rhetoricians,
Whoa, a cutaway? I know. I'll make it quick, I'll make it worth your time. Listen, Republicans have long had an advantage when it comes to online canvassing because they're pretty effective at weaponizing new mediums like YouTube and Twitter to pull people over and actually integrate them into their political campaigning. Democrats have fallen behind in that respect, and that's a serious weakness in their organizing. I don't have the political know-how or discipline to be a political organizer, but I know people who do, And that's why I've partnered with Progressive Victory 2022, which is an organization that's trying to get folks out canvassing, phone banking, text banking, get them to match up with any local campaigning opportunities that they might be able to contribute to. Now, I know these folks. They're real nice. They're real professional. My fans also know these folks because according to this map that my editors are going to put up, there are over 7,000 people who've already signed up for their Discord. Listen, I'm begging you, okay? Primaries are coming up. If you go to vosh.gg/map, you can see not only all the folks who have signed up, hello Pigeon, but you can also see how to sign up yourself. And it's simple as, you go, there's a little Discord server, if you want to give them your email so they can send you opportunities, a lot has already happened. Folks have gone canvassing. Jamal Bowman did a talk. They did phone banking for him. It's been real neat. And honest to God, we're coming up close to the end of the primaries here. So there's never been a better time. I know touching grass is scary, but I swear we talk about so much doom and gloom politics here. Feels a lot better to actually do something, Something off the computer, Sheriff, at all possible. Seriously, join. It's important. If you're American, if you're not, then get the heck out of here. Scram, you goofball.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna jump on to the next question. This one is from Dog Teeth. Dog Teeth, whenever you're ready.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hello.
Hey, Vosh, how are you?
Howdy, howdy. Oh, also good.
All right. Oh, that's good. So I have a bit of a two-parter for you here. I'm sure you're familiar with the Discord sphere in politics. There are a few videos of you going around. So the pretext to that second question will be this. Do you still identify as an anarchist?
Man, I'm really sympathetic to a lot of anarchist ideals, and I keep getting contradicting answers on what it means to be an anarchist. Can I just say that as a libertarian socialist, I would fit in their camp, like I can be adjacent? 99% of the time when I see anarchists anywhere, in theory or social media or whatever, when they say something that I tend to agree with it, but there's always some little, I'm on board with the ideology, and then they'll be like, anarchism means immediately abolishing hospitals and restaurants, and then I'm like, there's always something that loses me here. But, broadly I'm sympathetic. They're the least malicious of the lefty spaces, that's for sure.
All right, so in saying that, do you yourself, though you are sympathetic, would you call yourself an anarchist?
I guess just for the sake of semantic efficiency, I would not. I would just call myself a libertarian socialist.
Okay, so the follow-up question I have is, so this meme video of you is positively radioactive. You say, as an anarchist, you don't like the FBI, but then you go on to say that the FBI can be trusted to prevent civil uprisings. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what you meant specifically by, you can, on one hand you say, fuck the FBI, the government institution, the establishment, blah, 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 we can't trust them, but, if a civil uprising were to happen, we need someone to handle it. And you refer to the FBI as this quote-unquote someone. Could you just elaborate a little more on what you mean by that?
Yeah, sure. As long as we live in a world with an FBI, we have to understand what their drives and motivations are, because they're a very powerful institution that we have to live with, for now, at least. And the FBI is indeed good at identifying and responding to what it perceives to be threats to American hegemony and American political stability internally. I don't think the FBI is as politically partisan as most political agencies in this country. That is to say, I think that a lot of their decision-making is motivated by what they perceive to be a genuine and apolitical interest in defending the country from internal threats. Obviously, that is itself political bias. Defending America from threats is a phrase loaded with political bias. But I think it's important to understand that, because if you take a look at what they've been up to for the past decade and a half, they've been more interested in combating the far right than the far left. Most of their public statements have been about the prominence of white supremacists within the police, or about how this group or that group have been associated with far-right neo-Nazism. Of course, there's the whole Mueller investigation stuff. There's the modern seizure of stuff from Mar-a-Lago and all the federal agencies involved in that. The feds are constantly getting shit, nowadays more so from the MAGA crowd, because they don't like the fact that the feds are actually doing their job, which is, of course, federal investigation. I think that if you're a leftist, you have to understand the nature of this behavior and how to effectively use it. And right now, like, let's be clear, socialists are not capable of stopping fascism from rising in this country. We are weak, and we are insubstantial. That's just the way of things. But as long as the FBI is acting as a bulwark against the worst of what they perceive to be internal threats, I think it's fair to say, like, yeah, you know, I may not like or trust the FBI,
Where the fuck is the
but
key
I
for this
can
thing?
trust them to be a wall against some types of civil instability. And in this case, the civil instability is not from Fred Hampton, it's not from Martin Luther King Jr., it's from Donald Trump and the MAGA cronies. And to that end, I'm happy that they're around in this specific instance, you know. It's like it's a third party, right? It's not just right versus left. There are other agencies. We have to be aware of what they're up to. Otherwise, we can't really make use of their behavior or take advantage of it.
Right. So let me just piece these words together for a second in my head. In your view, you see the FBI as an institution separate from the establishment of, you know, let's say the general government as it stands right now. You see them as a third entity overseeing both right and left issues, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't think that their political bias shifts immediately with the current presidential administration. I think they, much like our brass in the Pentagon, I think they represent more of an archetypal, like, American institution.
How do
like
I open
capital A,
that?
capital I, than
Who
they
has
do
the
the
fucking
whims of
key?
the current administration. And if the current administration,
Where's the
the
key?
one in this case, is openly fascist, I don't think they necessarily sway with that whim. At least not immediately, and not as extensively as they might otherwise.
Do you believe that the FBI as an institution is, I wouldn't say protected, but maybe immune, so to speak, to being partisan or being infiltrated in such a way so as to be made partisan?
No, not at all. It just hasn't happened yet to the extent that they've gotten as bad as the far right. It could happen though.
All right, thank you. So I have one more question. What's up with the horsecock meme?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, there's quite a few pictures and videos that go around about you talking about horse dick. I just wanted to know what's up with that.
I'm just a proud aficionado of drawn anthropomorphic furry pornography of young stallions with giant cocks. You know, as I think as are we all. You know, nothing out of the ordinary there.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I would say that horsecock is objectively the best looking cock that there is in the Animal Kingdom. As
The
far as
voice
I can
of
name it.
reason in this call.
And I've done a lot of research on this, and it's just the best aesthetically that there's out.
Listen, we're all guys here, okay? I have a large penis myself, but I'm just saying.
Of course.
At some point, you know, maybe if you're looking at it, even if the animal's standing on two legs, you know, we got to draw a line somewhere.
Wait, there's no limit to how big the dick can be. It's in the realm of
Not the
imagination.
dick size, but the size of the dick and relative to what it's attached to.
Well,
you know what I mean?
maybe in real life it would be inconvenient to walk around with like 8 pounds of dick, like choking your jeans. But you know, that's the magic of fantasy right there. It's in a better world, you know. It's like how when you watch porn, like real life porn or whatever, you know, it's like, oh, the plumber's over, like we're gonna fuck in 3 seconds, you know. Oh, I'm getting a vanilla.
Whatever, I don't know how to get
at
that case
Starbucks.
open.
I'm gonna trip on a banana peel and fall face first into her tits, and her blouse is going to come off, and then she'll start sucking the dick. You know, it's a wacky world. It's the world we all want to live in. I'm proud of that.
All right, Bosch, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Dogteeth. Next up is Froggy. Froggy, go for it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Howdy.
Hey, I want to fucking know, why the fuck did you say that NATO is based, despite, like, you said the fucking NATO is based because it stops Russian imperialism. What do you have to say about NATO intervening in other countries?
Well,
like that aren't even in Europe.
it depends on the intervention. I generally support the existence of NATO as it stands right now, because I think that even if we didn't have NATO, the countries that make up NATO, which are already allies, would still do most of the stuff that they do. Like, you know, it's not like Iraq or Afghanistan wouldn't have still happened if we didn't have NATO, of course. But with countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, you know, the presence of NATO does
You
actually
hurry up,
prevent...
like fucking boring the audience, dude. Holy shit.
They're free to leave if they want. The presence of NATO in those countries does deter Russian imperialism there, which is a good thing and something worth celebrating. I also think I'm in favor of NATO's intervention.
Don't mind me.
in Yugoslavia.
So I want to know.
So
Wait,
I like
Froggy,
those
if you're
things.
gonna ask a question, you need to let him answer it. Come on.
Okay.
So I like those things about NATO. Of course, NATO is made up of countries that I have strong political disagreements with, so there are plenty of things that have been done under its mantle that I don't agree with.
Okay, and I want to know why the fuck did you block me? I didn't do shit to you, little bitch.
Did I block you on Twitter?
No, you fucking blocked me on Discord. Dumb
I
fuck.
have blocked, in the past year, maybe 3 people on Discord. You must have been remarkably annoying. That's not a joke, by the way. I normally just ignore my DMs. You must have been exceptionally annoying. Like, the degree of irritation you must have laid at my feet must have... Like this is a you thing. Like, you committed a lot of time and energy to trying to annoy me. I don't block, like, any random people. Like, you're special, okay? I just want you to know that I feel that way.
Okay, thank you, Froggy. And given Froggy, I know that you were really annoying in DMs. You annoy the fuck out of me in DMs. Like, just let's be real. Fipto, you're up next. Go for it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Howdy.
Hey, I'm a huge fan, especially of the horse cock memes. Mighty base Chad King over here. So, I would like to ask you, and I probably already know the answer to this. So you like to promote truth, well-being, and I guess just general truth for others, right?
I'd like to hope I do. Sure, I falter from time to time.
So I have a simple question. Do you know what a woman is?
Let's hit up a Ripper Doc. I finally have a shitload of money.
Answer. Are you ready for it?
What else did I want to save my
person
money
who
for?
identifies as a woman.
So can I identify as Apache helicopter and I all of a sudden am?
Let's hit
Well,
up
I
a
don't
River
think an
Doc.
Apache helicopter is a
I
gender.
got a lot of money.
Gender refers to a collection of social roles and expectations. An Apache helicopter refers to a specific type of military equipment. So I think it's okay to identify with like a set of roles and expectations, because that's kind of a conceptual thing that you can opt into. But I think that there are design specifications for an Apache helicopter that your body probably wouldn't meet. But I haven't met you, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, so question. I mean, what makes it not a gender role?
What makes an Apache helicopter not a gender role?
Yeah.
Because an Apache helicopter, when we refer to it, as I said, refers to literal design specifications. But since gender refers to social roles and expectations, we're talking about something else entirely. This would be more analogous if you were referring to sex, because sex does refer to a collection of physical, biological characteristics. Though even that can be changed these days. You know, we live in a wacky world.
Yeah. So what do you think Zer refers to?
Well, those are pronouns, so they would be a way of referring to people.
Oh, they're
without
gender
actually
roles,
using
right?
them. No, those are pronouns.
No, they're gender roles, right? Like because well, apparently to Google, there's about 72 genders.
Okay.
The AB Chad.
Zer, those are pronouns. It's a linguistic subcategory, a way of referring to proper nouns without having to say their name. So Zer would be like he, him. He, him isn't a gender. You're using pronouns to refer to a person who identifies as a man, or an object that we consider masculine, I guess, because we do that too.
Wait, so are you saying there's no words that actually refer to gender roles?
Man, woman, like those.
Hey, why not he, him though?
Because he, him, because those are pronouns. They're associated
So
with gender roles.
pronouns do not refer to gender roles.
They're associated with them, but we also use pronouns to refer to things that don't have a gender. Again, like we refer to ships often as she, like, you know, her first voyage. Depending on the country you're in, you know, countries are often referred to as fatherland or motherland, with the pronoun being, you know, he or she respectively. So pronouns are associated with gender, but we use them for a bunch of stuff.
No, I think pronouns are. Well, I mean, I would agree. Pronouns are associated with gender. So what is these are associated with?
I don't know. I'm assuming it would be associated with some kind of xenogender, like a non-male or female, or man or woman.
Yeah.
Some kind of non-binary gender. It could also be that they're using it non-referentially, and they just like Zer, and also they're a man or a woman. You know? It's possible to use non-gender prescriptive pronouns for a person. After all, we do use the singular they, and that's not gender prescriptive for anybody. So, you know, it's always on the table. I have to ask, by the way.
What the fuck? I didn't even hit
I
you.
don't mind these questions,
Dumb
though.
bitch.
I don't mind you asking them. However, do you think it's possible that you invested perhaps an undue degree of contemptuous interest in
Get
the
off
subject?
route. Target
Because there
is
a lot of
in a
interesting stuff we
Batmobile. Do
found
not
here. The way
approach.
it's talked about online, it's like, attack helicopter gender. Like, what are we talking about, right? Like, trans
Oh, I mean, people
are
invest
chilling.
their whole lives into gender studies, right?
Yeah, well, I have a sociology major, so while I don't have a gender studies degree, I wasn't spitting distance of that department door, so I did see that happen.
Back up!
Yeah, so there's quite a bit more people who invest way more time to distort the
fuck,
view
I
of
can't
gender
get out.
roles.
No, I said
Shit.
contemptuous interest. Like, you're not actually
Exit.
interested in
Oh,
understanding, you're
contemptuous.
interested in, like, reiterating, like, YouTuber slogans to indicate
No,
how
I mean,
rational you are over the trans people, right?
Yeah.
Goddamn
Well,
fucking
I'm
cops.
genuinely interested.
Fuck you.
I'm interested
Fuck-
in
oh,
where this
they're
all started.
eating me.
Is that, wait,
What is
but I
that?
want to talk about this. Is that true?
Oh, it's
though?
this guy.
Because I know what it looks like when people are genuinely interested in stuff, and there's usually a
You're not
kind
even
of
seeing me.
deferential interest. You know, this. Oh, well, can you tell me something? Like, oh, what can I learn from you? You know. But usually, when I have conversations with people who are quote unquote interested in gender, what they're really interested in is finding ways to indicate the intellectual inferiority of trans people, or like the conceptual weakness of trans people. But that's not really like an educational process, right? That's just trying to like go to bat for a political position. You know what I mean,
Hipto?
right? Oh no, where'd they go?
Hipto, you there?
Maybe they're being
I
transgender.
don't. Yeah, the trans has got them.
Oh.
But for those of you in chat who are actually interested beyond, you know, watching 10-minute YouTube videos and regurgitating memes, what I found when I was interested in this stuff is a good starting point was a book called Gender Trouble by, I never forget, I never remember her first
Watch
name,
out.
Judith Butler. That was a good starting point for me to just like kind of start to wrap my hands around the concepts, right? And then from there you can expand on. If you guys are interested, genuinely, I will buy you an audiobook, you know, the 15 of you. So just DM me if you want and I'll get it for you.
I think the real issue is that a lot of it isn't that complicated. It's just we have very strong opinions on the social expectations that get ingrained into us. So you'll have so it would be like trying to explain modern racial dynamics to a person who grew up in like the 18th century or something, right? Like if you tried to explain to them like the concept of a Hispanic person, I feel like their brains would melt. Oh, like yeah, there can be white Hispanic people and non-white Hispanic people. Oh yeah, this guy is like 1/8 black on their great granddad's or whatever, you know. But we all treat him as white because, as you can see, he looks white, and that's just how it goes, you know, white parents and everything. I feel like their brains would melt, and they would just be like, "How can he be white? He's 1/8 black." You know what I mean? But like it's easy.
Oh, Fifto, your mic's hot. And
That's
at least he's alive. It sounds like
Oh
he's being
no!
abducted.
Did
Sorry,
he?
go ahead, Bob.
Did he die? Wait, if his mic's still live, did he just die?
It sounds like he's being abducted. Fifto, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I
okay.
got disconnected.
Oh, okay. You didn't die though. That's good.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Well, I was gonna question because, I'm sorry, where did we leave off? Because I got disconnected because I think my phone called another user who was in the chat.
Oh, all I was saying was that I don't think this subject is that complicated broadly, though there is a lot of esoteric stuff at the fringes. But oftentimes when I talk with people who ask me questions like this, in the Matt Walsh-esque, you know, what is a woman type thing, they don't really want to know the answer, right? What they're really doing is testing my knowledge and then trying to find holes in it. not necessarily a bad thing to do if you disagree with somebody, but it should be framed then as a disagreement rather than an interest in the subject broadly.
Well, okay, so I guess it's somewhat true because I kind of already know the answer to the question I'm already asking. So it's kind of like a rhetorical question, in a sense.
Well, what if
the reason I was asked?
Do you mind if I just put my front
that's
foot forward then
nice.
and ask you?
Plus
so
4%
that's my position.
headshot,
gender
weak
seems to
spot
refer to a lot of
damage.
kind of obscure stuff regarding social roles that don't have much to do with biology. So why not just treat sex and gender differently, which we do, and the dictionary does. Like, we all kind of know these are different concepts. They have to be. There's a reason why guys wear suits and girls wear dresses, right? It's not because of our biology. We've kind of socialized ourselves into having different aesthetics. So once we accept that, the idea that a person could change their gender isn't that far off. You can even change your sex, right? Sex expression is influenced by hormone washes. You can literally just inject hormones into your body. Doesn't change everything, but it changes a lot. Certainly enough to put a person in the category of intersex. A lot of intersex people are born already, and they just get arbitrarily assigned a gender and sex based on what the doctor thinks is closer to their visible characteristics. There's a lot of arbitrary, blurry, messy bullshit in the margins of this stuff that people like to paint over.
So I'll use a tangible example though. So Caitlyn Jenner, do you think this person is a man or a woman?
So sorry, I have such a boomer brain. Caitlyn.
Oh,
right, that's
Bruce Jenner.
the world's first transgender person. Yes.
Well, not world's first, but yeah.
The world's first. She's a woman and a dumbass, but also a woman.
Yeah. So in about 100 years, when somebody digs this person's bones up, do you think they're going to identify them as a man or a woman?
They would probably say, actually, I don't even know if it necessarily works that way. I'm pretty sure it can be difficult to sex skeletons sometimes. I guess my answer is like,
it's in the bones.
So the problem is there are a couple of brain faults that you're sort of revealing with this question. I've already said that sex and gender are different things. Why would you point towards a sexual characteristic to delegitimize what I'm referring to as a gender identity? This is one of the things where we're always going in circles, but no matter how many times I say it, people don't get it, and it makes me feel like they don't care at all. Sex and gender being different things, the only hill trans people consistently die on is the gender identification. You could have people who look like me identify as a woman. Nobody denies my sex as male, that's evident enough. But we're not talking about their sex. So when people say stuff like, well, look at the skeleton, we're not talking about the skeleton,
Oh, I mean, because we're talking about truths here.
We're talking about gender.
Yes, we're talking about gender, but the truth of gender. Because we understand that gender refers to something biological. And at least the general population does agree with that stance.
So there's an association between gender and sex, but we're distinguishing two categories that people often unite out of convenience. When we talk about gender, we're talking about stuff that is not covered by sex. That's the definition as we use it. That's the definition as it's used broadly. That's why people say gender roles, Why is it a gender expectation that women wear jewelry but men not? Because in previous societies, the opposite has been the case. It wouldn't take that much.
Exactly.
Digging.
That doesn't matter to me.
Well, that's not a sex thing, right? Go back to another time and place, and there will be guys who wear jewelry and girls who don't. But now it's the opposite. So, is that a sex thing? Did we evolve biologically so our sexes would have different jewelry preferences, or is it just a social construct?
You may find a fixer, get a new car.
Well, I mean, I know in the past you had men predominantly were the painters, they were the bakers, cooks, all that kind of stuff. And now women dominate those areas, but now you have women who dominate areas like nursing and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think it's has anything to do with their inherent sex. I think they just found something that they're comfortable with, and they end up dominating an area because, I would say biologically speaking, they're able to fulfill those roles better than the other sex.
Well, that's why I'm bringing up jewelry, because that's why I'm talking about jewelry, because there's really no biological explanation for why before in some societies men would wear the jewelry, but today in some societies women wear the jewelry. Or like who
Yeah.
cuts their hair long. Like these are totally arbitrary. Like there's no like if you want you could like backwards evo psych your way into this, but like there's no actual justification. High heels were made for men, but now they're used exclusively by women. Fedoras were a woman's hat at the turn of the 20th century, but now they're almost entirely associated with men. This is what I mean when I talk about gender. Like it's just we just have roles for people, you know? We just have associations. But you can change that. Uh-oh.
They got him again.
Oh no! Oh well, it's probably bad form to be spending a couple minutes of dead air between bits of the conversation. But I feel rude just ending it.
Sorry, I'm cutting out.
Oh
so
wait,
much.
hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Well,
yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I'm just
Dude,
referring to
Discord phone app sucks.
Yes, it does. I'm just referring to jewelry because it's properly arbitrary. Like you can't really root a biological explanation for why stuff like that would have changed in so many places and times. All the different clothing and roles and expectations, the high heels, the leggings that used to be men's clothing for royalty, like, you know, gender and sex aren't the same thing. That's what we're referring to.
Yeah.
So when a person says, like, you know, I'm a trans woman, we're not saying that the biology of her body has shifted, though with hormones it will. But we're just saying that, like, that's the archetype, that's the group, that's like the conceptual space that she wants to reside in. And I think it's better when people have the right to do that, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think anybody has the right to identify however they want. My trying to pull people into their ideology and expect them to basically kowtow to it.
Well, okay, but that's like the coward's answer, right? Like, I respect your right to exist, but I don't respect your right to say you deserve to exist, is kind of what you said, right? Like, if they're a woman, you know, we're not asking you whether you want to genocide them or whatever. Like, if they're a woman, you know, it would be considered disrespectful to go up to a cisgender woman and go like, haha, man. Like a woman would generally, whether they're trans or not, that would be found pretty obnoxious, I think. So if you're saying I respect their right to believe that, but they're wrong and I'll disrespect them anyway, then we haven't really solved the issue, right? Just treat trans
What do you
women
mean?
as women.
I'm not going up to trans people and
Fucking
saying,
asshole,
you're a man.
fuck
or,
you.
You're a woman. I'm not doing that.
But you
I'm
think
just saying, I'm not willing to. Well, no, I don't go up to trans people and say that, you know, you're dressed as the opposite gender. You shouldn't be dressed that way. I don't do that kind of stuff. Like, I've seen them. I am cordial. I'm not gonna, you know, call them out in a public space. If we have an honest discussion about it, I'll tell them what I believe. But
what's the issue with just letting them, you know, live and let live, right? All they're really doing is like fighting for the right to be accepted as a member of the conceptual space that they've identified into.
Well, the issue with the live and let live mindset is kind of like, well, let's just say, like, these things are kind of popping up in social groups, like Nazism. I wouldn't live and let live Nazism, even if they weren't being violent, like, because I believe that ideology is toxic and it should be eradicated.
All right, well, I'll agree with you on the Nazism bit. I'm glad we agree on that. The issue I have is that Nazism is ideologically rooted in genocide and exclusion, and trans people are, I guess, what's the issue?
Oh, well, I mean, my issue would be, okay, so if they
Need
were
more
just
street
to
cred
dress
for
as a
the
woman,
Cthulhu.
or
It's
they were
probably
just as
shit
man, and
anyway.
they, you know, they just want
Got
to be
the
identified
coyote
as a
for
certain, you know, person or
77,000.
whatever. I mean,
Where was
that's
the thing
whatever
with
to
the
me.
hole
I
in the
don't really
front?
care. But
I want
it
that.
seems like more they want to spread
It's
their
not
ideology.
available for the
They
Ray
spread
Field,
it to children. They
155,000.
spread it to
Oh, that shit
people
is
who
so good.
are outcasts in society.
So the ideology is just that it's okay to be trans. So don't like obfuscate, like.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. It's okay for them to be like trans. They can say whatever they
I'll
want.
get one
Heck,
big
they can
bite.
identify as Apache helicopter. I don't care. But I mean, you just can't force me, and specifically by law, to agree to those kind of terms. And we can see specifically in law that, you know,
Yeah, I'll get a bite too,
people are
fuck
being
it.
forced to agree to those terms.
How?
Okay, so in California, nurses who misgender their patients
Got
can
the
go to jail for upwards of a year.
Otto.
I would need to
Jackie's
see the
Arch.
specifics of that law.
Okay.
We do have existing
Kusanagi.
laws on the book when it comes to discrimination against certain protected groups.
I'll
So
get the
I imagine it
Guinevere.
would fit within the purview of that legislation. The protected classes we have in the States, but that's existed for a long time. That's not trans-specific.
Yeah,
also,
well, I don't agree with
Damn,
protected
this shit is
classes
fresh.
because I mean, look, I am a black man living in America, and I don't agree with stuff like basically what's the term, like basically how people make fun of the fact that black people can get lighter sentences in
chat.
court rulings.
lighter sentences? Black people typically get worse sentences.
But yeah, as we've seen statistically, but in a sense, there's kind of a reason for that in certain senses. I'm not saying in all senses, but
Alright, let's test out this car.
If your issue is against protected classes broadly, then this is another sidetracking here, because you're talking about not wanting the right for trans people to spread their ideology because you don't like
boost.
the idea of the state forcing you to.
I don't think this was the car that I got. I think I got the smaller one.
You just said you wouldn't allow the
This shit is
propagation, like, you wouldn't
huge.
tolerate the
Jesus.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah. So I think we're misunderstanding each other. Like, I think that you have the utmost right to say whatever you want, spread what kind
Control's
of
pretty
ideology all you
good.
want.
At full speed,
but
too.
At the same time, I have the upright, utmost right to actually oppose your ideology.
Okay, I know you have
as
the
a
right, but I'm telling you you're wrong. Like, I want to know why you want to exercise that right. You have the right to type the N-word online or whatever, but I'm not challenging your legal right to do what I would consider bigotry. I want to know why you want to do it, though. What's the harm of trans people? Why did you compare them to Nazis when it came to the harm of tolerating their ideology?
Oh, okay. So the reason that I'm opposing it because there is an actual physical, tangible harm that we've seen. People who go through
Let me get that other car.
obviously, that is
I got a lot of
the
money.
results of that
I can afford
end
it.
up being in the negative. I think they're spreading this to children, so I see a tangible harm of, and I would say children are a protected class, and we as Americans strive to protect children as well.
I agree.
And if their ideology,
I didn't even hit you, bitch.
I'm gonna have a
Shut the
little bit more
fuck up.
concern as far as
Fucking pussy ass cops. He hit me! No, I didn't.
All ideologies
God.
affect children.
They made sure to make the cops super real in this game.
Obviously, the propagation of any set of beliefs is going to trickle its way downstream to children, no matter what. But that's
Fuck
not
off.
true. Bottom
Suck my
surgery
dick.
has been associated with an incredibly positive increase in trans people's sex lives and sense of well-being, and a drop in suicidality. All the data seems to indicate this.
Are you citing any long-term studies as far as that?
I have a document, but my document's been out of date. There have been more studies that I haven't updated my document with. The evidence
it
on
was
this
kind of
is
a trick question.
overwhelmingly positive.
Well, it was a trick question because there's no long-term studies on this.
Wait, so I'm sorry. So are you saying then you have no evidence to support your point, but are rather pointing to a
No. I'm saying there's no long-term studies as far as the positives. Actually, they've actually noticed when they've actually kept up with patients that they've dropped off, or there's
I'm
been
out, pussies.
increased
Fuck
suicide,
you.
increased depression when you start going into the longer terms of this.
So after the euphoria of a surgery being completed, there is
Rayfield,
going to be a long-term
the Cali burn is what I
reversal to the
had.
mean. That's always going to be the case. You can find that for surgical results of any kind, up to and including bypass surgery on the heart. The
Road
question
closed.
is,
I'm going in.
Does bottom surgery have an overall positive or negative impact on the well-being of the people
God.
who get it? And the answer is overwhelmingly positive. With, as far as I'm aware,
Walked into
no
a swarm of
counterexamples.
cops.
There may be variance in how long-term the extent of
All right,
that
let's
positive
see
benefit
the
is,
Cali
but I have
burn.
not seen any studies which
That's the
indicate
one I
that
drove.
most people feel like they're negative
Yeah.
after bottom surgery.
Oh, it's fucking sexy.
Yeah. Well,
Let me get
have
in
you
there.
considered that you're reading other
Can we
studies?
customize the
over,
cars? Put some fucking neon on the
other
bottom?
studies that contradict
Like Midnight Club?
what you're saying?
If there were studies that contradicted what I was saying, I would have seen them because it's my
Oh,
job. to
yeah.
show me those studies.
This is what I'm talking about.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. Well, okay, so I
Oh,
guess I have
so
one last question because I don't want to take up all the, the
Damn.
space in here. Well, do you think that in about
Why were you running? Satara double barrel shotgun.
Well, question: Do you think transgenderism is helpful?
I don't know what you mean by helpful. They simply exist. I think
Okay.
that as long
beneficial or healthy?
I think you mean being trans healthy?
Like a diet? Is too much trans bad for you?
Yeah, sorry.
I trans way too much last week. I don't feel so. I feel dizzy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. My
It's
wife's
fine.
actually talking to me for a second. Yeah, somebody else can take the call. Yeah, sorry about that, but thank you for your time.
Of course, it's been fun. Have a good time.
Oh, his wife. Stop talking
To
about
answer that
trans people.
question,
God damn it, Jimmy.
Trans people exist. Whether or not it's
Leave 'em
healthy
alone.
Or not is kind of, it'd be like asking if being tall is healthy. Technically, I think being tall is actually associated.
Oh, this
with
is
negative health
perfect.
outcomes because it tends to
There's like
increase
no
your weight,
drift on. Oh, this car is beautiful. 155,000. It was worth it.
You know, but everyone wants to be tall because you know, Giga Chad.
Get the
big
fuck
dick,
outta here.
Flirting with women, blah blah.
Time to do some
but
missions. I
so,
think I might
like,
start
the
doing some
real
main
question,
missions.
knowing that trans people exist,
Padre,
is it healthy to indulge
you're a bitch.
in their self-perception, to validate it, to acknowledge their identity, to treat them how they want to be treated, or should it be like a kid who thinks they're a T-Rex and you have to be like, oh, that's great, Timmy, but you're not, and you have to eat your food anyway, you know? And the answer is that it is good. Literally all data we have, unambiguously and without exception, points to the idea that
They're
the
level
affirmation of
32.
trans people's identities is
fuck?
better for their health, which
This
is
guy's all
why
the way
it's
up here.
accepted medical practice essentially everywhere that acknowledges.
Want to make love to this guy in the top suite.
Whether we're
Better
talking
treat
about
me nice.
acceptance from their peers, from their parents, and medical transition hormones, puberty blockers, stuff like that, the results are good. In fact, I believe that the risk of suicidality for LGBT teens, or is it trans? No, I think it's trans teens specifically. The rate of suicidality drops to 1/17 its prior value if you have support from your parents. That's it. When you hear about like trans people 41% blah blah blah, a misleading statistic if there ever was one, you're overwhelmingly referring to people who are being victimized by a lack of support by those around them. Just a little bit of support and that suicidality rate just evaporates away. So I'd say that it's good. And all data says that it's good. So we should treat them with that respect. There's no reason not to. Sorry,
Okay,
rambling there. Just wanted to complete the question, you know, because he did ask.
No, I think it's an extremely useful thing to have.
Charge
answered.
up.
Okay, so next up we have Patches. Patches, whenever you are ready, go for it. Patches? I don't think Patches is ready. That's okay. And just FYI, because yeah, the transes got them too. So just you know, I want to make sure that you guys have the ability to speak to Vosh. It's extremely rare that you know you have the opportunity to speak to somebody like Vosh, who's influential, is knowledgeable, who's just able to change minds.
I'll come back
No,
a second
it's
time.
true.
I'm having fun.
Well, do you know, because there are a ton of questions, right? The queue that I have already is very long. So I
Lightning
wanna
round
make
me
sure
for a
that-
bit. Give me a
Okay.
fucking hit me. I'm ready. I'm zooped up right now.
Okay. So the issue with even doing that is a lot of these people are like VC questions. They want to speak to you directly. Yeah. So I'm gonna hop into I'll go to Skyrion, right? Or Skyrion, I don't know how to pronounce your name. To replace Patches, and Patches, I'll check on you afterwards. Skyrion, whenever you're ready.
Neutralize Gustavo. Thanks for the loot, Brody.
Yes.
Howdy.
I'll take real good care of him.
Hi. I'm Skyrim. Sorry. I was a watcher of YouVosh from Australia, so I've got a more general, global kind of question, not specifically US rule.
When I pick that shit up?
Hit me.
Nope.
Yeah, so the question is, so what do you think about the rise of the trope of invincible ignorance? That's like the whole thing with Giga Chad, you know, with racist text underneath it. This is my opinion, I'm based for thinking black people are inferior, that kind of thing. Like the idea that a bad take, if said very confidently, can be like a powerful rhetorical tool. Like Andrew Tate's like the living embodiment, you know? The guy's
Yeah.
like kickboxer, he looks...
Yeah,
and how can the left like co-opt this? You know, like I know we did like the OK Boomer thing. You know, I think it's really interesting to see how this particular rhetorical device played out between
Let's see
political.
Gustavo real quick.
I don't know if there's necessarily any countering it. I think the issue here is it goes back to like the stakes involved in any conversation. the original Virgin versus Chad memes were self-referentially aware of the fact that the Chad was absurd and ridiculous. Like the one with the Virgin walk versus the Chad walk, I really liked the original ones because originally, the Chad, like all the stuff that Chad did was weird and psychotic. Like the Chad walk is he bumps into every person he sees. He has his arm out at long distended angles so that he crowds as much space on the sidewalk as possible. He crosses 8 feet with every like stride, you know? The idea is that he's so masculine and so self-absorbed that it's like a joke, like it becomes a joke, you know? But the problem is that over time, people have done, the original satire has been lost. And now people just associate, like to me, in my mind, like the idea of posting a bad take with GigaChat underneath it is funny because the joke is that you're some kind of like self-obsessed idiot blundering into a stupid take because your chiseled jawline and massive muscles have kind of insulated you from the idea that you might be wrong. Like to me, the joke is like it's kind of a self-deprecating thing, but a lot of people don't treat it that way. There's no irony. It's funny because all these people online call themselves irony bros, but there's no fucking irony to it. Like they just unironically have all the stupid takes. You know, there's no actual, there's nothing to it. They're sincerely that dumb.
It's absolutely crazy, and it doesn't just extend to just online culture memes and stuff. It's like people identifying with, I'm sure you've seen this like in the incel communities and stuff, identifying with the Joker, or Leonardo DiCaprio's character Jordan Belfort from The Wolf of Wall Street.
I think
these kinds of people represented in like film, television, are like, you know, giga-chads, but they're like terrible people inside of their own shows.
I think it's important to understand that a lot of this stuff is being done by like 14-year-old white boys who have never talked to a woman and never touched grass, which probably also constitutes about 60% of the server, you know. I'm looking at the AMA discussion chat right now and my feelings on this are being confirmed. Like you have to understand that a lot of this is from people who are legitimately so insecure and unaccomplished that the best approximation of confidence they can ever muster is just like posting a muscular guy and saying something stupid underneath it. And to them, that's confidence. That's the closest that they can get. Because the real confidence, which is having a real position, owning it, and defending it sincerely, the actual like metal of men who built this world, you know, like the actual, the fabric of society, people who are willing to sincerely adopt something and then defend it to their, you know, to their dying breath, that's beyond them. Because they're young and they're inexperienced. And they're quite cowardly, and a lot of them are going to grow out of it. You know, like a lot of that is kind of a temporal thing, but it is one of the great crimes of the internet is subjecting the rest of us to the eternal retardation of these people before they grow old enough to moderate their opinions somewhat. You know.
Yeah, it's just disheartening when you try to genuinely put your opinion out there and someone responds with no, GigaChad. No.
Well, it's it's just something. It's much in the same way I'm sure that the great philosophers in the Parthenon would occasionally have to deal with shit-faced children running by and flinging rocks at them. You know, it's just part of engagement. It's unfortunate, but it's just part of life.
All right, yeah, that was all my questions. Just your thoughts on that particular phenomenon. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Hey, next up,
fuck is
Patches
this
says
for?
if your mic is fixed, so Patches.
How the fuck do I get down?
Go for it.
Okay,
What's the point of this? Just to kill myself? Wow.
Alright, nice. Okay, so I'll mute the stream and
Well, I guess
go
the
to
sneak
Discord.
in.
So, okay. I'm not here. Can you hear me on Discord? Am I just not... Wait, am I in the wrong chat?
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, the last question wasn't too bad, but I was hoping I could provide some respite from the 2016 brain questions. So,
yeah, hit me up.
So I would consider myself a transhumanist, and I think one of the problems, in a lot of ways with just the kind of futurist and transhumanist community is a lot of them are just Elon Musk dick riders and people who think NFTs are going to be how we pay for coffee in 30 years, and that's just stupid. But technology is incredibly important for just the future of our civilization, and I think it just gets conflated a lot of times with just these tech bros who think, oh yeah, it's so great that we're replacing all the workers with these kiosks or whatever. Okay. Well, my question is mainly, with automation, and eventually AGI, once we get to it, how should society adapt so that people are still taken care of and people can still be fulfilled?
I mean, the problem we're running into with capitalism as well is that, like, the economic outcomes of the system are treated as self-evident, you know? The logic of capitalism is such that anything which deviates from the natural accumulation of capital in the hands of the bourgeois is seen as some kind of like hand-wavy, you know, like a bread being thrown to the crowd. So when we talk about stuff like welfare isn't taken as the default, you know, the insane idea that we might have a base level of provision with the incredible wealth, power, and efficiency of modern society, you know. That's the ridiculous idea. Whereas the sensible, straightforward default assumption is that the economy and the market should just be allowed to run rampant to whatever extent is possible, and everything left over, you know, is the pittance we allow for charity. The same will be the case with automation. With automation, it may very well be the case that literally all wealth, all production, and all economic capabilities are achieved exclusively through the ownership of one single human being. That is entirely possible. It's not likely, but it's something that could happen. And if that was to be the case, you know, what do? Just sort of shrug? You know, well, they got to everything first. What are we going to do? No, obviously not. As even if everything's being handled by AI, the Earth is populated by humans, and I think that what we need to do is stop thinking of welfare and UBI and stuff as like a placating force to keep the proles in line, but rather as the default assumption upon which we build everything, including whatever efficient, economically, you know, streamlined AI-built system we'll have in the future.
I'm taking your perfume.
I just remember
Thanks.
because there was one point in the past where I think you were talking about UBI, and I think you were really critical of it at the time. And I think the reasons you were critical were reasonable, because it was just saying, oh, well, landlords are just going to raise their rent by the exact amount that people get a UBI, and then the benefit is pretty much going to go out the window.
That was a bit of a simplistic answer on my part, but I do think that UBIs are dangerous while we still live under capitalism, because I think that we risk the possibility of an underclass being created of people who have no jobs because there are no jobs for them to have, and they just barely are able to survive because of like UBIs that just like barely gives them enough to live off of, and they're essentially an eternal underclass now, because not only do they have way too little, they also have nothing to fight for. It's not like they can fight for jobs because there are no jobs, you know? We're kind of reaching that point right now, I think. But I don't know, maybe that'd be better than absolute deprivation, which might be inevitable anyway under our current logic. I don't know. It's pretty tough.
And also, assuming the possibility of an apocalypse is off the table, if we get to the point where we get AGI, and in my belief, once we get AGI, it's basically the same point we get artificial superintelligence, because it wouldn't be that much harder to make it just a little bit better than humans. Although, it depends on how we do it. Like, if our first AGI is just a simulation of a human brain, then yeah, it's just going to be human level, but...
This all is a bit beyond my purview for analysis. Yeah. I have no goddamn idea what fancy shit people are going to come up with.
Well, the simple way of saying it is just, I'm curious, if we get into a world where AI can essentially do everything, including kind of emotional and social tasks, as good or better than humans, then how should humans kind of pursue meaning in that world? And how should we fight
just here by yourself
to set up that world? So
fucking
another reason that I wanted to ask a question is because with increasing automation and with artificial intelligence, is that the more automation you have, the less bargaining power that workers will have, because workers will be less essential to running that society. And so,
can't shoot him.
Like
I can blind you.
To getting that level of technology.
Oh, that's a thing to attract sound.
Probably be bargaining
to attract enemies.
That. But it seems like if we wait too long, then we won't have that bargaining power.
Just remember that no matter how advanced things get, the systems of distribution and consumption are always going to be something.
Oh my fucking god!
No economic structure can survive the intolerance of the humans who are
dumbass.
even if everything is fully automated, there's
Woohoo!
always something that can be done.
God damn.
It might not be through labor power, just broader, like, human spirit, I guess. But there's always something to be done.
All right, and my last one is, if you could have a custom robot body, would you transfer your brain to it?
No. I like being made of meat.
All right. Okay,
I
fair
like
enough.
being a meat boy.
Yeah, that was my question. Take care.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, and have a wonderful
You're
day.
welcome.
I gotta piss real quick. Give me just 1 second, okay?
Go for it. Okay, so the rest of you, so Spooky's been kind enough to put together a queue for me. She's putting
Get the
together
fuck away from my car.
a text queue right now, I think, which is also super helpful. If you're watching the stream and you'd like to get in on the anime,
Oh
you
God,
can
I'm
go
sorry,
to
officer. Jesus, my bad.
politics.gg, Nebraska. That will bring you here to us and all of our wonderful, terrible, awful.
Just a kid T-boning me. Fucking broke my spine, whipped me into a 360
for
flip.
those of you who are still trying to get questions in, I'm not sure how long Vosh is going to stay on. Typically these things go for 2 hours, but I'm going to, try to squeeze them for as much as I can. So, if I haven't gotten to your question, I'm going to do my best to do it. Just be aware that there are a lot, and I'm not going in order. So if you just add a question in right now, if it's interesting, I might still get to it. So don't be disheartened. Okay,
All right, I'm back.
Sir. Awesome. Okay.
Howdy.
Next up is Zionist Jules. Zionist, whenever you are ready, go for it. Zionist?
Sorry, they're currently racing into the unoccupied house of a Palestinian to establish a new settler colony. Give them a second.
In Zionist, I'll come back to you.
What the fuck?
Then. Rainbow, if you're ready, go for it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Howdy.
Die!
Hi, Vosh. I just want to say hello to chat real quick. I'm Rainbow, and I've been part of your community
Satara?
for about a year or two now.
I'm sorry.
A legendary
yeah, I know,
crowbar,
it's terrible,
nice.
Actually, I got bullied horrible for it.
I can fix my enemies to
My
death.
question, I've written one or two. Like, if I end up taking up too much of people's time, like, you can cut me off. But the first question I thought of when I heard this was going on was, in your opinion, do you think that nationalism can be left-wing or progressive, or does it always inherently end up leaning to the right or being conservative? Because here in Ireland, nationalism is kind of linked to more socialism rather than fascism, even though it's Christian socialism.
I think given enough time, it will always lean right, but I agree that nationalism can be a really, really, really powerful tool in uniting people when there's like a greater thing to fight against. So an example would be Ukrainian nationalism, which I have engaged in equal parts ironic and unironic, discourse.
Ooh, down
and
here.
if, like Ukrainian nationalism right now, at least outside the Azov Battalion, I think is a liberatory force. So I fully agree it's possible for such a thing to be good, but after Russia gets beaten back, if they do, while things are looking good right now, if they do, given enough time, Ukrainian nationalism will fester and rot, having achieved the primary goal of its resurgence. It will worsen. It will become exclusionary. The more powerful Ukraine gets in an economic and social sense, the more Ukrainian nationalism will turn from the underdogs fighting against Russian occupation to them looking to persecute Russian-speaking minorities within the country, or like people more in the Donbass area. Ireland has not yet reconquered the Isles, but after it does, I hope that you after your victory, I hope you find another
Cyberpunk, why?
Force.
Yeah.
Why are you
I'm willing
crashing
to
on
take England
me?
soon.
Fuck, man.
And the Republic of Kyrgyzstan will be formed. I only ask. I ask because after
This is the
hearing
fourth-
like
this is like the
that
fourth
absolute
crash.
from earlier, the
Jesus
pro-Russia
fucking
guy, like, as an Irish
Christ.
person watching the Ukraine-Russia conflict,
Ah.
I'm obviously on Ukraine's side because Irish people were oppressed and stuff. It reminds me a lot of what England did to Ireland hundreds of years ago up until very recently. We're not even independent 100 years.
Oh,
The
man.
next question I had, if there's time, because some other people started asking you about transgenderism throughout the AMA, is what do you think, as a fellow autist, because I'm autistic myself, what do you think of people who identify as autogender/altgender, or people who believe that their autism is inherently linked to how like they perceive their gender? Because if you think about it, gender is all about social roles, as you've said earlier, and autism kind of, you know, impacts that. So do you think that's a stupid thing to do, to link like your neurodivergence with your gender identity, or do you think it's kind of valid and it kind of makes sense to you? Because when I used to think it was stupid, but as soon as I kind of gave it some thought, I was like, that's true. I do kind of question my womanhood sometimes, you know, because I'm so autistic.
I think it's valid and stupid at the same time. Here's the thing, like real talk, okay? I think that, so I don't get people who spend a lot of time thinking about their gender identity because I've never had to. It's very easy for me. I'm a cis guy. I've never had to think about it. I am just blundering straight ahead in life, undeviating, until I march to the grave. Fantastic. Makes it easy for me, you know? I understand that to an extent, like other people aren't going to have it as easy. They're going to have to grapple with elements of their identity. If we start doing stuff like autism gender, what we're essentially saying is that gender just means identity, and there's nothing about gender which distinguishes it from identity as a concept. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Like, I'm not a linguistic prescriptivist, you know. Descriptively, if we want to just make those two words mean the same thing, and people are going to go that road, then fucking okay. Like, it doesn't harm the world to do that, you know. When I think of gender, I think of identity that has an association with sex. So, man and woman, and then non-binary being, you know, sort of the deviance from that binary, since we do have, not a binary, but at least a bimodal sexual expression in humans. And then identity is like a bunch of stuff on top of that. But we call it gender identity already. I guess my broader answer is that, like, at the end of the day, I think a world where people have the freedom to think about this stuff and talk about this stuff and identify this way is always going to be a better world where smartasses like me are like, technically there's more utility to defining it like this way. Like, obviously my protests here are pissing into an ocean. People are going to do what they want to do. And in this case, the stuff that they want to do seems to be motivated by genuine introspection. So, like, I don't think it hurts anyone. And if it helps people understand their identity, then fucking go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree, because the only reason I ended up thinking this much about gender was because I was in lockdown in 2020. Like, that's the only reason. Like, I'm not sitting here saying I identify as autogender. I just thought it was interesting that, in a broader sense, like, I suppose the reason why I'm so, like, weird about gender is because it's a social thing, and because I'm autistic, it affects it, basically. Thank you so much for answering
my main concern, my only concern, and I do see some lefties fall into this sometimes, is that they mistake introspection for self-labeling, and there are people who get some kind of like aesthetic or intellectual satiation out of attaching more labels to themselves, to the point that like a Twitter bio is just a collection of 3-letter acronyms just sort of stretched out across the entirety of the character limit. In such a state, you know, I don't know how much real introspection is being done there. I just think that sometimes people want to like label themselves in increasingly granular and hyper-specific ways, and I don't know if that's a healthy way of thinking about yourself. I think that people and our personalities are generally pretty free-form, and that categorization, when done, should be done for a purpose, because to do it without purpose is to invite additional meaning to be ascribed to categorization, which I think is politically harmful. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just interesting considering you have like libertarian socialist or 1963 postbot in your bio. Like, maybe you shouldn't define yourself by those categories. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for answering my questions. It's just I'm in.
Getting yourself out of there right there. You skating out at the last second. I was gonna give you a talking to. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you, and do another okay buddy Vosh, you absolute coward.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Yeah. All right, thanks so much, Vosh.
Take care.
Next up, we have a much less nice person.
Neutralize Karubo.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi.
Oh, Karubo, there you
So,
are.
I'm ready to have a very
excuse me, don't mind if I
respectful
don't mind me.
discussion
I have a drink. Okay, don't.
All
I won't have a
well,
drink.
so you make some points where I guess I can kind of agree with you. Like, you know, you just let trans people exist, and you know, there's no reason to stop gay people from existing. All that, but which I largely agree with. Now, when it comes to freedom of association, both on a micro and a macro level, what are your thoughts on that?
Freedom of association is a euphemism. You already have the right to associate with whom you choose. What it really means is, do I have the right to ban certain races or ethnicities or nationalities of people from occupying certain cities, states,
Bingo.
countries? So you're a coward for using the euphemism. What you should have asked me is, how do you feel about the construction of an ethno-state? To which my obvious answer is no.
Okay, sure, yeah. Well, no, I don't really think of in terms of ethno states. So, like for example, a country like Belarus, almost completely fucking white. Now, if they only wanted their people to continue living there and just didn't let in immigrants for the most part, I don't really see that being that big of a deal. I mean, they're not putting people in
Are you
camps
fucking
or,
kidding me? When I hit a
rounding
headshot, it
people up
keeps...
by the millions and deporting them. I mean, I would say there's that kind of ethno state.
Can't hit any more
I'm fine
headshots
with.
or else it's gonna crash.
There can be
But
legitimate
even-
economic
I'm
reasons.
way
to
too good. I'm
curtail
doing way too much
immigration under some
damage.
circumstances, though generally speaking, immigration tends to be a pretty positive force for the countries people are immigrating to.
Ah,
Especially
fuck
in a
me,
country of Belarus,
man.
which, as I understand it, has the GDP of
Holy
one turnip sitting on a
fuck.
pedestal.
Oh,
You know,
sure.
they can benefit from the labor they get brought in. You know, if the reason immigration is being curtailed is because there's some sincere like economic justification, or like during COVID, like closing the borders, you know, stuff like that. Okay. But if it's like the idea of keeping some kind of racially homogenous population, I think that's extremely gay and cringe.
Well, can you tell me what is necessarily wrong with it if that's what they choose? And they choose to live with the economic consequences. They're not necessarily hurting anybody.
They're hurting people, absolutely, because they're denying people the opportunity to travel freely. We're born on one
It's not their
Earth.
country.
It doesn't. I don't care. You're talking to a socialist. I don't care what the country is. Countries are lines drawn on maps to describe political jurisdiction. We are born to one Earth. The idea that because of a person's skin tone, they should be disallowed from going around the world, that there are parts of the world, people and places they may never see, restaurants they may never get fat at, just because of their skin tone, it's an abomination to me. And I'll need a better justification than because the home population is racist, because I've never considered that a particularly good argument for anything.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, just because if you value what is, you know, the collective identity of both your ethnic group and the values of that ethnic group, and you just don't want there to be any kind of ethnic tension, and you don't want the culture to change.
Culture will always change, and ethnic
yes, it always
tension-
changes. I knew you were going to say that.
Oh, okay, you caught me there. But ethnic
of course,
tension.
that's going to definitely help. That's definitely going to bring upon change. You can't have immigrants into a country without them causing some kind of change. I think even you know that.
Well, if change is inevitable, then I don't see any reason to avoid it. American culture has been enriched tremendously through the presence of our non-white brethren. In fact, American culture is almost entirely defined by them. So I don't, you know, from an American perspective, I have a very positive attitude towards the cultural changes associated with immigration. Ethnic tension as well. There are no countries in the world right now that don't have ethnic tension. That's the problem with tribalism. Even if you don't have people of different races in an area, people will find something else to get at over. You know, it'll be different ethnic groups or sub-ethnic groups. Ethnicity and race are both infinitely divisible. You know, if you want to get particular about it, you can find incredibly microscopic deviations in the social and genealogical timelines of any set of groups. So I don't think you can avoid conflict. And my way of arguing for this is that, like...
Hello?
Hello, this is a message from the VA Greater Los Angeles.
Belarus is not a great country. Look at the countries the world around that are ethnically close to homogenous. They suck. The coolest countries on earth, the ones that have the greatest freedoms, the coolest restaurants, the sweetest babes, are, of course, democracies that have multi-ethnic cultural contributions. We're living it up. And part of that, I think, is just because an open attitude, a humanitarian attitude towards immigration and people's rights is just one that begets better culture.
Oh, okay. You know, I actually agree. I think we were incredibly culturally enriched, you know, throughout the particularly 1800s, 1900s, early 20th century, you know, by the Irish, Italians, the Polish, the German. That's the kind of cultural enrichment I'm perfectly fine with. But
Really?
I would say not so much as of, you know, post 1965. Nah, not at all.
But we're okay with the tens of millions of black people that we brought in.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say we're okay with them, to be honest, but you know, they're here.
They've made the most substantial and disproportionate cultural contributions. Whether you're talking about American food, American music,
They have?
American Oh yeah.
No way.
Is
Well,
that-
of course. Yeah, I mean, they're good at basketball and rapping, and of course, you know, when
Oh,
it comes
wait,
to
hold
blues,
your
the
horses.
blues and rock and roll.
Wait, yeah,
Okay.
wait. Oh, just minor things like the blues, jazz, rock and roll, and hip hop. You know, just only the past century of popular music, the
Mhm.
world around. You know, let's not delegitimize that. Not to mention some of the best food in the states, by the way. You go down to Louisiana or New Orleans or whatever, you're going to have yourself a wacky good time. So I guess so. Okay, try to quantify it for me. Like, what's the issue? What's the issue with non-whites?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to just say non-whites. I mean, of course, I would say probably the biggest racial, or I'll actually use the word racial tension that we have is going to be mainly with the African Americans, and they have contributed a lot. I mean, they have phenomenal, violent crime rates and murder rates. I love it.
Do they?
But you know, and just overall dysfunction and
Oh,
on
hold
average,
on.
lower IQs, and
Wait.
of
Come on.
course-
Oh, wait, hold on,
Okay,
hold
okay.
on. Wait, hold your horses, okay? We'll take your racism apart one at a time. I love the IQ discussions with people who I know I could bat heads against and reduce theirs to a soup-like homogenate. All right. So, first of all, with regards to violent crime rates, a product of the war on drugs. Not hard to see either. You can look at the change in rates of violent crime committed by different racial and ethnic groups, and it's pretty clear that in line with the fact that the war on drugs was essentially a way for Nixon to deliberately target the hippies and black people, the economic conditions created by the war on drugs then led, naturally, to a sort of gang arms race in the inner city. Inner cities which were predominantly populated, of course, by black people, because white people had fled after the factory jobs dried up in many of these areas, which is why the Rust Belt has so many of the problems that it does today. Of course, if you look at it on a state-by-state level, actually, it's the red states that have higher rates of firearm homicide per capita than the blue states, despite blue states generally having larger cities, which kind of pulls you away from the whole black crime narrative and makes you think it might have something to do with economic inequality, which is something that we have made an effort to exacerbate in the black population for about as long as they've been here. First through slavery, then through Jim Crow laws, through redlining, and through a lot of stuff, part of which being the drug war. As to the IQ argument, position, I guess, that you laid forward, all of the available evidence we have, while not determinative, seems to indicate that the IQ difference between black and white people is pretty much entirely environmental. We haven't closed the gap yet, but it is closing year after year after year. It must be difficult, to be one of those genetics IQ types, when
That's
every
kind of
time
boast
the average IQ between black and white people is measured, it's part of a broader trend that closes the gap. And then you have stuff like the Flynn effect, where IQ is so obviously determined by environment that it's difficult to explain the extent to which genetics even come into play. Then you have all those studies that lie about the definition of heritability, hoping that people will be tricked by it, Heritability, like if you've got a rich daddy,
I
then
know
you
what
being rich is
heritability is.
heritable. Yeah, well then why do the studies and fucking Substack articles on racial IQ differences keep misusing it? Because they think that people reading them are going to fall for it. Heritability doesn't refer to genetics, it just refers to heritability. So,
No,
anyway.
I agree. And I catch people making that mistake all the time. Now, you ended up
White
going over a
people,
lot.
because
now,
of your low IQs, your tiny fucking pea-brained white
okay, there we
IQs
go.
keep
Low
misunderstanding I've never met a
Amazing.
black
I know
person
what
who misunderstood
heritability
heritability.
Heritability is basically the difference between a population, the variance. For example, with something like IQ, that variance can be explained. They will say that will be due to like heritability. It has nothing to do with it's 49% genetic, i.e., your genes. I understand the two are completely different things. Now, first of all, when
Thank
it
you
comes
for
to IQ,
rising above the
I am
average
not making it-
intelligence of your white compatriots.
Now, I am not making the point that, I will kind of push back. I mean, I would say there's actually more evidence that would point towards there being a biological reason why there might be an IQ disparity, but I do believe that there are environmental ones. Which one weighs more? I don't know. I don't care.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
But
because-
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on. I let you talk
no,
for
no,
a
no,
long
wait, no,
time.
wait, hold on. See, we now defer to the inherent imbalance of an AMA. I love to hear people pontificate over how they've suddenly solved the racism question or whatever. But you were talking about why we shouldn't let these folks into the country. Okay? Now I want to be.
People are already in the country.
Yeah, but you were talking about post 1965.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So
but I was talking about the IQ and criminality of blacks, which are not immigrants. They actually can tie their ancestry to the United States further back than most white people can.
I don't care about ancestry. So look, let's just shorten this because I've done these arguments a couple of times. Okay. There's no evidence to indicate that the criminality or the IQ difference is genetic. Literally none, because if there was, then it would have already been touted out and screamed from the mountaintops by every alt-righter online. And secondly, even if all those things were genetic, I would still want them in my country. I am a
amazing,
blue
but
and blue border
that still does not dismiss the fact that they have far higher violent crime rates and lower IQs. How they got lower
so do
IQs?
poor people.
Fine.
Should we
You
just
can say
kick
it's
all the poor
environment.
people out?
But they have not closed the gap in over 30 fucking years. It's
Oh,
continuous.
that's crazy. The legacy of being a second-class citizen hasn't erased in 30 years. That's insane. Frankly, I'm surprised they didn't get over it in 5. Yeah, the issue I have is that, we waste our time arguing over here. And by the way, like, there's a reason why geneticists are overwhelmingly left-leaning. Every educated discipline generally is. Things keep panning out in our favor when it comes to explanations for these phenomena.
Not really.
But no, they really do. Trust me. I've gone over the data.
Who's a lefty? Who's over what he's a lefty, but even he's said, well, the fact that we know that IQs vary between individuals. When you see a group disparity, you cannot rule out that there is some kind of a genetic cause.
Of course, he's a researcher.
And I don't even care which one is the fucking cause.
Is that what you're holding on to? That he can't rule it out? He's a researcher. Of course, he can't rule it out. You could never rule something out. Okay, well, upon this pillar of evidence.
Viable claim. It would be an unfalsifiable claim for me to say, oh no, it's definitely more genetics, bro. I can't fucking prove that. You can't prove it's mostly environment.
Well, no, I can't. Wait, hold on. Wait, I can prove it's mostly environment because all of the accumulated data on racial IQ differences has closed so much over so much time and between different populations all over the world through environmental changes. If you read stuff that was written, nope. If you read stuff that was written on the Irish back in the 1940s, there was a British neurological researcher who wrote on the average IQ of the Irish back in those days to find that the average Irish was, not a surprise, fucking retarded. The IQ was something.
Well, they are fucking retarded.
That's true. But you know what they are? In addition to being retarded, higher than 100 average IQ today. But back in the 50s and 40s, it was something closer to 67. So what changed? Well, it turns out environment changed. We see all these examples the world over of environment making the difference. How many examples have we found proving that genetics were the cause of an unbridgeable gap with environmental factors? At this point, none. So it's a waste of a discussion because we don't have the evidence to make a conclusive determination, and every time new evidence comes out, it supports me. So let's talk about what you actually care about, which is that you're afraid of non-white people. Like, I know where these conversations usually go. Yeah. So let's talk about where this conversation actually goes. Who hurt you, why, and what can we do about it?
Oh, no,
why?
no.
What's the issue?
I love Latino women.
Big booty Latino women.
I grew up in the Southwest.
Love me the fat old asses.
Americans. I don't.
Some big old black titties.
It's more or less just that when I see demographic change, it starts to become political, and so basically political parties start to be parties for different demographics.
I hate it when people make race political. It's starting to change a little bit with Mexican Americans,
but that's obviously going to be something that I think is not good for American law.
I agree. Nobody made race political before 1965 in the Hart-Celler Act. I completely agree. What do you
bullshit.
mean? People, what do you mean? Dude,
okay.
people make every demographic difference political. Man, woman, coastal, rural America, rural city, flyover states versus like San Francisco, New York, or whatever. People are going to make differences between people politically.
Oh, that's what I was doing. I was supposed to kill Karubo.
Well, actually, Belarus is a dictatorship, so actually they don't really have to make an issue of it because nobody's vying for votes. Well, no, even in Belarus. I mean, Putin over in Russia is constantly scapegoating
Well, fuck
minority
Belarus. I don't care
populations.
about these people. I just use it as an example because it's really white. It was a hypothetical.
There's
care
going to be
less about that country.
partisan infighting in any country, no matter what. It doesn't
Sure.
matter whether or
Don't
not it's
mind
all
me,
white
gotta take a
people or
piss.
whatever. So it seems like this,
Oh,
like,
okay.
well, why are we racist? You know, oh, well, to avoid X. Well, X is here anyway. Okay, well, to avoid Y. Well, Y is here anyway. What's wrong with letting the homies in?
Letting the other home because they're not my homies. They're not even like one of me. What the fuck?
They're my homies.
Okay. Well, I don't think they're fat
You
and
didn't hear
bisexual.
anything.
They're generally brown and push around lawnmowers.
Well,
That's
there
what
are.
you're talking
Well,
about.
hold on. I've had sex with fat and bisexual Latin women. Okay. All right. They're all over the place. Fat.
He can see me
bisexuals are in
through the
Belarus
what?
As well. Also, you want to go gut to gut, lad? I lost a lot of weight in 2021. I see those
Really?
photos
Did-
you guys are spam posting over in the Politics AMA server, and you know what? I've lost a lot of weight. Been going on a lot of walks. Out here fighting Nazism with my brisk morning walk. Okay. I'm gonna go gut to
Amazing.
gut
Do
and
you
crunch
consider
you
me a
people.
Nazi? You consider me a Nazi?
You haven't said anything about the Jews. I just think you're a white ethnostater. I don't know if you're a Nazi yet.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a little racist, but I'm not like no. I'm not
a little.
You're pretty. You're pretty racist. Why lie?
I think that it's fine to have an exclusive place, but I'm not talking about like fucking genociding people or rounding people
Yeah,
up.
okay, but the problem is, again, like, this is the issue that I have with you people. You're retarded. You can't build a civilization off of ethnic exclusion and then go like, okay, but like, don't do any genocide though. Find me how many times has that worked, you know? England was pretty much all white people back in the 1600s. Did they keep that shit in their borders? No. America, apart
How
from
the
slavery,
fuck did you see that?
was pretty much all white by our current definition up through like the mid 20th century. Did that keep us from doing?
Who the
racism?
fuck is this
No.
bitch?
As long as people believe it's okay to discriminate against one another based on their ethnicity or race, they're going to do monstrous shit. So you are hand-wringing over something that you haven't even described the consequences of yet. That's
Dumbass.
the issue. To promote
Fucking
an ideology that's
cripple your
responsible
movement.
for more death than like virtually any other,
No,
with the
I'm not
possible exception
violent.
of Lysenkoism.
Well, no. So the only thing I would advocate for is, first of all, no more affirmative action, and you know, us. I would say as a culture, I'd like to see us not use our race as a fucking excuse for why we have it. You know, certain outcomes that we have. Now, of course,
The
like,
fuck?
there are
You're doing
gonna be
that. You're using race to
Oh, okay.
scapegoat. Wait, you're doing that in this convo. You're saying like the reason America has these internal tensions is because of the existence of people of different races. That's your thing.
No, they're just small part. I think like, you know, liberal.
A small part?
women,
No, they're everything.
You know, that live in places like San Francisco, New York, are kind of like the people I hate the most in this country. Like,
Oh,
I
good, me
actually
too.
don't like them.
Thanks, bitch.
So I mean, those are who I would say actually they make my stomach turn. Black people don't.
I'm happy
so
to hear that. Why can't we all just live and let live? Why can't people?
I do live
of-
and let live. I don't fuck with them. I'm not gonna go out of. I wouldn't harm anybody or tell somebody you know you can't do that or insult them. I'm not that type of a person. So.
But you
I
want to
just-
keep them from entering the country.
No, I didn't say that. Well, I think that our immigration, I do think that we became multi-ethnic in terms of, well, I should say racial, a little too quickly. I think it is something that would have inevitably happened in a place like the United States
I shouldn't
of
be
America.
here.
But other than
I'm
that,
ahead of
I mean,
schedule.
I'm not one of those people
My train
who
hasn't come yet.
who's calling for an ethno-state anywhere. But I
But
do believe in
everything
freedom of
is
association,
fine.
which would be.
But this is the problem. Everything is fine. Everything going wrong with this country is rooted in fucking capitalism. Like the NIMBYism you referred to, the economic disparities, the deprivation of the workers' state, the fact that politicians only like vaguely gesture at cultural issues and avoid talking about real economic. Like this is like they could we could be 100% white and they would still do this. I just don't get what the deal is. Like it doesn't seem to be hurting anyone. You know, like it like I always get this like yeah, with the black people with their, their higher crime rate, their IQs or whatever. Well, you know who else is lower?
Damn, she fucking flew. Oh no.
Poor people who would continue
She just
to
died.
exist in this
She
country
flew.
if there were no black people. And poor people are more likely to commit crime. And poor people are more likely to have a lower IQ. And those poor people tend to be black nowadays because we've displaced economic inequality onto certain racial archetypes because it's easier to justify racism when you're doing it through economics by proxy. But none of this gets solved when black people are gone. You're just falling for the mantra of the 20th century robber barons, oh, all of these issues are exacerbated by the blacks coming into our cities, you know? They come to take our jobs, they exacerbate the issues. We could focus on the real issues were only we not without them. But capitalism persists in their presence or absence. We must unite against the greater threat.
Oh, but here, see, and this is right. You probably, well, you've never talked to me before, but I actually believe in something kind of that most right wingers don't believe in. But I believe in a shit ton of funding and support for poor people, especially when they're kids, their most malleable years, where you have to set them up. And of course, I would be willing to spend a whole lot of money on wraparound services.
Griffin drone,
because,
how the fuck did that get there?
School funding, if you increase a lot in school funding, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation ended up figuring this out, and that's why they lowered the amount of donations they were giving to schools, is because, well, when it comes to teachers' pay and actually spending on the school itself, it's not even a 10% increase, you know, in the, I don't know how they were measuring it, but the outcome of the educations, almost all of it came from outside of the home, which makes sense because a lot of poor parents are going to be working, and they're going to be unsupervised, and unsupervised kids do really stupid shit. And I
agree.
believe
We
that
need socialism.
Investing in them early is better, not only for them but for society. So we don't have to deal with them as criminals. We don't have to spend money on the police officers, the prisons. We can have productive people later in life. So I'm not like somebody who's writing these people off. Like at the end of the day, Black or African Americans are American. We have to, you know, we all have an obligation to do the best for everybody. That's my opinion.
No,
I don't have like
agree.
an ethical school to speak for this.
Well, I mean, you do, at least at a micro level, but I'm glad you agree on that in some respects. We should probably move on. I think this is expanded beyond the scope of the AMA. I enjoyed the conversation, though. I appreciate you coming on to talk to me.
You should.
Thank you, Pepe.
I love you.
It's interesting. It's interesting that we're about to go to. So we went from one ethnocenter, and, and the next person up is Zionist Jules. So I guess we're going to talk about the nation that is attempting to build an ethnocenter.
Just to warn you, by the way, I've got half an hour left.
Sure. Okay, I'll get in as many as possible. And guys, if I call you up, just be aware that that's the time limit we're working with. Okay, so just like be.
My bad. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Let's hit it.
Zionist, you there?
Yes, I am here. I apologize. I was busy kicking out some Palestinians.
That's what I thought you were doing.
Yeah, I was, and I'm quite proud of that because, you know, self-defense, yada yada. So I have a question for you, Mr. Vaush.
Yeah.
And by the way, congratulations on your weight loss. You look very good, very fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
My question to you is, what is your opinion on the state of Israel? And why is it the best country in the world? Right next to America.
It's pretty contentious, actually, but I don't actually think that Israel is the best country in the world. I think it might be quite a bit further down the list.
Okay, I'd like to hear your reasons.
We can drop the pretense. What of my positions do you disagree with?
I'm gonna assume a lot because
this fucking guy, he's like a cartoon.
But I'm gonna assume that you don't like Israel because of something like the genocide, pushing the Palestinians.
Must have blown through here already. Goddamn. It's got all the cameras off already. You guys forgot to turn them on. Got the shingage.
So, from your perspective, you think that when the Israeli people inherited that land from the previous legal owners, which were the United Kingdom, worked with the UN to create a resolution to create the state of Israel, and we, the Jews, I mean the Israelis, decided, you know what, we're going to have a small subset of the Middle East while we're surrounded by all these Muslims, right? We wanted a small, tiny utopia of our own, and these people decided, oh, oy vey, we can't have Jews on this land. We got to do something about it, and we self-defended.
Do you
our
think you might
land,
be
not
narrativizing
once,
a little bit?
Not twice, not thrice, not even 4 times, 5 times in a row, successful, right? And we bled for that land. So why do you think that, I don't know, when these people are, and I know the rhetoric, the cope and the seethe and the cry, like, oh my God, you're killing the Palestinian kids, when in fact we're just trying to mind our own business,
How long will this go on? Are you masturbating to the sound of your own voice? Because the audio on our end is not good enough for us to really appreciate the sultry dulcet. Okay, so I don't know why you would begin a conversation when talking to a person who opposes colonialism by positively framing the creation of Israel by saying that it emerged from UK-owned territory in the Middle East, as though the presence of the British in the Middle East has not been historically up there with like some of the worst things to have ever happened in all of history.
What the fuck?
Like, leaving aside all the narrativization,
Flipping and
the
flopping
story is
over
pretty
here.
simple. No matter
Excuse
what
me?
legal justifications there were for the creation of the modern state of Israel, it still entailed the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who have been there for a super duper extra long time. It was very bad. They had to move. A lot of people died. It wasn't great. They had to eke out a ramshackle existence in the shadow of the ever-growing Israel, funded and built and constructed as America's premier military base.
Man, where the fuck do they want me to
Israel has
go?
consistently acted in violation of international law.
I'm going in here.
UN, member state condemnation to
Oh,
slowly,
my bad.
painfully
Sorry about that, fellas.
kill off the Palestinians.
Alright, I'm coming in.
Wait, hold on. This has been done in a number of ways. Obviously, the most obvious example would be the settler colonialism shit with the, Israelis will move into like an area outside their walls, and then like Israeli military detachments will be sent to defend them when there's inevitably ethnic conflict because those people are looking to stir up shit, and then the walls get moved out further and further. That's why Israel keeps expanding. There's the fact that water is being kept from the people of Gaza, so that they're being deliberately sort of choked out of provisions.
Where you going, bitch?
There's the fact that Netanyahu and other Israeli officials
The
have
fuck?
deliberately orchestrated a set of political conditions which would prevent Palestine from ever achieving any kind of
Damn, that's a big
liberation
mag.
by deliberately funding and propagating Hamas as a political extremist group, because political extremism from the Palestinians gives Israel pretext to continue their expansion and justification, which is why you guys cry bully so fucking hard when you're one of the most militarily advanced states in the world. And every once in a while, a Palestinian, child will send a bottle rocket over the border, and you guys will cry about it as you, demolish another city block. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic behavior. There's not really a justification for any of this, by the way. The only justification a Zionist can pull, the only pretext you can muster, is dishonesty and this cringy, bloviating, oh, haha, isn't it based in Chad when we commit human rights violations? But I have no respect for you. You're a piece of shit and you're scum, and nothing you say can take away from that. Talk over me now, will you? Because I'm getting mean now, because your feelings might get hurt. There's nothing funny about, haha, I'm ironically in favor of genocide. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Don't
What
hide,
makes
bitch. Get the
people
fuck over
online
here.
like this?
Man was hiding for his life. He saw the destruction in the parking lot. Tried to stay away, but he couldn't.
The audio quality is a bit crap. but I
Fucking
can
asshole.
understand
Don't
you,
ever
so
do
it's more
that,
of an
do that
aesthetic.
again.
But sure, go for it.
Okay, so I understand that from your perspective, this is all morally wrong. This is all terrible. I just don't.
This
I
would
don't
have been a
understand
really
why,
fun stealth portion,
you would
actually.
not respect the UN resolution when it comes to.
Let me see if I can load back.
UN resolutions can be bad.
This would have been really good stealth.
You have more to say, or can I just stay my?
11.
No, I have more to say.
Let's go back.
UN resolutions can be bad. Obviously, just because a legal body designated something.
This would have
does
been
not
really
mean
good
we agree
stealth.
with that legal body.
And I could have done it faster too. The assault rifle takes kind of long.
So you take stances depending on what's convenient for you, but at the end of the day.
Wait, what? Wait, I agree with some laws but disagree with others. Wait, hold on. You're correct. I do take stances that agree with me. That is true. I am capable of agreeing with some things but disagreeing with others. What the fuck is wrong with your brain? I know what happened here. A Hamas rocket hit your head.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You seem to have quite the fidelity for UN laws when it comes to your side of your argument.
Watch out, bitch!
The moment it's respecting, I don't know, any UN resolution when it comes to the state of Israel, you're like, no, these are genociders.
Is this really your best argument? The UN? Is this seriously your best argument? The UN said so 7 years ago.
Veteran
a Hamas
guard.
rocket hit your head. The explosive payload was just enough to concuss you, but not enough to kill you, and that's why you hate them now.
No. So you
Okay,
have to
so
understand-
outside of me agreeing with some things sometimes, but disagreeing with other things sometimes, what's the next banger you're going to throw at me? Did a Palestinian kid look extra menacing?
The state of Israel was tiny. The Arab League decided to gang up on Israel. We protected ourselves, and then what happened?
We protected you. Wait! Don't get arrogant. We protected you. Without American military adventurism, you guys would be a smoking crater.
That's
Okay?
not true.
Yes.
That's not
Oh,
true. There's
yes,
no-
it is.
there's
Oh,
no- there's
yes,
no-
it is. Oh,
there
yeah.
is no
You think the
proof
mo-
in the
you?
first war that Israel got help from the United States.
Can I
This is
shoot him?
not true. Second of all, the fact that we protected that land with
Man,
our
shot him in
blood,
the
right?
ass.
Now the Palestinians co-concede because they're on the losing
With your
side.
blood. Wait. Who cares? Wait. The issue at hand here. They should have won. Like,
Shit!
you guys came
How the
in there
fuck did
and
they
you
see me?
immediately tried to genocide the existing population.
Oh, I wasn't
you were
paying attention.
replacing. Israel is a cancer.
They declared. They initiated.
Oh yeah,
We were-
they initiated. I know. It didn't begin with you displacing hundreds
I
of
gotta
thousands
stretch
of
my
them. You're such a
asshole
fucking
tonight.
crybaby, dude.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, we enlisted the help of some of the most
tight.
powerful imperial countries on the planet to justify our annexation of a territory and the displacement of an ethnic minority there. Hundreds of thousands of people forced to leave their homes. And then you cry that they're mad about it, and then you cry when using American guns, using American money, you then continue to defend yourself from all the neighboring countries that fucking hate you. You guys are fucking pathetic. No, you're pathetic. Your biggest enemies, your biggest enemy is Palestinian children with rocks, and you cry about it more than we did about 9/11.
Conquest and genocide. And the moment the Israeli people do it, the moment the Jewish people do it, and they're not
Bitch,
even doing it
wait,
What are you
I'm sorry,
doing?
wait, the moment the Israeli people do it, the genocide? Wait, did anyone else just hear it?
Leave
Did
me
anyone
the
else
fuck
just hear him
alone,
say
cop.
that?
God
He's
damn
they were
it.
escaping
Stupid
genocide, but the
fucking police,
moment
leave
the
me alone.
Israelis do a genocide, everyone gets mad at us. Yeah, I just heard you say
God
that.
damn,
I might have
retarded
been talking
cops.
over you, but I heard it. Yeah, I will
Can't
get
do
mad at
shit,
you when you
right?
do the Holocaust too, electric
Oh,
boogaloo.
fuck
Hey,
off.
Bosh, are you LGBTQ? Are you LGBT? Did you know that Palestinians they literally kill
That's
LGBTQ
crazy,
people outside,
dude.
right?
I
How can
agree.
you be
I agree. We
how
should
can
just
you be
nuke two-thirds of the world because they also don't support LGBT rights. Dude, all of your arguments are literally like fucking neoliberal like meme bait here. Do you seriously believe any of the shit you're saying, or are you
think this is
generally
my first
stupid?
rodeo? Dude,
No, I know this isn't your first rodeo because your ass is red because you keep falling off the fucking bull. You stupid piece of shit. How can you agree with one UN resolution but disagree with another UN resolution? How can you disagree with genocide when we do it?
Zionism, let's go, babies.
How can you disagree with genocide? The people who are genociding don't like gay people. How could... Dude, you guys' biggest enemy are fucking children with rocks, and you still cry more about it than we did about 9/11. Go piss yourself. Fuck off. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah, I feel like I should have ended that earlier, but it was too good. Yeah, genocidal ethnocides are bad guys, like obviously.
Yeah, I love people who wander into the call like, I heard you're against the based genocide I'm in favor of. Jesus fucking Christ. The internet is a fucking cancer, dude. Holy shit. None of these people would survive 5 seconds like talking to another human being in person. Holy shit. I mean, admittedly, I wouldn't either, but mostly because I'm ADHD riddled and want to be playing with my phone. But, you know, for entirely different reasons. Oh, God.
Okay, so I'm gonna do some text questions because we are running out of time, guys. But I'm gonna try to get some of you guys in.
I'm having fun.
So next up is going to be from FR Hamper. The question is,
Combat.
do you think declining birth rates in almost every country on Earth is a problem, and what can be done to address it?
How the
For
fuck
example,
did they see me?
South Korea currently has the lowest birth rate at 0.8, which means they don't have enough people
Oh
to fill
shit,
the
I'm
army,
meant to get
and they don't
caught.
have enough taxpayers. Also, how do you expect to solve this problem with immigration alone, when soon the resources of immigration will also have a low birth rate too?
No, it is a real issue. The material conditions dictate the
I'm
the
out.
decline
I
of
got a
birth
corner.
rate. Industrialized countries tend to have different types of work cultures. We have very low infant mortality, which means that when people have children, they expect those
Fuck was
children
that?
to live. It's exceptional when a child dies here in the States, where in like a country that's like super underdeveloped, that might not necessarily be the case. Though most of the world is getting on par with this. Eventually, all the world will have a below replacement birth rate, given enough time and enough local development. But that's not good, right? I think one of the big issues right now is that, like, right now, like, having a child is a death sentence for a young professional, you know? I'm fortunate enough that if I wanted to, I could, because live streaming is literally the easiest fucking job in the world. But, like, if you're, like, in your 20s or something, like, you do not have the time or the fucking money to have a kid. Like, you just don't, you know? For the vast majority of people, having a kid, it's no longer like an economic sacrifice in the way that it used to be, where like, you know, you can either focus on your career or your family, and like people will be like, all right, maybe I'll just be a worker at the plant, but I'm not going to be a manager, you know? And they're still getting like 70K a year and they have union benefits, you know? But nowadays it's like, it can go from, oh, having a kid will keep us in the middle class to having a kid will literally fucking lock us into poverty for the rest of our lives. Because having a kid is really expensive. There's like studies that show that it can add to the cost of your life by hundreds of thousands over the course of the child's life, like 400, 500,000. Like, what the fuck, you know?
How the
Some of that
fuck
gets
does
picked up by
he
the
see
state,
me?
but not all
What
of it,
is
not most
this?
of it.
What kind of super
it's really,
technology?
really, really fucked. And I think, like, honestly,
fuck?
the way to approach this is with a pro-worker culture.
Really good vision.
We need unions. We need
Fucking
a
asshole,
4-day
fuck
work
you.
week. We need lowered hours when that's not possible. We need to make our economy more tolerable to working people, because if we can't do that, you know, we're essentially condemning ourselves. Like the only people who will have children are either the ultra wealthy who can afford it anyway, or the people who are so poor that it wouldn't make a difference anyway. You know, and like fuck, it really sucks.
Okay. Next up is a question from Xenos. The question is, why are your beliefs about censorship so devoid of nuance compared to your other stances? You've conceded that the social media monopoly is dangerous, so why use a private company argument? If Twitter CEO was like Chick-fil-A CEO and censored the quote-unquote social contagion of quote-unquote trans
What the fuck were you guys guarding back here?
leftists would rightfully characterize
Just
it as
guarding the
constituting
dock?
censorship of queer speech.
Okay.
So why deny that social media censorship violates free speech when it happens to right-wing or edgy people?
Okay, I don't think my view lacks in nuance. I think I have literally the most fucking nuanced view on this of all. But to reiterate it, any institution
Oh, it's
will
on
have
top,
a point where they
goddammit.
no longer want you to use their services. That is always going to be the case. That's the private company argument. Obviously, I
Did this
want
van
private
pull up?
companies to have terms of service. If all this stuff was done publicly, I would want them to have terms of service, because state enterprises also have
Shut the fuck.
terms
Oh
of service.
god damn, it's a cop.
There are government
Car
websites where
come.
you can be banned from the comment
Fucking
section if
stupid
you
ass
act like a
goddamn
dipshit.
cops.
There are government buildings where you can be ousted for not wearing shirts and shoes. There are decorum
They're not do
standards
some real
everywhere all in
fucking
society.
crime
The
fighting.
idea that the internet can just
What
be this
dumb
infinite
pieces of
free
shit.
haven for people to behave literally anywhere they want with no consequences is still here if you just make your own site and don't do anything illegal to people. But if you want to carry that attitude over to the gigantic multi-billion-dollar like social media empire that has real life consequences that actually affects people's lives day to day, like no, it doesn't exist. Nowhere in history has there been a point in time where you can just do anything and the people who are allowing you to do it just have to tolerate it.
Man, how the
and that's
fuck?
not an anti-free speech position. This is just a regular understanding of how our systems work. I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging that. The question is, where should the lines be? What should our terms of service be? It's not censorship for a Nazi to go seek Heiling on Twitter and then get banned. I'm sorry. Like, it's a very simple, like, decorum. You could call it censorship when people walk into their local Denny's, start seek Heiling and screaming Nazi slogans, and then get kicked out, but nobody makes a fuss about that. You have to understand that with the expansion of online access to audiences, so too have we expanded some of the tendencies of pre-existing enterprises when it comes to the cultivation of their audiences and the cultivation of their platform. It's just something we have to accept. There will never be a true free speech platform. 4chan was not a true free speech platform. They curtailed, what, furries and Gamergate or whatever. They made 8chan, which kind of was, and you know what 8chan was? Full of child porn. They made Gab, which was immediately full of censorship. They made Parler, which was immediately full of censorship. They made Truth, which was immediately full of censorship. All of the, like, there is no zero censorship. It can't happen. So let's talk about what the TOS should actually be. I'd much rather have that convo than people like dreaming up some fantasy world of just like, yeah, what if we just had a fucking stupid idiot site that immediately devolved into child porn and crimes. I'm sorry, 1 second, my cat's being annoying.
Yeah, no problem. So if you're watching the stream, this is the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. Well, you have a hairless cat?
All right, sorry.
That's adorable. What the fuck?
Oh, can
I
you
didn't
see
know you
my
had a hairless cat.
Yeah, can you see my stream?
Yes. Yeah, I've been watching.
Oh, look at her.
Actually, by the way, I have been watching the stream, and what you have like 63,000. I'm sorry, 6,371 viewers. Only 1.8k likes. You guys are fucking up. It's
Honestly,
embarrassing.
they hate me.
What's wrong with you?
Bye, picture.
It's a very cute cat. Next on to Twitty. What are your views on morality and how it's formed? And do you think we need religion nowadays or not?
That's a pretty broad question with how morality is formed. I don't think we need religion, except maybe in the Durkheimian sense. That is to say, like rituals that regulate human belief surrounding the sacred and the profane, which you could argue like football is, or like a video game tournament, or anime expo. Like a lot fits into that purview. Religion in the supernatural sense, I don't think we need that. I think that when it comes to morality, because I'm a moral anti-realist and a consequentialist, it's basically just a matter of recognizing the axioms that you have arbitrarily defined, and then trying to build systems that maximize the achievement of those axiomatic values. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. That's a pretty broad question.
Awesome. Okay, next up is going to be Supreme God Save the Queen. Unfortunately.
Oh dear.
The question is, what are your thoughts on the ideas
Unfortunately.
that Kaczynski presents in his manifesto, as in the sections on left-wing psychology and thought?
Go ahead, kick him. Piss on his corpse.
Socialization
You're free to go.
and the need for power process by identifying with causes larger than themselves. Also, thoughts on Ted Kaczynski in general.
The problem with Ted is that he unironically, genuinely did say and believe a lot of things that were fairly defensible and are in line with some respectable anti-civ takes, but obviously he broadly was a fucking nutter. So you know, I wouldn't go drinking the bathwater on that one, I guess. Yeah. In terms of like the self-identification with or the ascription towards a cause greater than yourself, you know, I think that kind of fits in with the Durkheimian definition of religion. There is an innate existential crisis to understanding your insignificance in the world, in like a cosmic sense, and I think that people deal with that by trying to identify
I'm solving
and
every
align
single
themselves with
crime.
things they think are important, and causes they think that
God damn it,
exist
I
on a
got
higher level
weight.
than them. And I
Fuck.
think that that's a good thing, because I think that can be achieved, you know, that can be sort of put towards a lot of good ends. So my hope would be, I guess, that people can find
Dropbox, we need that.
helpful ways of doing that, fruitful ways. Unfortunately, the internet is very destructive in this sense, because you know, people seethe when I say this, but unfortunately it's true. Like, internet friends,
Excuse me.
99% of the time, are not real friends.
Thank you.
The Discord servers you are in are not full of people who will help you out when you're really down on your luck. The connections and bonds that you make online are fleeting and temporal. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with those, but mistaking them for true friendships can be very bad in a pinch. And I think that, you know, sometimes the higher points that people attach themselves to are kind of like faulty and ramshackle and sort of flimsy, you know?
Yeah. Okay, next one is from Romuald Barry. The question is, can you explain how a man that feels he's a woman is different from a man that feels he's a cat or Napoleon Bonaparte? If being a woman is about performing social roles, then what is it being a cat about? What is being Napoleon Bonaparte
You
about?
stupid
Do
fucking
these two
cop.
not involve
Fuck
performing
you.
social roles? Can we not create a label to make a distinction between the social realities of being a cat and the physical realities, just like you make the distinction between women and females? And can we not create a label like cat gender or Napoleon gender?
Fuck you,
and
bitch, I'm
normalize
going to solve a
identifying with
crime.
these new genders? In other words, why do you believe that trans women are sane while people who identify as Napoleon or cats are insane?
Of course you could do those things. In fact, I encourage you to if you want to. If you believe that there are social roles and understandings and aspirations and ascriptions associated with being Napoleon Bonaparte or being a cat, and then you think, well, I identify more with that conceptual space than I do with that of the gender that I was assigned at birth. Fucking
got
go
this
for
quest
it. I
done.
don't
Nice.
care. Seriously.
I'm out.
Like what? So if we believe there's a kind of Napoleon gender, which refers to what? A
Dumb cops.
collection of archetypes of behavior.
Their cars can't teleport.
We're only referring to the social space here. What you're describing, by the way,
Code
would not be
dick, code
considered
dick.
mental illness. You might consider a person mentally ill.
We
if they really
suck
thought
the
they were a
suspect's
cat
dick on
in
this
the,
one,
I guess
Chief.
we call it the empirical sense, or really thought they were Napoleon Bonaparte. But if a person is like, oh, you know, now you might think this is mad, but this is not necessarily mental illness. This is more esoteric than anything. If a person, let's say a person with colored hair and a nose ring, so it's a bit easier for you to imagine, goes up to you and they're like, you know, oh, right, well, I know I'm not literally a cat, but there are archetypal, social roles associated with being a cat, and there are expectations and tropes and aesthetics associated with being a cat, and I just identify more with that than I do any existing gender construct for humans. Then that would not be an empirically incorrect thing, nor would it be evidence of mental illness. It would be evidence of a very quirky person. Don't get me wrong, this is some quirky shit right here. But you need better evidence, than people can be quirky when you're attacking trans people, right? Like, people can be quirky like that. People have been quirky.
Shut the fuck up, Padre. Fuck God. Fuck you.
Throughout time.
Stop
people
crashing my
alive
game.
today, and people alive in different societies who have sort of archetypically identified with concepts that weren't human. Alexander the Great was a lion, was he not? No one would claim he was literally a lion, but if you said Alexander the Great was a lion, metaphorically, allegorically, I don't know. Kind of was a little bit, wasn't he? We call people bears. We refer to people as wolves. We associate traits with inanimate or non-human things all the time, and we identify people with them. The fact of the matter is, identity is complicated, and so is language, okay? My default position is to let people live, live and let live, until harm can be demonstrated. And thus far, I just haven't seen any harm demonstrated in the crusade against trans people, It's always like, well, wouldn't it be wacky if this was true? Okay, sure, wouldn't it be? Okay, where's the actual harm? We're talking about millions of people here. We're talking about civil rights. We're going to need to come up with some pretty substantive arguments against them to work with,
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm gonna do two more, guys.
I'll put the Kyuubi in there.
There are a ton of people really mad at me in DMs because I haven't gotten to their questions, but he's kind enough to.
I'll come on again. I'll come on again soon. It's been fun.
Awesome. Well, we'd really appreciate that, and I'd really appreciate that because I feel like these people are gonna form a lynch mob because I skip the questions. Next up, we have Noted. So he's got two questions. Well, it's more like four, actually. What are your thoughts on Sneeko, and do you think he should be deplatformed like Andrew Tate? And would you be open for a discussion/debate with him? And then there's a second question after that.
I have not seen any of Sneeko's content, so I couldn't say. I genuinely don't know. But of course I'd be open to have a conversation with him, yeah. I know he's kind of in the red pill, not MGTOW, pickup artist? He's somewhere in that conceptual space. I keep saying conceptual. I'm so tired today. I got no sleep. I'm very sorry. Yes, I would be happy to have a conversation with him. I've been trying to get more in this red pill stuff anyway, because a lot of guys seem to be slipping into that. There are a lot of 14-year-olds out there who are they're going online, they're seeing all the fucking sex posting other people are doing. They're thinking, oh, I haven't gotten laid. I'm already 14 years old. And then they immediately descended to neo-Nazism. So it seems like a topic worth addressing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we did speak to the oldest Andrew Tate fan right at the start of this. So yeah, it's definitely an issue.
Right, the oldest Andrew Tate fan.
So the second question from Noted is, oh God, why are you celebrating the death of the Queen? Do you not understand that she was literally just a figurehead and had no real power, and whose job it was to sit on a throne? Also, do you disregard the fact that she ended British colonialism and believe that she was evil purely because she was born into the royal family? Do you have any legitimate reason for disliking her, such
what up,
as
bitch?
the Diana conspiracy?
Where's your license? ID?
No, I don't care about that. First of all,
Die.
she didn't oversee decolonization.
Where your boy at?
She was in charge when England lost its grip on the world.
The fuck are you doing here by yourself?
Hitler was in charge
Lagging.
when he oversaw the decolonization of Eastern Poland or Western Poland.
Get the fuck out of my way.
That's not that wasn't.
Are you
that
some
wasn't
kind of
a
pervert? No,
willful
ma'am.
Process.
I'm
England
just
would
the
have kept
killer.
hold of their colonies as
Psychotic.
long as they would have gotten away with, which, as it turns out, was up until around World War II. Also, she had real power. People, liberals especially, like to pretend that she didn't have any power, in spite of her literally having institutional power. But she has overwhelming cultural power. She has a soapbox. She has the bully pulpit. She has an incredible amount of influence when it comes to the general attitude of the British people, and she has remained staunchly fucking quiet on a lot of really bad shit when she has an incredible amount of power to weaponize in favor of progressive causes. There's a lot of weird shit about her wanting exceptions to racial hiring standards or climate change stuff, or wanting people to know how much money she had. I mean, there's the whole transgender.
Fuck that old
stuff.
bitch.
The main thing that I care about, though,
Suck my
at the end
dick,
of the
Queen
day, is
Elizabeth.
the fact that she's a monarch.
Piss on
I
your
think monarchs
corpse.
are
Fuck your hot
conceptually
daughter.
I think it's fucking ridiculous. that a modern country like England
Is her
would have an
daughter in
actual
college,
fucking
or-
monarch, not some like pithy little ceremonial token vestigial thing, but somebody who officially does have an enormous amount of power, even if it's not actually used or invoked. Because again,
Oh,
it
these
kind of
sell for a
delegitimises
lot of
the,
money.
parliamentary structure.
Damn,
but she has an enormous amount
boy.
of on the books power.
I want to
and
get the
she has an enormous amount of
crafting
cultural
materials
power.
though.
And
whatever.
the only reason people like her is
I'll
because
sell
of the bloodline.
some.
That's it. That's it. It's the bloodline. That's it. You know. I think that's conceptually disgusting. And when you are the queen, you are literally the representative of your nation in a way which is more direct and more pure than what anyone could achieve through a presidency or a prime ministership. And I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at a person who is the
I should have put the
according to
other
their own religion,
chingona.
God-chosen divine ruler of England and hate them a little bit. I think it's okay. It's okay to have a little, just as a treat, just a little bit of hatred.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that in the question you simultaneously said she had no real power and then credited her with ending colonialism.
Yeah,
British
it's well because
colonialism.
they want her. They want whenever like she presides over something good that happens, it's because she she like oversaw it. But when bad things happen, it's like oh well, she couldn't have really stopped that. The truth is that
Yeah,
if the
of course.
queen wanted to, she could have been an incredibly vocal.
This one does a
voice
little
for
more
lot of
damage,
stuff.
but it has
Oh,
less
God, For an
range.
example, look at the Pope. The Pope doesn't
Ooh,
have that
excuse
much
me.
institutional power, colossal cultural power, which is why he's been stirring up so much fervor within with the Catholics and Catholic-aligned countries when the Pope goes on about like accepting trans people or LGBT people. This is a cultural power he has. He can't literally change nations' policies. I think that's kind of comparable.
Yeah. Okay. Last question.
I don't
From
have
the
this
Deep State, aka
lemonade
Emotional
on.
Support Twink. Comrade Vosh, please tell me, what is your favorite dinosaur?
Triceratops.
That's why.
Because I like them.
Such a weird dinosaur to pick.
Because triangle
Okay,
is
I'm not
the
gonna judge
strongest
you.
shape.
I'm not gonna. I'm judging you a little bit. That
Triangle is the strongest shape. They're indestructible.
Okay, reasonable. I don't know. I would have picked like. I don't even know what I would have picked. Doesn't matter. You have a weird dinosaur taste. It's fine.
It's
At least you're
Triceratops.
correct. You're correct about horse cock. That's what matters.
It's the Triceratops.
Thank you very much for coming on today. Lots of angry people in my DMs, so I'm definitely going to pester you to come on as soon as you will let us have you on.
Please do.
I would
And I
really
really
appreciate
appreciate it
it.
very much. No, I appreciate
Straw
it. It was a lot of fun. It was good. It was a good Discord. I think.
Yeah, well, have a good debate. I think you're debating a Fresh and Fit fan next, right, or later on?
I think so. Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. Hopefully, he's not 15 years old.
Yeah, but like, let's not be crazy. Thank you. I had a good time.
We did too. Thanks again, Rush. I'll talk to you soon. You have a good day.
You have a good day. Reverse
the
howdy.
rest of you.
I'm gonna say that now. Reverse howdy. Whenever I end a call. That was a really good Discord AMA. We really like broke ground there. I got.
Fuck
so
no, I'm not
fucking
wearing his
angry at that
pants.
Zionist dude. Holy shit. Cause like the white ethno state guy felt like more kind of meandering and cowardly, I guess. But like the he just came in here. He was like, do you want to talk about how based and red pilled it is that people in Gaza don't get enough water? Like fucking okay. That was good. You almost did another 416. Nah, that was fine. That was fine. Why'd you go so hard on the Zionists comparatively to the white nationalists? Tone matching. Two reasons. One of them is tone matching. The white nationalist was more conversational and more deferential. Like he would sort of respond to what I had to say. The Zionist came in there dick swinging, right? Like immediately like, oh, you want to talk about Israel? Like that kind of thing, which immediately like, oh, if you want to be antagonistic, I'll show you antagonistic. The second one is that the Zionist had much worse mic quality, which means that I couldn't, in a direct exchange, I couldn't understand him that well. So just talking over him was more fun. Also, keep in mind, the white nationalist there is, like, kind of less hard. Like, the Zionist aids and abets an active genocide, you know? Like, the white nationalist in this case feels like more like internet pontificating, whereas the Zionist walks in here just, like, actively defending the existing... So it's like, I don't know, man. Like... It feels odd saying the Queen having no power is a lib position, since I remember you having a rant where she said she had no power and would get black-bagged if she did anything out of line, so she had no power. No, so what I mean to say is she would get black-bagged if she ever tried to institute any institutional power, like the whole choosing the prime minister against the will of the people kind of thing. That would probably get her black-bagged. However, she does have an enormous amount of cultural power, like a tremendous amount of cultural power. And that's more what I'm speaking to. I just mean to say, like, the presence of the Queen, I don't think is that much of a practical detriment to the democratic functionality of the UK, and is more of an ideological corruption of the democratic faculties of the UK. Does that make any sense? You know? Like, having the monarchy there doesn't literally make the democracy function worse than it would otherwise without her. It's more like her presence there is kind of like a conceptual abomination, you know? Okay, let me turn off the water that I turned on so Pigeon could get the Slurpees, and then we're going to do the Discord call. Hold on. Oh wait, they just said give me 20 minutes. But I'm ending stream in 30. I guess we'll be reading donos. Hold on.
Okay.
By the way, Vosh, the first Haas knockoff was a troll. He's just kind of like a Rose Mullet kind of troll. Dude, trolling doesn't mean what it used to mean. Trolling used to mean that you would deliberately adopt an absurd position in order to see other people seethe over it. It's not trolling if you just say things that are wrong and then keep on saying them, right? Like, that's not... Because if that's the case, then just any time a person is an idiot, that's troll... Like, that's not what trolling is. I thought trolling was supposed to be clever. The idea of identifying with an animal or an archetype like Napoleon is basically what alpha male and sigma male types do. Oh, that's a really good point. The alpha male dynamic was literally adopted from a misunderstanding of how wolves interact in groups. So when you say alpha male, you're literally ascribing like a gender identity based on animal characteristics. That's actually really good. I'll use that in the future. Yeah.
Fuck. God damn it!
Yeah,
I hate this part of the city.
Schrodinger's idiot, where you actually do believe all the stupid shit. You're just saying it like really dumb, so that when other people point out that you're stupid, you don't have to go, "Oh yeah, I am being stupid." Okay. Ron SKFC, thanks for the $2. Really appreciate that. Sake, thank you for the $10. Somebody did bring up OK Buddy Bosch. Sake, you're wrong. David Garrett with $5. New here, love what I see. I love you too. AG123 donated $50 twice, representing the server discord.gg/politics, which you all can go to, and I'm sure you could have fun if you were there, but I'll warn you, that server does seem to be composed primarily of insufferable 15-year-olds. You know, so, you know, whatever you can stomach. But I had a good time. Oh, and you also donated with $20. Does anyone know what server this is on? Really want to talk to Vosh. Yeah, it was just impossible to go through that many questions. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind series of donos, though. I really appreciate that. Al3Explode, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Bobby K, thank you for the $2. Far Eastern Myth, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Vosh, the federal government should build housing, then sell it at cost to housing co-ops. That might prevent people from destroying it as they'll own it. Yeah, but doesn't that just pass the buck down one line where maybe the next people over might... Yeah, I don't know. The big evil with the tier 2 sub, the Vroach. Ian Potodia is a breed of roach usually infesting streaming services, usually found to be the source of and immune to nuclear bad takes, defeated only by True. Love my nuclear bad takes. We had Bronson and Rigri Sinks. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Bosh, I finally got to join my local unit, my job. Here's $5 to celebrate. Also, can we get a shout out to the NoHo stripper strike who are trying to unionize? Glory be to those Northern Hollywood strippers. I hope they get their $1. I really liked how in the first convo I had with the world's oldest Andrew Tate fan, where he was like, can you find any clips of him being misogynistic? And I was like, you know he is, because that's why you like him, and he didn't really have a response to that. That was good. I'm glad. We got getting back to the direct stuff there.
Johnny, I don't want your fucking pants. Get the fuck out of here. Can't put that in there, you lucky.